Everything is on fire!
Preparing my fort for combat. Sir, incoming mecha zerglings. Hell, it's about time.
Hello. Welcome one and all to another Fort's live stream. How are you guys doing today? Apologize for the mildly slow start here. I'm looking forward to getting this one going. A few minutes ago, I've come to the conclusion that my work up to this point in this particular experiment has been subpar. I basically deleted it all, so we're going to be starting from scratch. And I'm looking forward to playing that one out. So this is going to be a little bit different. As the title shows, we need human test subjects. Because we're doing some AI creation. And specifically, it's going to be for a 1v1 map. So the way this is going to work, I'm going to create a lobby, and it is going to be 3 players total. Oh no.
Hell, it's about time. Bring the bunker busters.
Ooh. Hello. What drink today? Tea? Actually, yes. I have 2 drinks. I have tea, and I have juice. Acai juice. So a little bit of both. Satisfying. But actually, let me check the map editor here. Make sure I think I have to upload in order for them to update, otherwise they won't get it. So in order for other players to play this, I have to upload this as is. You know what? We'll do the first bit live so you guys can see what's going on here. I'm going to go into Sandbox. I'm going to go into a map called Crevice but versus Incursus AI. If you guys remember, this is one of the maps from the Fort's Map Maker tournament. Specifically, this map is Cronkinator's map, so I have quite literally copy-pasted. And by copy-pasted, I mean downloaded and renamed. It's not even copy-paste. Downloaded and renamed so I can re-upload it under my own account. I have already talked to Cronkinator about this. The reason I'm doing this, it has to be done this way, is because if I'm going to make an AI for it, I have to re-upload it. So don't worry. Permission has been granted, and this is not going to replace Cronkinator's map. This is simply my AI being attached to it. Discussion can happen later on if my AI gets added into the map or whatnot, but I'm pretty certain there's going to be a competition to do that explicitly coming up in the near future. A little bit of sneak peek. But let's go ahead and jump into Sandbox here. I'm going to not enable any mods because I want it to be as roughly clean as possible. I'm going to do this for team 1. I'm going to select the node here so that I am designated team 1, and then I'm going to do /record. Now every action I do will be recorded into a Lua script, which will be used by the AI. So we're going to start out by deleting this, building one of these, slapping one of these guys down, and then I need a turbine. And my limited experience with this map leads me to believe that the rear turbines are the primary best way to go about this. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to put this guy here as far to the left as possible. I'm going to get rid of this, and timing on this is still good, so I'm going to expand the eco here a little bit. And we'll do... Yes, this is fine. Is Incursus making AI? Yes, yes I am. I hate making this even taller, but I think this is going to be the way to go for now. Put this guy here, and because buzzsaws are a thing and humans could use buzzsaws, we're going to be doing that so that we don't immediately lose the game. And... this is where the difficult part of making AI comes in. Do I attempt to rush down the opponent and hope they don't try to shoot back, or do I attempt to defend? I'm really not sure which is going to be the best. Ever see a core swinging AI? I have never seen a core swinging AI, and I highly doubt I will ever see a core swinging AI, because mechanically, core swinging AI are... we haven't figured out how to do it. That's that's the best way to put it. I think I want to do a little bit of aggression here to start out with. And by that, I mean I've already messed this up, so... yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and restart this. So we're gonna... restart. And then, hello!
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Record. How are you? David Schultz, coming in with the nuclear launch. Superseding
Will
Travis's
you be streaming
nuke.
Industry V7 when it releases?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I will be doing content in Industry soon, TM. Zelda Gunner, you can't make me. Is this what I needed to do? This is not what I needed to do. We're restarting this again. Select /record. This is now the third attempt. Cell gunner, place mine. Needed to do this, like so, just to minimize the amount of foundation node spent. Require scripting or ropeless swing. I think it's possible. It's just very difficult. When it says it gets your AI, not particularly. In part because I want this AI to be more human-focused than AI-focused. I don't want to be spending a lot of resources on
Nuclear launch detected.
doing anti-AI things. I know his AI is bad, go to the crunk. Woof! Zing! As Jack the Ripper comes in with the choo-choo. Why the train? Oh no.
Pulls lever asterisk choo choo.
Why are you like this? Yeah, I see. Gabinator with the support. Thank you so much, Jack the Ripper and David Schultz, coming in with the support. Alright, so I need to do this. That way I have a flat surface upon which to build here. And I do want to get a little aggressive here. So we are going to do this. We're going to do this as we have Shike coming in and rejoining the incursion. Hello there. Rocking that 31-month badge. That is so long. Thank you so much for the support. Alright. This goes like this, because by the time that's done, this should be complete before the first buzzsaw happens. And what else needs to happen right now? I think that's going to be the first stop there. I do want a second, if we're not going about this as quickly as possible, I'm going to want to, but if I do that, then I want to be a little bit more aggressive. Alright, so learning time. So at this point, this is not terrible. However, if I'm going to be delaying the tech in order to focus on some amount of oppression of the opponent to slow them down, I do need to be certain that I have more than just a sniper. And to do that, I'm going to have to rely on the tech available to me, which means mortars, because the AI is terrible at buzzsaws. And if I'm doing mortars, I need to design the base slightly differently.
Love your fort content. Never missed a YT video. POS,
yeah.
Continue making forts video heart.
Absolutely. So actually, the primary reason I wanted to do this AI is, didn't type record? Oh, yep, you're correct, thank you. This should be the technical fourth, nope, I already messed it up. This should be the technical fifth attempt. Record, thank you. I have to select the base first, otherwise I'm recording for the, that's a mistake. Select, record. Needs to go over and then up here like so. And
Warning,
to the
nuclear
left.
launch detected.
And here. Hello! As we have Kalijah and Benjamin Marty coming in with the support. Kalijah coming in with the nuke.
Good to see you again. I never really knew how you did the AI in forts. This is fascinating.
Yes, behind the scenes, the madness of it all. Alright, so that's going, and while that's going, I want to, I forgot the mine. I'm not doing that on that 2-mine economy. Alright, so record, or select node, record, mine first, followed by this guy. I was wondering, he's like, where did I get all this extra money from? It's because I didn't purchase economy. Okay. And then technology. Excellent. So let's sell this guy and then get the technology down. Does the AI use the recorded timings? It does not. I'm giving it a list of actions that it can do in an order which I will tell it to attempt to rigidly follow. The timings of things are entirely going to be up to the AI. This is simply a creation of an ordered list of actions to perform. So we're going to go up here, and then we are going to go up here. Going to flatten this. Going to add a mine here. And then we get aggressive. By that I mean, I build a sniper here. And then a door. I'm not going to do tiny doors on this. Could do tiny doors on this. Just go full nerf mode and get to this sniper penthouse. That is actually something I expect to see at some point, because you could totally rope up here and build a sniper penthouse right up here, which is going to be quite the good. But this sniper should be at least under construction before this door is available. I'm tempted to do a tiny door, but I really want this sniper to have access to... I guess really there's no reason not to have a tiny door on this guy. Other than complexity. So once that sniper has been completed, I want to do this. And then we're going to add 2 of these guys right here. And what's the firing arc on these? I suspect that's going to cause a problem for the AI. We'll have to see. Okay. Metal at the bottom. Thank you. That is actually... I need to have that metal creation. I need to have that metal placed before I do this, otherwise I lose to a single buzzsaw. So, let me try. Record. And here, like so. I'm still not happy with the amounts of... with having to do 2 foundation nodes there, but the alternative is to do some shenanigans. And I'm not happy doing shenanigans with an AI, because the AI doesn't quite understand what the shenanigans are. And we're off. I'm glad you enjoy full Meantor. Alright, so good. So far, so good. Alright, next up, let's go over here. We do this. This is where our sniper shall be. This is where our mortar shall be. I get mine first. Hello!
Posture check.
Thank you.
Hi, finally on your streams. Thanks for all stream and vid from forts. I have a
Yeah.
lot of good time waffing you.
I'm glad you enjoy. When node should be easy, just don't use 2x2 boxes. I mean, yes, but then I have to go back and redo it at some point in order to fix it and make it usable for additional turbines. And that's really hard to do with an AI. At least to do without causing other problems. Like, I'm confident that I could do it. I'm not confident the AI could do it without breaking something. You do 0 nodes? I don't know if I trust your AI, though. Just because you're you. Alright. So the sniper is done. This should finish before the first buzzsaw is theoretically capable of appearing. And then... like so. Like so. Open this, and that way we have some amounts of aggression coming out. And now I can concern myself with following the tech tree. Which in this case is going to be... do I want to attempt to deal with... early game aggression? We're talking rockets. These thin forts survive a cannon? No, no, they would not. And that's going to come into play here soon. But not before I put down my technology. For this one, I'm going to assume my opponent will not go rockets because I do not foresee a way of dealing with them without going into an all-in. So I'm going to put this guy here, and then we are going to basically defend ourselves. So from this point, I need to concern myself more with technology and defending than, or economy and like base defense than going full rush. Because I've expended money here, I'm going to be behind a just cannon rush. I'm not going to get the first shot off, assuming a competent human player. So in order to defend against the first shot, I need to make sure that I have things set up properly. Is that? Yes, that does. Okay, so I can fit here. And I won't be able to fit further. So I can add a storage and a battery here. Is that battery? It is on this one, okay. Okay. Turbine here. And battery here. That should give me access to this. Next up, I need to be able to face tank a cannon shell. So we do this. This is how this goes. And now here's the question. Do I expend additional metal here? This will not survive a plasma laser beam. So I want to add, I think, another layer here, which should help with that. And now we start getting aggressive weaponry. So I need a little bit more than 2 here. This is directly in line here. Oh, that's a mistake. So doing this with foreground bracing instead of background bracing to begin with is going to hurt the AI. But it's not game-ending levels of pain. So I'm willing to overlook it for the time being and just understand that I'll have to fix that in a future iteration. I think this guy will be placed before cannon o'clock.
Warning. Nuclear launch detected.
So that shouldn't be too big of a concern. Hello there, Hawkwolf. You're also in the market for test subjects. I am in the market for test subjects. However, I need to build the science first.
Hello, Incursus. I see you are also in the market for test subjects.
Yeah. What about a semi-T3 art cannon setup? Not for AI. AI doesn't know how to handle those things very well. At all. So we're not gonna be doing that. This should be able to take a hit or two. And then we do this. We have some aggression. We have a sniper. And we will have a plasma laser. Really hoping the AI knows to shoot through this. I think it does. Did you hear science? You did hear science. Next, I need to... What do I need? Probably this guy here. And we'll stick with 1 plasma laser, a sniper, and these guys. Okay. AI shoots the middle all the time, much to your dismay. Oh no. Well, at least we know it does that. I'm going to go with a second plasma laser here. Getting the doors first. And after this plasma laser has been built, we will focus on economy. Because at this point, we will be way over our... heads in, well, firing cost. Stabilize this. Fortunately, I've already planned for this. No requirements to redo things. Okay. Then this goes here. Okay. I need another spot for turbines. Can also use some additional defenses. I think this is okay for now. It isn't though, because the AI will out APM itself. Will run low on energy just by firing weapons too much instead of burst firing. I do need additional turbines, but I also need additional defenses here. What is going to be the higher priority? Let's go turbines. Okay. This could present a problem, but it is a problem I am willing to risk. I'm sure more experienced players will understand why that is an issue. This should help. I'm pretty certain I can't fit a turbine in here, but I can at least use it as... Technically can. I don't know that I want to do that. That sounds like a bad idea. I'll just use that as a foundation. This should help with the energy issue. Next up, let's get some more defenses going. This should help immensely. We should be able to survive most things with this. This little connector is always vulnerable. Do I want to go with a... this. I think this is going to be the easiest way for the AI to handle it. To do it like so. And then connect these. That way we have additional connectors here. And then delete this. That way it never tries to do that again. Okay. Hey, you out of the row. Welcome. Happy Thanksgiving week. I know, I'm so excited. We're gonna guess what I got. Guess what I got for... This is something that Greg is gonna know immediately, but guess what I got for... Guess what I got for Thanksgiving. I want to move down here to expand. I got a turkey. A mission turkey. It's so tasty. The present for iguanodon. Moving down here for Thanksgiving. Oh no. Tempted. I am actually. I know. It is actually so good. Like I even got a full bottle of the proper sauce that goes with it. Like it's actually amazing. All right, that connected much more smoothly than I ever expect the AI to be able to pull off. Like it is actually so good. It's literally the full turkey, and it is. I'm so excited. I am unnecessarily excited is the best way to describe that. Alright, so now that we have this connector down here, how do I want to handle this? Down here, I think, is going to be prime mortar emplacement territory. So I'm going to build like so, which is not turning everything red, which makes me happy. We add... This is going to shoot itself. This is going to shoot itself. And I hate... That's how that works. You have plans for Thanksgiving? You could bring that turkey over to Tyler's house. I do. My family does holiday activities. There's my parents have a very large property, so they we invite everyone over, well, at least all the family, and we have a large Thanksgiving, which is going to be a little bit strange this year because everyone's got very different diets. So one of my brothers, like the food-based brother that does everything, he is decided now is a time to go vegan, which is weird for a Polish-based family. Also, one of my brothers is basically gone full keto diet, which isn't all that strange, but it does require a fairly significant shift in cuisine. And then my dad has taken the time, since everyone's diets are being fixed, so to speak, to fix his own diet. So now everyone is got a very sudden shift in dietary requirements. So I've got mission turkey, which is edible for at least one of those diets. Everyone being different diets. Yeah, and it's like in the past 2 weeks this all happened. So my mom really likes cooking different things, and she was very excited to try making different things for this holiday season. Was not expecting this specific change, so things are a little bit different. So we should be good on these. I think now is going to be a good time to switch up the techs into this guy. I need to add more batteries, like so. You won't be able to share the turkey with everyone. That's true. The keto diet can handle it. The vegan diet will not. But the turkey is mostly fine. What is stuffing? Stuffing is suddenly illegal at the dinner table. That's what stuffing is. I'm tempted to slam some turbines in here just to eke out some extra energy production. Let's go like so. Do this. I need doors on you. This is going to take a while to produce. I'm not going to... Actually, it might be a good idea to gate things. There is this... I'm going to say tactic in the creation of AI, where I can tell it to do something that the AI physically cannot do for like upwards of 30 seconds. So the AI will do nothing for 30 seconds. And when AI has nothing to do, for a period of time, it will put all of its APM into firing weapons, which is quite devastating. Like, extraordinarily devastating. So I'm super tempted to do that. But we don't have these guys upgraded yet, so I'm going to do this, 2, 3, 4. Once this has fully created. And then... should be good, right? Yeah. I think next up, we get rid of these. Hello there, Meki. How has New World been treating you, by the way? Because, with what people I have kept up with, they are less than pleased, and, also the patch notes are a little bit concerning. Don't play New World at the moment. That's, understandable. Okay. There's no way I can afford... I do really want another one, though. I didn't get the doors first. I also built that before putting a door on this sniper. So this is going to be a very... this is going to be a very poorly crafted AI to start with, but that's to be expected, I suppose. So I'm going to end this recording here. I'm going to end the recording here. And then that should be the end of this. And we'll give this a quick test. A soft lock on that sniper. Until the laser is done. Okay. Do I want to do... Let's do that. Okay. Defense is no AI, has no defense against mortars. This AI has no defense against multiple things, including mortars, including rockets, swarm missiles, nukes. Okay. That's just kind of acceptable losses. Like, I cannot physically defend against everything. Typically, the AIs will rush out something very hard and just throw caution to the wind. So, I should probably upgrade these before ending. The recording. I think here... Oh, that's some serious red on the dangle. Yeah, that has compressed. Beyond. Well, those are all things I needed to do before this point. But that's how that's going to be. And an additional energy shield after that. Okay. I'll wait for those to complete, then upgrade them, and then we are going to end the recording there and let you guys have at it. So you guys have seen the creation of it, you know what its weaknesses are, and I want to see how you guys handle it. Okay. Alright, so that will be the end of this recording. That didn't help anything, okay. Alright, so we'll end this here. So now, what I do is I need to, for one, go into the folder and purge all the AI that are not the last one, because that's all the scripts that aren't the last one, because that's how that works. That way. I'm not going to mirror the AI just yet, so the AI will only be on Team 1, so all the test subjects will have to be on Team 2 for now. Although, let me... Is there another tourney coming up? I don't remember if I'm allowed to talk about it. Yeah, so Eden, on the topic of the turbines, I know you sent that message a while ago. I don't like doing that because sometimes it wobbles. And I've had too many cases where it wobbles far enough to soft lock the AI. It was announced, okay, yes, there is an AI tournament coming up. And very soon. Speaking of, let me get the mirror jar. And the node map. Thank you. Copy. Shout out to Jard. Alright. Let's run that. Alright, sweet. Multiplayer. No, I need to go to map editor. Where's it workshop? I think I just upload this here. Yeah, Crevice but versus Incursus AI. So the AI should be in there now. Let's test it real quick. Let's rename this so that it doesn't have a mental breakdown. Yay, Lewis script. And then if I go to skirmish, I should be able to go to player made. I should be able to go to 1v1. Crevice but Incursus AI. Player is on team 2. Computer is set to hard. And go. We should see it explode with doing things. Awesome. It's doing things. Love it. So now I'm going to go to workshop. I'm going to go to upload, crevice but verse Incursus AI. Press the upload button. I'm sorry, Kronk. Please don't be too mad at me. I already have permission from Kronk. It's okay. It still feels weird using other people's things that I didn't create from the ground up myself. So now this is public, so anyone can grab this. And we are going to let that happen by going to host new game. We're going to do 2 players max. So good luck, first person in. I'm setting myself to observer. Eaton, excellent. Eaton goes to team 2. And I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer with being on the mirrored side. And what is it? It's crevice but verse Incursus AI. So you can press the download button. Disable commander? Sure. Not that it really matters. The AI no, I'm not going to disable commander. You're welcome to commander whatever you want. Go for it. Because realistically, that's the experience it's going to have. Commander doesn't actually affect the AI much. So welcome to Incursus AI version 0. Facing off against Eaton. Who is doing this? I was tempted to do this. I kept finding that I need to do a little bit more testing on this, because this is basically what I have. But I find that if I move this turbine any closer in, then it doesn't get the full speed. But that has the full speed, and I'm trying to figure out why. I'm pretty certain he's just going to go for a mortar rush and end the game before my AI has an opportunity to actually do anything. Which would be... Oh, yeah, okay. Now, you see, that makes sense. He leans it back. That's something an AI... It breaks the brain if you try to tell the AI to do that, so I don't do that, which is fine. Yeah, so he's going to mortar rush this, which is going to destroy this AI quite handily. Because, this AI really can't compete with that. Unless I do an equally as fast mortar rush, which is a thing. Immediately, I already see a problem. He could have buzzsawed this and ended the game already. He'd have to... That would be very difficult to do. Yeah. With that speed, I'm almost content. Yes, as Eaton is aware, this is the weakness of this AI. It has nothing to stop this. I've specifically designed it to be vulnerable to this, and there's nothing this AI does that will stop this mortar rush from ending the game. So now we see defeat impending. I have no MGs. That is correct. I find, especially with AI, having MGs is often a detriment to the game, to itself, because the MGs are extremely vulnerable and just kind of die to even a single sniper. It leads to extraordinarily easy soft locks. And there it is. Excellent. So there is an exquisitely done mortar rush. And now we need a new opponent. So congratulations, Eden. We need a new human test subject. Ta-da! Noah. Rank 1 and rank 2. Love to see it. Add observer tools. That's actually a good idea. Let's go ahead and add observer tools. Add observer tools. I have this set of my favorites. Team 2. And ready when you are. One MG behind a single piece of slanted metal. No snipey, no overpowered A. The one MG should... One MG will not stop mortars. So it really doesn't do anything. A mortar shot the top wall too. I didn't notice that. I thought it didn't get an opportunity to fire, but I will have to look back for that one actually. I was kind of sort of content with the AI's performance. Yeah, this is something that breaks the AI. I don't want to say it inconsistently breaks the AI if you do this, which works well for humans, not so well for AI, which it is what it is. Does the sniper focus a turbine or the mortar? The sniper focuses anything it can see. Kind of randomly. It will randomly select a target, be it turbine or a mortar, and then shoot it. The snipers don't focus anything. Instead of placing that bottom metal by the mine so early, might be better to invest more metal eco. So you say that, but then any human just builds a single buzzsaw and ends the game outright. Like, spending 250 metal seems like a small... It seems like a small cost to not having the game end at the 2-minute mark every time. At the center structure, the moment this falls, things fall off and the AI breaks because it doesn't know how to reconnect. So it doesn't really work that way, unfortunately, from my testing. Maybe I'm focusing a little bit too much on the player knows how to cheese the AI kind of build. Alright, this is what I was concerned about. Yeah. So one of those seems to be working and the other one does not. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hello there, Gurkha. Welcome to the chat. Is it targeting the turbine? The sniper, it's just shooting randomly, basically. Yeah, so one of those mortars is not useful. Specifically, the rear mortar is not useful. So I will have to remove that mortar. Because it just doesn't work. The forward mortar, however, seems to be quite functional and is performing as I want it to, providing a small amount of pressure onto the opponent just to give them something to think about, keep them honest, as it were. Oh! The rear mortar actually made a shot out. Okay. Replace with the MG. Probably a good idea. I could replace both of those with MGs, which would make it more useful. Without making the opening point of the sniper door higher. I've thought about it and decided not to. I don't want to be spending all of the money on early game weapons. I want to actually get out some heavy weapons at some point. Like, my opponent already has a howitzer down and in construction. I want to at least have a heavy weapon in construction before they fire theirs. So right now, the AI is... Things are going according to plan as far as the AI is concerned. It's going to face tank the first couple shots, most likely, before our laser beam comes online. And that's how we expect this to go. Okay. Why is the sniper shooting the wood strut over and over? Because it has nothing else to shoot, so it's just shooting the wood strut because it can. Now it has something else to shoot, and it will proceed to shoot machine gunners. And it is back to not having anything to shoot, so it will simply shoot the wood strut over and over. Is it sad the human says he tags what brought you in? No, it's actually quite exciting. Alright, here comes the howitzer. That's going to deal some damage. And he gets the sniper, which is not unsurprising. It is going to slow down my AI as it will rebuild the sniper and his associated door, which costs money. And yeah, those mortars are constantly firing into the roof there and getting nothing done. Upgraded the sniper to AP. That would require an investment of an additional many hundreds of income. However, sniper did land a shot on the door snipe, so that's fun. The laser is doing what I expected it to do, which is shoot the middle. But we did get a shot off, which is good. Straight to the middle. I'm fairly certain a laser does not actually have line of sight to the centerpiece there, or at least to the weapons. So it's going to be firing at things that are not the enemy weapons, just because it physically doesn't have line of sight. There's a block of a hard floor in the middle. It did, however, shoot itself, which is something I remember the AI sometimes doing with lasers, which now that I think about it is the reason why the AI, we don't see lasers as much for the AI. They often shoot themselves, which is kind of saddening. What are the reactor percents? There hasn't been a whole lot of damage, yeah. AI has taken 84%. Plasma beam cutting deep, but not deep enough. If you invested in an upgrade center, it would allow you to do rockets as early weapons instead of mortars, and replace the mortars with MGs. That is true. That would also imply not going for lasers for the duration of the match, which is which is very difficult justification for them. As we see, the lasers have been destroyed. It looks like the AI has broken. It is not connecting some nodes that it needs, as it will inevitably self-destruct. I'm not sure why not that has happened, but this is the world in which we live now. Our opponent, Noah, has effectively defeated this AI. As the AI has broken and will not recover from this. It's dumb. Yes, it is quite dumb. Beautiful. So a lot of the things, a lot of the little engineering and build patterns I have here are working as designed, or as intended. This was built such that it would not collapse when it loses, things like this. Obviously, there's broken things here. We have disconnected nodes that have split. We have connections that are simply not happening anymore. This is broken, this is broken, these are broken, these are broken. This is not being replaced by metal. That's some splash damage on the core. And there it goes. Cool. Alright, so congratulations. I want to see one more player. Congratulations, Noah. I want to see one more player, and then we'll go back to the drawing board, as it were. Welcome, Hyperfang, rank 60, nice. On to Team 2. Whenever you're ready. Time to suffer, yes. What do you think of the idea of wall mines? I don't know what that would mean. AI lost to rank number 1 and rank number 2 players so far? Yes. Do weapons still shoot when in front of portals? Yes. It's going to depend on the portal placement. I think in order to beat the AI, you just need to beat it before it gets laser out, and speed is key. Well, that isn't strictly necessary. As we saw in the last match. Mines placed along a vertical wall, you believe? I don't see why not. Excellent. So this is progressing as expected. Buzzsaws ruin AIs, by the way, like in general. They cause unreasonable amount of desync. But he has challenged the AI to a sniper war, and that never works out very well for the human player. At all. So, we'll see how that changes. I have specifically made this AI so it does not just outright die to buzzsaws. It is not immune to buzzsaw-based desync. So, that's the thing. I think the human player is soft-locked. Well, the mortar's doing what the mortar has been doing ever since forever, which is slamming itself into the ceiling. One machine gunner is not sufficient to be safe from one mortar. He has 2 machine gunners now, which is a little bit more safe. Mortar lands nonetheless, and second mortar lands. Alright. Perfect example. It just shot itself, so that's good fun. Another hit with the mortar. The human player is ahead of the AI in terms of heavy weapon placement. By that, the technology for the human players was placed before the technology for the AI. Mortar lands once more, and sniper clears out the last machine gunner. Who is the new human test subject? Hyperfang, 1010. Or is that Hyperfang 9? Die, roof, die. Yeah, pretty much. Really, these mortars are just here to annoy the human player. Get them to panic. Because these mortars are not going to do real damage. I guess I could technically do real damage, but very technically. It's just more of an APM sink for the human player to deal with. Because realistically, the human player can do many things to get ahead of the AI here. So if I'm going to go with mortars on the top like that, I have to move them forward. Mortars have to be from this position forward and never back. For obvious reasons now. I could, of course, do a mortar-based AI, which is usually my favorite of the AI. I could do similar to what Iten did in the first round. Just 3 sets of mortars thrown at the opponent. However, the placement of mortars here would have to be adjusted, which, not a big surprise. The human player has 1 fire beam at his disposal, which is woefully insufficient. Pretty certain he's trying to save up for the plasma beam. You can see the top right. He's just shy of getting a plasma beam. Unfortunately, yep, there's a plasma beam. Unfortunately for him, AI already has a plasma beam almost completed. Wanna go to your AI next? Not at the moment. I would prefer to not copy AI. I've already done enough copy-paste today. And we should see the AI doing damage starting roughly now. It is going to have to burn its way through the center pillar here, which is just fine. It looks like unharassed, this AI starts dealing damage at about 640 on the clock, which is definitely behind Canada clock, but not, it's not untenable. It has the ability to, it doesn't have the ability to fire this because it's expanding its economy. I will have to optimize that at some point. And it won't have the ability to fire, so it's not going to do damage at 640. Instead, it's going to wait until later. Come on. You can do it. Fire the plasma beam. There you go. It waits until 7:30, which is kind of late. Kind of very late. There is vengeance to be had. The sniper takes vengeance upon the fire beam. Now, his plasma beam does not have any way of dealing real damage here. Oh, there's some massive damage. Immediate follow-up with the sniper. Human player's reactor is down to 11%. This is kind of how I envisioned this AI doing things. Of course, human player is playing into it, as it were. Playing into the strengths, walking right into the strengths of the AI. And if he fires a plasma beam, then it's game over. Yep. Human player should have seen that one coming. Moment human player opened the door to fire that plasma, it was over. That's how that went. So that's so that's the current condition of the AI. We have some things to optimize for sure. Thank you, Hyperfang. I will be redoing the AI. And into Sandbox we go. So now it's time to rebuild this AI. I think I would have stick with the same strat for now. Just optimize it. Okay. So now I record. I think we want to do a similar start. Could do the balance beam start here. That's not how the balance beam start works. Okay, one foundation node. This will work. Chuck this guy here. I think I like this better. Okay. So, I did like the start of having the sniper here. I also liked having the mortars here. This cannot be a place for a mortar. I cannot place the mortars below the sniper. I want to do... This was a good sniper position. This is a good mortar position. This, I would have to slide forward. Which I'm kind of keen to test out. If I were to do this, get this, just to stop here, and one, and give it a little space between them. Definitely forward slid. Okay. Get a mine. One for now. Strengthen that a little bit, and we'll leave that be. I could go double sniper and then have a pair of machine guns up top. But this is going to be more general case, I think. Okay. Could go missiles, I could go missiles, that I would rather not given the context here. Okay. So in order to carry this out, I need to add an additional branch here. One for you. One for you. And that's about it. Like, everything else here is defending. So before adding weight, we add in our basic infrastructure or basic foundations, and then let's do this. I think doing this is what caused it to break, so instead I'm going to do this and then this, like so. I didn't really have issues with foundation strength, but I want to add that here first before adding in these. Okay. We add one plasma laser and then doors. All right. And I think we're good here. I think that's it. This is all I need for basic progress. Now, this is the part where I'm really not satisfied with the defense here. I think just doing this will give us an opportunity to. Yeah, I think doing this will give us an opportunity to fire the laser once, maybe, depending on probably not. I do need to expand more into energy production. I think we're safe to add additional foundation here. We may actually be able to fit a third turbine in there. I would have to split this beam here to make that much smaller. That can be definitely optimized to fit 3. Yeah, it has to be like this pixel right here, which means that this cannot be too wide. Oh, that's cutting it real tight. Probably don't want to do that because the AI will break if I do it that close together. Okay, so this is our foundation base here, like the baseline. And then I think I want to do another laser. In part because building a second laser here will give this an opportunity to fire more often. Not the puns again, please stop. It's not possible. Stopping was never an option. Okay, with that one, it definitely wants another battery. These batteries near the core are best. Okay. You'd rate that music joke 4 out of 4. Hey! Does AI handle portals well? It does not at all. It basically breaks them. That's how it handles portals. Okay, so this should be okay, I think, to start with. Let's just go for expansion at this point. Basically, mass expand. Guess you can say they're not thinking with portals. They are correct. They are not thinking with portals. I'm gonna do this, and this here, and then this here, and then this, and then he does have a line of sight of the core, right? Yeah, okay. Here. Here. Put a battery here. Should be good. That's probably going to break the AI. There's a little bit too much variance in that, I think. We'll see. It can be a little resilient at times, but I'm not confident. Okay. Still concerned about it shooting itself here. Very concerned about it shooting itself. I am not going to add that fourth one in that close. We add upgrade center. Okay. This is the part that I am concerned about. How many weapons do I add? As is, this thing is going to have a huge amount of trouble doing this many laser beams. If it's at all possible for it to handle this many laser beams. Not convinced it is. Okay. Need to upgrade these. And then the weapons. If you needed the AI, it can work with certain parameters to make decisions over time. That would be cool. We don't really have a way of modifying all of the AI. You think the cannon's a safer option? It definitely is. I wanted to try to go lasers because they just kind of make sense on this map. There's a lot of places to cut. A lot of vulnerable spots that are easy to penetrate. But yeah, it can be greatly concerning. I think the early rope is definitely the way to go. It's just far less stress on the base. Hope stream is going great. It is. I always enjoy this. I may have accidentally stayed up an entire 24 hours straight just programming a thing. Working on the... I rewrote my vote collector bot like twice over. And then spent 5 hours wondering why it wasn't working after I misspelled a variable name. Which I am very disappointed in myself for doing. Okay. Honestly, I think I should probably just leave it at this for now. Because it's going to have energy issues. It's at 727 energy per second. Let's add a little bit more defenses. like so. Cover like so. That's going to be brutal. It's going to be hard to hold all that weight up. That's a lot of weight to hold. Okay. All right. I could probably fit one more laser in here. Let's try doing one more sniper, one more laser. And then I'll shut this recording down. And we'll begin the next set of testing. The next phase. Alright, one more sniper goes here. One more laser goes here. Like so. No mine upgrades? No. I would rather not. Okay. I think that's going to be it for this iteration. We'll see how this works out. Okay. So now we go workshop, upload. Nope. Over here, clean up the AI page a little bit. Only did one recording on that one. I'll get rid of the old AI. Not gonna make a backup of it. It's just gone. Replace it, and then we go over here and upload. Okay. Nice. Can you face off against my AI? Even better, you guys are going to face off against my AI. Create game. 2 players. And map. 1v1. I should favorite it so I don't have to search. Yeah. There's a deadly stream too. Welcome. Already on team 2. Excellent. Hard AI. Let's go. And we're off. Let's see how he handles it. Should make a neural network rather than hard-coded AI. That would be fun. Unfortunately, I don't have a means to do that. Which is unfortunate. Observer mod. I'll add it for the next experiment. So our target, our opponent, going eco first. Unfortunately, he has built his turbines slightly too far forward. He built them in this 3rd position rather than over here, so they will not work, which is unfortunate for him. He has not got an additional mine, so he's going to suffer. Notice this turbine is working as advertised. Sniper is online, so if he attempts to build something exposed, bad things will happen. Metal is finished soon after this, albeit this is not the fastest possible timing. I should make for it. I'd like to get in and just go like 3 mortars. Yeah, 3 mortars would absolutely ruin this. That's kind of just accepted losses. Did the AI get an upgrade? It did. This mortar has been moved to in front, so it can now fire, as evidenced by the mortar firing. Now, was that the other mortar? Both mortars should be able to fire right now, without too big of a concern. Yes, both mortars are firing, which is way better. He attempted to use his sniper. It did not work out for him. And the opponent's building too slow? Most likely, yes. They appear to be relatively inexperienced and are going to get curb stomped by the AI, I strongly suspect. But that's not why we're here. We're here to watch what happens with the AI and see how it breaks itself, is the more important detail. See, we are adding in the second turbine and thus require the restructuring of our internal base. He seems to be going for a dangle, which is mildly concerning. Probably going to attempt to cheese with a buzzsaw, which is, I guess, technically possible if he dangles down far enough. It's just going to be really hard to pull off. As is the shot required to do so going to be very difficult. Alright, so we did a restructuring here. It did not break the AI. Good. However, my AI is not going defensive, so it should be clearing up the potential dangle spot from below. Is technically, while I did put this here, because this is the primary spot, it is also technically possible to get in a shot between these two nodes. So if you come in from a below angle, you can hit here. And if you were to hit specifically here, you could maybe if you were to hit here, you could do something. That's a very tough angle to do. Fresh tortellini? Yeah, hello there, Aurealis. The AI does not adapt? It does not adapt, no. Makes it very difficult to use. Looks like AI has discovered the dangle and will punish. Looks like a self-destruct or it probably got hit by something. Namely one of those mortars. Think my one turbine is producing more energy than their two turbines? My turbines are producing more energy than their turbines, yes, by far. These are locked at 30% apiece, whereas each of these is approximately 100%. So this one turbine is approximately the same power. This one single turbine is approximately the same power as these three. Okay, so my AI is not quite soft locked, but it's close because his mortars are going to hit my mortars, and the AI will constantly rebuild my mortars up until the end of time. So that's a thing that's happening. It looks like AI has become Eagle Eye, so he is using the explosive snipers. It just kind of randomly utilizes them, so there's no significant there. What's this thing's max APM? Like 9,000 or something ridiculous? Higher than it could ever possibly use. If that's of any value. So we are now at 6:45, and this laser is completing, so approximately the same time as last time. My question is, will it have an opportunity to fire, or will it not have the energy? The answer is yes, it has the energy. So at approximately 6:50, it will actually fire the laser, which is far more optimized than last time. And this is even while it's near soft locked. As if you notice, it hasn't actually built anything new. Oh, a self-destruct. Looks like that's caused by deformation due to having taken damage, which is unfortunate. Yes, there is self-destructing happening here. And that's it. Far more optimized than last time. Seems like machine gun might be a good idea. Yes and no. If I get a machine gun that I'm not applying any pressure to the opponent, and the same thing that was happening now will happen again, except instead of being mortars, it will be a cannon. It is not truly possible for an AI to defend against everything. At some point, you just have to accept that your AI will be vulnerable to a specific set of weapons, and there's nothing you can do about it. In this case, I have made that set of weapons and chosen it to be mortars, specifically. Also rockets. Though rockets to a smaller degree. Did I code this AI, or is it just a mod? It is actually the default AI for the game. I am giving it a set of instructions. I'm giving it a build pattern to follow, but I am not modifying the AI itself. I do not have the means of doing so. The game does not support integrated AI modification. Also, I'm aware I did forget to add in observer tools. If I were to attempt to do a real AI, I would have to do something like visual code, like Visual Pi, and have it physically interact with the screen using a mouse. And by taking effectively screenshots of the game at every state and just manipulating it based on that, which is not terribly effective for an RTS game. Does the AI quote-unquote know everything? Yes, it does. May have forgotten the observer tools, but it did sell the gunner. What was the AI tournament a while back then? Was that like this? Yes, it was like this. The players created their own separate build orders. Can't pull game data straight from memory. Yeah. And unfortunately, attempting to do something so accurate with an AI is a little bit yikes for a game such as this. Pretty sure that's how OpenAI works for Dota 2. With the screen capture, or how this game handles it. I imagine it would be somewhat of a hybrid. Like the StarCraft, the screen caps, like with the StarCraft Alpha Star is kind of a hybrid. It does have in-game direct interactions, however, it doesn't require screen caps, however, it is limited to what is available. But doesn't have to rely on screen caps in order to observe the world. Which makes things much more manageable from a interactivity perspective. You don't have to worry about things like, oh, there's an explosion happening here, and now I can't see whether or not there's a machine gunner underneath it, because I can see that there's a machine gunner underneath it without having to look past without having to rely on some coder's attempt at making a recognition software actually function on a frame by frame basis. Rockets getting sniped. Yeah, so rockets are theoretically, this thing is very theoretically vulnerable to rockets, but rockets also vulnerable to snipers. So an experienced player can absolutely use rockets to end this game pretty quickly, but they have to know what they're doing. Just building a rocket isn't going to do it. Just like just building a mortar isn't going to do it, because I have mortars and mortars are good at destroying mortars, so it's just mortars are a little bit easier to get away with than rockets. Ideally, if you're going to go rockets, you have to upgrade them first. They don't die in one sniper shot. But if you do that, then this AI will have serious troubles. Attempting to build an exposed EMP, however, does not work, which is what our current opponent has done. His AA can't even shoot? It can, and it is. It is actually somewhat defending him. Sniper AI too strong, snipey too snipey. Think nukes would end this pretty quickly? I'm not sure. Nukes on this are not terribly easy to do. You have to expand down to this to get 2 nuke silos. As one nuke silo does not end. You need 2. And 2 nuke silos is a little bit longer to do. I strongly suspect nukes would end the game in the favor of the player, but it's not going to be as immediately dominating as mortars. Middle Island has more spots? Yes, I'm quite certain it does. So here we have the AI is already onto the laser. It is 30 seconds past standard Canada clock. Laser is 1/3 of the way complete, and a little bit behind on armoring up the base. Would like to have armored it up a bit quicker, but it's not the worst thing I've seen. Other side, human player has invested more into anti-air, has successfully basically invalidated the mortars. Basically. We have the minigun is coming online, looking to chew away that center pillar. Human player has not built a heavy weapons technology, so they're going to be massively outgunned coming up here in a moment. Why the miniguns? I suspected the human player wanted to get an early aggressive start going. However, they've utterly failed to do so. Metal structures in the mid. I mean, miniguns are pretty good at taking out metal structure. In fact, they've just shy of absolutely done so in, what was that, 2 bursts? Here comes the plasma laser. And with it, there goes the center pillar. So now the human player has direct access to those miniguns. He will lose one of them whenever he fires. However, the second one can avenge. He fails to aim at this sniper, and it costs him the second minigun. And the third minigun also goes down. He too did not aim at the sniper, deciding instead to aim at the laser. And the laser decides to take vengeance upon the rocket, which had not yet been fired. But player is eliminated. Or not eliminated, but every one of player's weapons is removed. Player did add an energy shield before the laser was complete. The player is taking advantage of understanding that the lasers exist. Portals, however, are going to defeat the AI. The AI does not have any means of dealing with portals. It does not understand them, it does not comprehend them. And the portals, especially as they return to sender, will shut down the AI, will basically break the AI. It seems the portals ran out of power, or were in some manner reset? I suspect the human player does not have nearly enough power to utilize the energy shield and 2 portals, which is what is happening here. Of course, the AI also does not understand energy shields, so it will be reflecting itself. This is another reason why we don't see energy shields or lasers often used in AI games. AI does not understand them. So it just, they get reflected. Human player looks like he is simply waiting and looking to expand his base while he is effectively immortal. Once our AI expands to include more mortars, which it is doing now, we should see more explosives arise. And with the advent of more explosives, we will see the opportunity for those energy shields to be destroyed. I am going to let this carry on for a while to see how the mortars handle those energy shields. Should see mortars being placed here in a moment. Dangling doors in our ear. Well, he tried to sell them off. I think he's just letting them exist for the time being. Looks like our 2 mortars. Oh, yep, that's built exposed things, which is a mistake every time. The plasma laser doing damage to itself, which is not unexpected in this condition. Still, honestly, these two initial mortars right out the gate are the thing that have done the most damage to the opponent, despite the plasma beam and all that existing. It looks like plasma lasers have done nothing but injure themselves. Additional mortars are now in play. We should see those mortars getting shot out of the sky by friendly laser fire. We should see those mortars eventually getting upgraded once an upgrade center is placed, which I think happens next in the build order. Good news is, economic balance-wise, this AI seems to be able to sustain itself. The mortars are actually dealing damage to the portals. As you can see, the portals are flashing due to damage taken. Or at least flashed a few times due to damage taken. The upgrade center has been placed, so we will see additional upgrades coming soon. Would a buzzsaw be better than laser early mid? No, because the AI does not understand how to use it. It will simply shoot the buzzsaw at anything it can see, just as the sniper does, and 9 out of 10 times that is going to be a metal target, which does 0 damage. This AI like shooting its own stuff down. It does. Any time you go lasers with an AI, this is a very real threat. I think this is kind of why we usually go cannons. This is exactly why we usually go cannons instead of lasers. But the mortars are kind of overwhelming. And once that upgrade center is complete, which it is now, we should see some upgrades go through. think we're metal starved by virtue of dealing damage to ourselves so many times. And breaking our own metal so many times over. Oh, no, it's actually upgrading its defenses a little bit, which is fine. Is it designed to fight other bots? No, this is not designed to fight other bots. Only one wooden strut away from core damage. No, we have an entire metal strut, a few extra wooden struts. Like, we're not in danger from the reflect. It is, however, going to dramatically slow down our progress. And we may not see real progress until we stop breaking. I think that's a good coincidence there. And that may allow us additional metal income to upgrade to some heavy mortars. Oh, we're still working on defenses here. Oh, we see upgrades on the turbines, so that's good. Which means we will have plenty of energy production, and then the heavy mortar upgrades will come out eventually. We could switch up the style of this AI to go pure mortar, which is generally how I prefer to do AI. I wanted to do something different, but I think going lasers is a mistake. Does the AI have any hard limitations on APM? No. I had an AP sniper right now, I know, right? Laser actually fires and does damage. It decided to target not the core, although this one did. Heavy mortars are coming in. With heavy mortars, when those mortars land, they will actually deal damage as opposed to simply igniting the target. Opponent did add additional. Ooh, we've broken some struts down here. The opponent did add some additional anti-air, so we'll see less. We'll see less mortars getting through, but also they don't have enough to stop the mortars from getting through entirely. Looks like opponent is taking advantage of the AI's insistence on damaging turbines by placing a turbine anywhere exposed. Do you have an overview of the metal energy build teams? I forgot to enable that, but yes, one exists. And I will be re-enabling it for the next time. This is the point where we did not yet expand, so our AI has not yet. We're at 16 minutes, and our AI has not yet finished its build order. It also hasn't self-destructed or soft-locked, which makes me happy. Ooh, the double reflection. Both laser reflects hit the same spot, and so we actually saw it hit the plasma laser there, which is both going to harm us, literally, by detonating a core, and help us by reducing the amount of money we have to spend on repair bills, which will enable our mortars to fire more often, as well as additional expansion. As we see, the mortars have basically won the game for us. Energy shields do not stop mortars. And so we see... Ooh, that's expensive. And that's it. Player eliminated. We actually didn't see the full build order of the AI during this. I wonder if it got soft locked somewhere, because I noticed it stopped building. I will have to add the additional mod. Thank you. A lighter 1303. Yes. Please leave the lobby and allow another player to join. Firebird's like, I mean, you chose him. That one's up to you. Observer tools. Thank you. Thunder Travis, welcome. Any reason not to upgrade the top mortars as well? The idea was that they were going to be replaced. AM mortars are so strong. They really are. Let's go. Next victim is welcome. Yes. Does this AI get mixed up if its fort breaks enough that things are at weird angles? Yes, yes it does, and that happens all the time. Honestly, just the recoil of weapons can trigger that confusion at times. Insensitive for eco damage, heavies are for destruction. Destruction is also eco damage, but yes, I guess. Relentless AI sniping is terrifying. It is. It is quite good. I'm kind of tempted to swap out. The problem... So, just having 3 snipers on the AI side is basically enough to shut down any forward-facing weapon. Period. Like, even cannons. Problem is, then I'm relying super heavy on snipers, and also it allows my opponent to basically avoid any kind of pressure just by not building weapons, and then going straight to heavies. It makes for a very defensive style play, which is probably better, but then again, that leaves it open to mortars and direct weapons, and then heavy weapons later on. Any reason for not having MGs? I'm just accepting that if my opponent builds mortars that we're going to lose. That's why. You just arrived? Well, hello there, Pickler. Welcome. If you only allow the cannon to fire the top half of its arc, then snipers can't hit it. Yes. Which tends to be why cannons are good. Curious. Quite surprised to see that snipers haven't headshot that thing yet. Easy window for the turbine. Yeah, I adjusted it to use one node. It's still stable. It works. This particular layout isn't so finicky that it's an issue. Like most one node, like this one doesn't wobble much. So I think it's because it's angled like this with the... When it's angled like this with the additional... Because it's got 3 connectors, it doesn't wobble and doesn't cause the AI to soft lock. Which is nice, even though it's a little bit more expensive than absolutely necessary. One machine gunner coming in clutch. Opponent going straight for a laser rush, which is understandable. What is the stream about? What are we testing? We're testing AI against human test subjects, which may or may not be featured in a video at some point once it works. So I've already scrapped like 4 iterations of this before the stream even started, and we've already scrapped 1 iteration. I guess didn't really scrap it, so it was more of optimized. Human is... what is that? It's only like a quarter fast ahead of the AI, which is nice. Hello there, fun police. Welcome. Isn't human testing without a permit illegal? I mean... this is AI testing. Hey. I class having a human player as Team 2 as a disadvantage, whereas AI dies care. Do you agree? I'm going to rephrase that and correct me if I'm wrong. You are considering the human player being on Team 2 as a disadvantage and therefore inherently unfair. And no, I disagree. This map is perfectly symmetrical. multiple AIs were harmed in the making of this content. No, no. AIs are fine. They're my friends. Did it plan for the ricochet? The AI does plan for ricochets. If you leave a ricochet opportunity, the AI will take it. It's actually kind of brutal to watch. Especially like 2v2s, where one human player just says, oh, let me just angle this piece of armor. And then the other player, let's say if they're down here, has roof gunners, they all get destroyed. Every one of them. It's disgusting. God mode AI confirmed. I kid you not, the snipers and the AI are the most overpowered thing in the game. It's frankly infuriating to play against. AI, would it make sense to build a second? It makes sense to build 3 snipers. The problem is that I don't want to invest that much because I don't really have a point to. If you invest into 3 snipers, the human player just stops building things entirely. Which is, kind of defeats the purpose of having snipers. Human players normally play on the left. 50% of Forts players play on the right because that's how Forts works. Someone has to be the opponent in the match. That the AI didn't account for a reflex? There's no way it doesn't account for reflex. Like, I understand it does aim center mass for a target, but there's no way. I refuse to believe it doesn't. I would have to ask B-Man. Ooh. There would have been a door snipe, except this laser caused deformation, which saved itself. A beautiful timing on that. Can't you have 3 snipers behind walls with variant extraction? I mean, yes, I can. The problem is the human player's reaction to that is stop building things that are exposed. And then I just have 3 snipers that don't really have a benefit because they have nothing to shoot at. Which is kind of how that works. Anyone here plays Creeps? I refuse to get into that game, but because it would cost me all of my time. It looks like we have a pseudo soft lock here. I think it's trying to place a door here and cannot because deformation has occurred to a point such that it cannot place a door there. I think so that laser may forever never be useful. Fortunately, these 2, much like every other match so far, these 2 mortars are single-handedly doing more damage than the combined total of our laser fire combined. Or laser fire. Which is, kind of how that goes. So, that's a great experience. Fortunately, it's building a second laser, which is potentially going to end the game. Please, in the 1 pixel away from the ribs. I specifically pull the weapons away from the door so that it doesn't interact. It looks like when you place it, so it looks like this is close, but it isn't. The hitbox of this is weird. Like the hitbox ends here. You could actually have it visibly sticking through the door. I say as it knocks its own door off. Like visibly the sprite of the of the plasma laser can stick through the door and it's not hittable. I am not placing it as close to the front as it looks like. Who needs doors anyways? In this particular instance, not us. There we go. And the sniper immediately targets the core because that's what it does. It doesn't have a vulnerability to the core, so that's a thing. It is trying to aim that laser. It is, but it's a little bit locked, so that won't... It will never be able to rebuild these doors, it would seem. So that's just kind of how that's going to go. Is that top laser block the foreground? It is. Hey, it finally rebuilt these doors, which hopefully doesn't cost it its ability to function. That one machine gunner not nearly enough. Looks like this is deformed sufficiently to stop. Okay, I think I need to fix that. I also think going lasers is a mistake. It did replace this, so now we have 2 laser opportunities to do the same thing as last time, which is simply reflect endlessly off of the enemy's core. Fortunately, we have those 2 incendiary mortars, which are ruining our opponent. Also, fortunately, we have these 2 mortars down here, or these 3 mortars down here, which are being shot out of the sky by our own plasma laser. The additional mortars, a total of 5, should see our opponent being burned to the ground here. Should. Especially once the upgrades come through, where the upgrade facility is already half done. Our opponent has conceded that they will not have these top mines, and instead upgraded these inner mines, which is probably going to keep them in the game for longer. Snipey gets destroyed by laser fire. Additionally, these self-destruct due to shooting themselves, which happens sometimes. We have doors self-destruct once again. The upgrade center has completed, so we will see the upgrading of these turbines and then the upgrading of the mortars. AI is so weird. It's a little bit strange. It is definitely a unique creature. That's a good way to put it. And hit after hit. And at the moment, the player on the right looks like a punching bag. No, he is a qualified test subject. So he hasn't managed to wield the swarm missiles yet, which is not a surprise. He's managed to rebuild his plasma laser, which is immediately being targeted by the sniper. And the end is nigh, for the heavy mortars are under construction. 15-minute time limit? That's not necessary. Also, this AI builds for longer than 15 minutes. So, no. The sniper survived long to fire swarm. Oh yeah, you can absolutely fire. It's almost impossible to stop a swarm missile from firing. The sniper, the designated sniper, will explode for it, but it is not possible to stop the sniper from firing, assuming you pre-aim. Can AI use commanders active? It can, but not effectively. Hey! He built a plasma laser, which means the AI targeted it instead of the core, so it exploded the laser. I could probably build fewer nodes at the bottom ball. I could, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have it with lots of nodes, just to spread around any stresses, because any amount of deformation, I want to mitigate the deformation. The mortar hit at the perfect time to shut down the laser and shut down the energy shield, and then the laser came through. Alright, so one more player to come in through here, and then we will go back to the drawing board. I think I'm going to actually switch away from lasers. I want a little bit more evidence. Thank you, Thunder Travis, coming in and testing. Mech 70, welcome. Rank 39. I think we're going to switch away from lasers. They're just too easy to mitigate. Honestly, I should just do what is the proper thing and go sniper plus mortar. That would be the approach. You can use mortars, mech. You're welcome to do whatever it is you see fit. You're welcome to cheese, you're welcome to not cheese. All data is data. Sniper walls are fun to watch. Sniper wall AI is its own world, and I love it. Yeah, I waited till the 15:01 mark to prove the 15-minute time was too short. Yeah. Yeah, no, that time limit's not going to be a big issue here. At least not with this particular AI. There could be instances where certain unit or weapon compositions can cause timing problems. This is not one of them. Any advice to the previous player versus the AI? Have a good build order. The Thunder Travis needed practice of the forts in general, rather than a specific advice tailored toward the AI. It's like, this is how you fight AI. No. Get yourself a strong build order that you can implement and have appropriate weapons at a specific time. Practice it until you can pull it off without thinking about it. Even the everything causes fire, explodes everything commands. Yeah. So the AI activates the command abilities randomly, is what it is. It'll use them. It may not use them to any effective or notable degree. Or find one machine gun you get to hit early and often. Yeah. If you find a weapon that is exposed on the AI, you can simply hit it over and again and soft lock the AI. Which is one of the reasons why I don't tend to build gunners. As they easily baitable and farmable. I suspect our opponent mech here is going to defeat our AI quite handily, as he has sufficient gunners to mitigate the outgoing mortars, and then his own mortars are going to hit our mortars, and then the soft lock has begun. And to the slow, inevitable defeat. That is just how that's going to be. Our AI will still attempt to go for lasers, however, due to mech's speed in the matter, the heavy weapons tech has not been placed, and it will be quite some time given the resource expenditure. It will be quite some time until those mortars, until the heavy weapons tech, until the lasers will be placed. I'll be okay for people to come back in the lobby? I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to request that you not do so into the next iteration. If only because there are a lot of people here. I'll try to make it align. You have your opportunity to play. Don't worry, there will be another one coming on in the next iteration. I'd be able to build gunners closer to... But I can build gunners anywhere I want. The question is whether or not it's worthwhile to do so. Incoming demise. AI did manage to place the technology, which is a good start, but is not a solution to the problem. Especially once the heavy mortars come out, it will be the end of the AI. Sniper has lost access to its door, so it will be unable to utilize the sniper for a significant duration of time. The heavy mortars are here, and with those heavy mortars we shall see a very swift demise of our beloved AI. Almost unsoftlocked our AI with that shot. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Here come the heavy mortars. Oof. One of these times the sniper will become free. This is not that time. AI is completely devoid of income. It's unable to repair due to lack of monies. That is going to slow down the AI indefinitely, as it will attempt to rebuild that mine, which will never happen given the circumstances. Oof. Looks like you got a second set of mortars online. Yeah, you did. He's going up to 5 mortars here. This is actually closer to how my mortar builds look on this map, at least so far my testing of them. I also had a group up here, but considering the AI doesn't like to work with this, I'll probably just get rid of that group and leave it on bottom, if I could with mortars on this. How is testing going? We're getting so much data. Coming here for mortars. Wow. AI has made it to a point where it's actually attempting to build the plasma laser. Kind of surprised that the game hasn't ended yet. Free Snipey? I would love to see Snipey be free. He is so very close to releasing Snipey from his, from Snipey's prison. Prison of his own design. He's trying to go through the middle. Oh, nope, he just missed a shot, I think. AI completely devoid of income at this point. Has no ability to repair. He's trying. Oh, it's trying. Activated his commander ability, giving it access to explosive ammunition for a time. And away goes the core. Did you see the AI try to catch the core? Oh, God. Oh, good Lord. It tried so hard. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mech70, giving us a good show. Okay, so we've learned from the last 2 iterations, we've learned lasers are worthless. They don't... It really doesn't work. So I need to switch off of lasers. I can go for cannons. The typical option we go for, and I didn't want to do this, but the typical option is snipers plus mortars. that is your standard option. And I didn't want to do that, but we may actually have to do that. I'm going to give it an attempt to go with cannons rather than mortars, but I suspect that's not going to work. So I need you. Let's go. This map has too many spots for trench mortars. It does have a lot of spots for trench mortars. Okay. Inversely, it also has a lot of spots for trench to AA. It does. The third turbine, I do not want to attempt a third turbine in here. As much as it is physically possible, any amount of deformation, wobble, even base recoil can cause the hitboxes to intersect, which will soft lock the AI. So I would just rather not if possible. And the answer is, it is possible to not. Dig the music so much? I know, isn't it great? And lag. Because I want to avoid mortars, I think I'm going to go back to this little bit here. I do like the sniper here with your door, and I do want the gunners. I think I'm gonna put 2 gunners here, which should help. Get this guy here, which may be a little bit too late, but at least it's thing. At least it's there. All right. So, we have our basic, quote-unquote, basic defense. We have our 1 sniper, which applies any amount of anything in terms of pressure. Technology. I think now is the time we want to add this. Our howitzer is a good idea for the AI. I do not trust AI with howitzers, but it's totally possible to have it do that. I do want to have, because the AI doesn't handle storage as well, I do want to have this.
I watch your streams a lot before I go to bed, so I think I condition myself to fall asleep when I hear your voice LMAO.
I'm glad you enjoy Ronak. And good luck out there, for sure. Yeah, I gotta group power howitzers every time. I'm scared of it. Is I know it'll do that sometimes. It just... And the way it hits its own doors so frequently. I'm scared. But like theoretically, howitzers are fine. Like, I'm more concerned about it hitting its own doors than anything else, but big scare. Okay. So cannons. Will it self-nuke if you give it nukes? Generally no, because it tends to be able to use snipers just fine. But it isn't impossible. Okay, cannon gets placed. Ooh, I messed that up. Okay. I gotta restart this. Record. Record. Okay. Okay. Get energy production. Got some wobble, but not critical amounts of wobble. And then our technology. Teach the AI to swing the core. Haven't figured out how to do that reliably. Maybe one day on some specific map. Today is not that day. Super tempted to just get 2 snipers. If I get 2 snipers, the humans will never attempt it. Okay. Not doing 2 snipers. However, I think I want to adjust the position here a little bit. Let's test out what this is like doing this. Have sniper here. No! I misclicked. Replay. Nope. Record. I understand that misclick wasn't like game ending, but I didn't want to deal with the outcome. I didn't want to see it every time. The shame. Why do turbines not like too much wind? They're not big fans. Hey. How many snipers does it take to punch through wood? Too many. You know, honestly, it would be fun to do a sniper only. Not with this in the middle, though. On a map where we don't have the centerpiece. Okay. So if I want the sniper here instead of here, machine gunners can go up here. Sniper, door. And then before we place the machine gunners, I want to place this guy. Do memes. For the sniper meme, we would have to do a different map. This map does not work for that. Sniper penthouse. That's kind of the idea I'm going with up here. Just not that much of a penthouse. Okay, so these gunners should be able to handle some mortarage. Here's the thing, if I don't go for mortars myself, then I have no way of stopping their mortars, so these machine gunners won't really do anything. And if I invest in additional machine gunners, then I won't ever get the munitions plant down. It's kind of par for the course. Okay. I want to add an battery. And another turbine. add this guy up here for our storage. Storage is placed. Well, commander is randomized. Is it a bit too shallow of an angle? Kinda. It'll do something. It's not the best angle, but at least it'll help. Needs more gun inputs than just one. If I'm intending to defend against mortars, yes. But I'm realistically not intending to defend against mortars. This build will still be vulnerable to mortars. Just not as vulnerable to mortars. Or maybe more vulnerable to mortars because I don't have mortars to fire back, so it may actually be more vulnerable to mortars. Which is an interesting thought. That's what our test subjects are for, to find out. Alright, so we need to have you here. One goes down here. I just did it again. Ugh. It hurts making the same mistake twice. Okay. What happened? I built a max length strut instead of a proper 2.5. And you know what happens if you build a max length strut in an AI recording. Insta GG. $56 million instead of 52. More importantly, it's 1 pixel away from being uninteractable for the AI. Just a little bit difficult to manage. I wouldn't mind so much if the AI didn't break. Alright, so here, here, sniper goes here, door goes here, and here. Weird AI breaks on that since pixel hunting should be a strength. It's not the AI doesn't work that way. AI can't reach across a gap the size of the max length build. It can't build invalid structure types. If I were to build a max length here, it would attempt to build a max length. However, if something happens like any amount of deformation, and it says, let's try to connect these two nodes, let's say this node up here and this not yet gridded node down here, and the length is longer than max length because deformation happens, then it will fail to connect that. And then it will say, well, I can't do what I've been told to do, so I'm going to not do anything at all. And that's how the AI works. Welcome to AI. All right. There we go. Next up, I needed to place technology. Which I hate doing when we're maxed on resources, but it's what it is. Needs to be placed sooner than later, so here we are. Let's get this guy. Build these out. Alright, let's build this here. Then build up. Build this here. And Discord ping. You know, that's correct. I forgot to send out a Discord ping. I could go do that right now. One moment while I Discord ping. And there we go. Discord ping it is. Alright, so next step in the AI is defenses, because we don't... Are you kidding? Okay, I'm gonna let that one slide. I alt-tabbed back in and broke it. But I'm just going to accept that as an inefficiency that will get worked out later on. Come on, come back online before it ends the stream. Hello? Are we back? I think we're back. We're still on the same stream. That one actually wasn't Comcast, believe it or not. I have no idea why it happened, why that happened. I can tell you what the point of error was, but I don't think anyone really cares. Or does it really matter? But welcome back, we're here. Wasn't Comcast? I know, right? I was just sitting there like, oh, hey, you guys are complaining about choppy stream. And we're back. All right, so. Restarting this once more. Let me do this. You are curious? It was Caster. Caster had an unexplained error. By unexplained, I mean it literally didn't give me an error. Caster, the restreaming multi-streaming service. It simply gave an error. It came up with a big red X, and where there is usually text, there was no text. There was just another red X. And then I had 0 kbps connection on the active live stream. And I had to restart OBS and relog into Caster. And that was that. I'm noticing my connection right now is not strong. I don't know why. Like I'm at half speed right now. I'm going to restart the stream once more. Give me a moment. Back. Hello. It's looking a little bit more stable. Okay. We are at full speed once again. So you guys should be getting that nice high quality content. Alright, excellent. Welcome back. Need that fiber. I would have to change residences for that, which is honestly likely to happen at some point. Because it's a thing. Okay, then we add metal here. I think that was just YouTube. No, I had to restart my OBS for that. That was not a YouTube problem. YouTube has not yet had a problem in this live stream. Yet. Okay. Good. Good. And here. Okay. And I forgot to put the technology down. I need to put the technology down first. That's going to be a thing. Came here for explosions. Oh, there's going to be explosions soon, TM. And by that I mean once the next time on our next iteration of this AI, which is going to be a different build order than the last ones. Because they're going with a different set of weapons. Okay. Then technology. Making a custom bot challenge? Yes. Yes, we are. That's exactly what we're doing. I did record. Okay. Team 101. Okay. Excellent. So this is where we want to be. We want to invest in sniper because I've decided that having the sniper early is good. Still tempted to not even add gunners because we will lose mortars anyways. And this guy, which I probably should add it first. Disappointed that I didn't. In fact, I should be responsible and do that first. Okay, 1 and 2. Still a lot of struts, but it is nice and stable. Why do I make a platform this long for the first turbine? Because it enables me to place a turbine in the rear. Notice how this is a 100% turbine, but if I slide it even a few pixels to the side, it drops down to 54%. This is why I've done this way. Unless you're referring to this strut not being a small strut. That's just for stability reasons. Making sure that I can fit it nicely without unbalancing, and also because you can't put turbines too close when dealing with an AI. Okay, technology. Should have sold this guy first. No big deal. Do I like sea shanties? Not really my thing. Okay, up we go. Okay. Sniper goes here. And open. I like battleships, though. Yes, I do like battleships. Battleships is a good time all around. That's not true. It's not a good time all around, but it's good enough time. Now we metal this. So no buzzsaw nonsense. Don't much care if they disconnect that because that's its own little thing. And now we get technology. Okay. Do you want to sell the doors in front of the gunner? Doors are worth a lot more than metal. Not enough to be worth spending. If I were to replace this, I would get nothing. I would, in fact, to replace that would cost me 89 metal and 168 energy. It is not worth selling that. Okay, so that's going. So now I can add this turbine here. I can replace these guys with background bracing. I add this guy here. Do you want these? I understand it is not strictly necessary to add storages in a cannon build. However, not adding storages in a cannon build effectively prevents the AI from proceeding because of the nature of the AI's incessant requirement of spending all of its money. So I always make sure to get these, that way we can meaningfully have an opportunity to proceed along the build order. And due to that additional expenditure, we then have to armor ourselves up because we will be taking the first hit. We will not be winning the rush to cannon race. So in an effort to survive the first hit, I will be expanding our base. This is likely sufficient. Okay. Now, 2.5. Not 3. So this is 3. This is 2.5. I get 50 metals. Alright. And cannon goes here. Look how pretty that is. Alright, so here, back away from it a little bit. Nice. And the door. And the door. Have I listened to the sea shanty from the new Stellaris trailer? I have not. I may have to do that. Because that sounds good. The Stellaris soundtrack, quite the good. I'm curious as to what the sea shanty is. But something that I will not be broadcasting on the stream. Alrighty. What war crimes are we testing on members of the public today? The automated variety. My favorite kind. Alright, so that's going. We've got a cannon now. I want a second cannon. The things I need, a second cannon, more defenses. What time is cannon o'clock at a bot match? 4:20. And it sounds like a good time, Travis, as I know the everything is closing soon. I didn't cross burst that. Let's do that while we're at it. I don't need to invest so heavily into energy production, given that we're going for cannons now. Let's help hold this up. Like so. Let's add another layer of defense so that we have one cannon available to us. Like so. 2. And then a second cannon. Doors first, because this is not an early cannon. Here. Should be good. Excellent. Your chief says she can beat you. with her eyes closed. I mean, to be fair, she probably has arms, and arms don't need eyes to flail. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, this is looking pretty good. Not as defensible as I'd want it to be, but we'll live. And next, I want to expand this somewhat, so we can prepare to put turbines back here. But the next on the list needs to be, honestly, I think just more defenses. Like, we have 2 cannons. Like, we don't have an immediate need for more things. That should keep us alive a little bit longer. I do want a second sniper here. Okay. Okay. I think we do this. And then we expand down, because we definitely have, we're up to 264 energy production. I'm going to need additional energy production. Especially with the extra mine going. So let me do this. And then turbines. I actually don't mind going mortars here. It really doesn't sound bad at all. Actually sounds pretty good as an idea. Okay, that should be a relatively stable connection. And I think from here, connect this like so. Make connecting a little bit more simple. Alright then, this is the line upon which we want to build mortars. 2, 3, I think we can fit this here, yeah. 1, 2, and 3. Get a little bit of weapon variety in there. What is this? I'm not adding another mortar there. It's going to get in the way of the cannon for sure. Okay. And then cross brace this. F8 is not relevant to this particular exercise. 1 and 2. And then down here with our turbine for a 3rd turbine. I'm not going to attempt to fit that in there. However, I do want another battery in here, which is a great place to put it. I didn't do the extra foundations. Wonder if I should. It's a little late for that. I'm not going to. Not in this iteration. However, this is a good place for a sniper and a good place for a cannon. Not as good of a place for a cannon as up here, though. That's a rough shot. I dislike building cannons on a slant with AI, but I will make an effort to do so in this instance. Not too much of a slant, but a slant nonetheless. Should give it a little bit better of a firing arc. And we slap this guy right here. Okay. Good. Door goes here. Metal goes here. Door and metal goes here. Additional metal goes here. And then we put a sniper over here in a similar context. And then here, let's add a double door on this guy. Sure, why not? Okay. Time to upgrade all of these. And not too much stretching at the base. Things are looking A-okay. Firing arc on this is more than sufficient to hit the core, and can't really hit his top bit there, but this is fine. Could add a forward bit of mortars here, which I played around with in the, I don't want to do that. We're just turn it to a mortar build. Every AI build is a mortar build. Prove me wrong. Okay. This should be good for those. And do this. Let's do this. And then this. And then this. And then keep adding metal for a duration. Then move on. Mortar build works, run with it. Yeah, I don't want to, I do mortar builds every time. I just want to have a little variety. I think this is all the metal we really want to be adding. Already turning blue at some places. Do you want to add one more metal strut here? No, we're good. Way too late for that to make a difference. In a better AI, we would reconstruct this, but I think this is good enough for the time being. And we are going to call it here after building another set of turbines, which does not cause too much wobble. Excellent. Okay. Beautiful. I need to upgrade these. T3 as an AI would be sick when you think about it. They'd actually be able to aim. For as much as you can aim a tier 3, yes. Alright. This is looking alright. Let's go. So, I need to get rid of all but the last of those AIs. Including our previous laser-based AI. Hello!
Greetings from Switzerland, which is a professional fort building country, by the way.
Hi!
Switzerland.
Hello there, Swissley. Welcome to the chat. Okay, so now I need to rename the AI, please, to your correct name. Thank you. Now we go workshop. We go upload. We go updates. Okay. And multiplayer. Oh. Get off screen, Steam. Thank you. And 2 players in the lobby. So come 1 player. Because that's all we have the option for. Hello, King Benjai. This AI is not going to make it, team. AI is not going to make it at all. And favorite 1v1, crevice. And hard. And pick your commander. You're ready when you are. All right, let's do this. So here we have King Benjai preparing the copy paste of my build so far, which I'm not surprised about, to be honest. He's selling off all his metal, and then he's going to use it to exterminate the AI, probably via mortars, because that would still be the... I'm not convinced that this iteration of the AI is stronger against mortars. Despite having machine gunners, I think it's weaker against mortars than the previous one, which didn't have any anti-air at all. We are soon to find out. Mortars, that's no fun. Alright. He's spoken. He seems to not be going with the no fun option. Curious what his option is this time around. Regardless of what he goes for, he will be ahead of the AI because he's able to safely sell off his metal without becoming vulnerable to everything. It looks like he's saving up for a cannon rush of a kind. There it is. The munitions plants. He will be ahead of the AI in terms of cannons. Remember when I said that the reason I placed mortars to begin with was to slow down cannon rushes and such? Notice how we spent a significant amount of money on getting this set up here, which will do literally nothing and will not punish our opponent for going cannons early. This is why the mortars were quite strong. Does the AI use commander stuff? It does use the commander stuff. It uses it completely randomly, with no heed to whether or not it is useful to use the commander ability at that point in time. Curious to see him going for the addition. Oh, he's going howitzers. He's going howitzers, which is going to be quite the brutal. Here come the snipes. No. So this is why I didn't invest in the multiple snipers. Our opponent's not building anything that could be sniped. So yeah, that's a good investment. We're about to see a howitzer get placed, and then with the howitzer placed, it will be far ahead of the AI. The AI has its weapons, heavy weapons tech halfway completed. Whereas King has a howitzer a quarter of the way completed. It is currently immune to sniping. Sniper is annoying? Yes, sniper is definitely annoying. This howitzer, however, is immune to the sniper, so as annoying as it is not but a... What's the word I'm looking for? Going to say mental game? a mind game of a kind. It's not actually doing anything. It is coming up on the fastest possible cannon timing, and our AI does actually get a cannon placed before fastest possible cannon rush, which is the goal. That was the goal there. I wanted to have it placed before before a cannon was physically capable of hitting it. So we've met that goal, and it will have iron doors protecting it before it gets slammed by anything. And then there is the howitzer, which is going to be firing momentarily. The howitzer should be firing here in a second. King has the ability to do so. He's going to be placing a second howitzer first, which that's probably for the best. Once that second howitzer completes, my AI dies, and that's how it goes. The first one, he should fire this howitzer here, just to slow my AI down, but the first howitzer shot shouldn't do anything seriously meaningful, so much as be a cost-efficient experience for him. And that's a hit. My AI responds by activating commander ability. What commander is it? It is Hurricane. So it gains additional reload speed for all of its things, which means Sniper will actually reload faster, so that's cool. Notice that this maximum size strut here is slightly... is forever gone. Because this was a max size strut to begin with. When I expanded outward and this broke, any amount of deformation happened, and it can no longer ever rebuild that. It activated Hurricane active ability again, which enables this will enable this cannon to fire a second time much quicker, which is nice. Curious to see what happens there. It did lose a significant amount of its damage to having eaten a shot, having eaten this. I just run through the front. I may have to redesign. I think we'd have to redesign this because this is an issue. This is a max size strut, and it comes default into the map. So I have no way of getting rid of it, but I'm gonna have to build around it because having the bot be or having the AI be completely unable to repair a base due to the foundations being off is not a good thing. But yeah, the second howitzer lands, and therefore the AI loses because it doesn't have the money to recover from that. Unless King straight misses, but I don't think that's going to be a reoccurring theme. A heavy hit with a heavy repair bill should see my AI resource locked for the foreseeable future. Has its commander ability active, but doesn't have the materials or money to fire again. As another howitzer round is about to come flying. In fact, he should send 2 of them here. There's 1. Those 2 look decently synced, and... oof. This activates commander ability once more to get that quick reload, of which he can immediately fire again because he has sufficient turbines to do so. And this should be the end of the AI. Yes, right to the core. Beautiful. So that went about as I expected it to go. With the exception of the foundation nodes being an issue. Thank you for showing me that, King. That was good to know. I didn't realize that before. So we have the slot open for the next player. Welcome, Mando. Welcome, welcome. And we're off. So good luck to Mando. who will be facing up against the AI once more. Let's see if he can find anything that is broken amongst our AI. I really should have seen that coming, because this is a max size strut. I knew this is a max size strut. I don't know why I didn't immediately reconfigure it and make an adapter for it, because it's going to break the AI just having a max size strut. For the record, those wondering why I kept restarting, I built a single max size strut down here. This is exactly why it was unacceptable to have a max size strut, because this breaks off of a single. You break this guy, this breaks a single time, the AI cannot rebuild it ever, which is unacceptable. And that is exactly why I had to restart so many times. Not really max size with the AIs, but technically correct. 42. Which is the best kind of correct. And we're off. So, our opponent is going for a tech rush of a kind. I'm guessing munitions plants? Right, there's the munitions plant. They are also going for high economy. That is all 5 mines. I am disappointed that a sniper is not sniping the mines. But that is... Why isn't it sniping the mines, actually? I am genuinely confused. But hey, you know what? I guess that is what it is. It's all about the priority table of weapons. He doesn't have weapons. It still seems to be attempting to shoot turbines over the mine, which is a decision. Isn't it annoying to have that same strut fired upon over and over and over and over again? Did you really build wood just to repair that one strut? He did. Alright, so Mando has managed to place a cannon. And our AI is about a minute, a little less than a minute away from doing the same. He appears to be selling a foundation node for the purpose of additional income. He's going to get a second cannon. I think around the time that our AI gets its first. Nope, just before our AI gets its first. He does have more income than the AI. Not by much. So how does Mando handle this? He does get an additional turbine. Imagine a buzzsaw. Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? It would definitely be game ending if our AI had access to a buzzsaw. Buzzsaws would shoot at turbines as well. It would, however, in this case, shooting at the turbine would mean cleaving Mando's base entirely off of its foundation. In this particular instance. which would be cool, but portals. I should disable portals just because it is pure cheese when it comes to the AI. The AI has no means of handling portals. It does not understand them. As of this point, Mando is effectively invulnerable to the AI. It would stop these super hungry rushes. It would not stop the super hungry rushes because the AI would just shoot the nearest exposed piece of metal. As opposed to actually shooting at the base and chopping it off the top. First cannon shell from the AI. Oof. That was a beautiful shot from Mando, double shotting straight to the core. Fortunately, he had exactly one piece of metal sufficient to defend against that. That will not be the case again if he activates his commander ability, which I assume he's going to do. And does he nail it a second time? He does. Straight to the core he goes. Beautiful. And that is the end there. This is why I got mortars the first time around. Thank you, Mando, for showing off. For showing us this. This is exactly why I got mortars to begin with, because in its current state, the AI has nothing to prevent or even to stop our opponent or in any way delay our opponent from doing this. And by this, I mean literally just building a cannon and shooting the base. Very well done, Mando. We have one more slot open. As we have eaten, oh, this is going to be one way. So add the mortar back and fix the struts. I think I'm going to have to actually do that. It was actually pretty impressive set of shots. That was 4 shots straight to the core in pairs of 2. Team 2, and let's go. Whenever you're ready, Ethan. Need something to slow them down or at least punish them, something of the sort. Would adding a machine gun spam be too dangerous to the bot? Yes, absolutely. Machine guns exposed in any way are as instant soft lock for the bot. Which is why a lot of bots, a lot of AIs don't go machine gunners at all. And if they do, it's only like 1 or 2. It's like 1 deeply entrenched, because it's an instant soft lock if that gunner dies. You mean as a tool against the bot? No. Machine guns do not work against AI, period. Neither do minigunners or such similar. Rockets work. Mortars work. Machine gunners do not. My concern with this current build order is I have 2 machine gunners up here, and we do not get to fire a cannon until, what is that, like 5:30, was it? I think? Which isn't too far behind cannon o'clock, but the problem is mortars hit at like 3 minutes in huge numbers, and that's almost 3 minutes of time where these 2 mortars will have to defend. Or these 2 machine gunners have to defend against heavy mortar attacks, and that is just not a thing. Like that isn't something that these machine gunners are capable of. So these machine gunners really do absolutely nothing for this build, and yet I still have them. Now it's shooting the mines. Yes, now it's shooting the mines. Which, that's a thing, apparently. Looks like Eaton is going for rockets, which in theory, should do terrible, terrible damage to our AI. Game-ending damage. Not that we've actually seen a player attempt this. I assume Eaton knows that he should not attempt to fire the EMPs, and he should straight upgrade them before opening fire. I assume he knows this. He does not. Oh, that was so close. I think the only reason that top rocket didn't explode is because the sniper hit the projectile instead. Okay. He got lucky, and it's paying off for him. As long as he keeps those firing, he should be okay. Yeah, alright, he'll be fine. Do you consider human players seem to a disadvantage? No. Yeah, once the rockets come out, it's game over for this AI. Poor Snipey gets sniped to death. Yeah. Or EMP'd to death. Indeed he did. There is a world where he does enough damage to break this wooden strut and not enough damage to destroy the machine gunners, in which those machine gunners for a brief period of time can actually act as anti-air against these. God, that active commander ability on this sniper, just double fire rate sniper, is terrifying. At this point, that sniper is not capable of getting rid of those rockets, so this will hit and will deal massive damage. This is the part where the rockets deal more damage and cost more in repair bill than a 3 or 4 mine economy is capable of recovering or producing. So this AI will be at a negative metal expenditure for the duration of its life, which is how the game ends. As is, you can see it has failed to rebuild appropriately due to not having sufficient income. And that's how this goes. This is what I expected to happen. And I appreciate Eaton for showing it off. This is the part where the hair falls down and bleeds to death, yes. Yes, that is exactly what is happening. Oof. And again, this has been destroyed, so it will not be rebuilt. Very likely not be rebuilt. There's a chance, but it's extremely unlikely. EMPs from below are going to cause some more economic damage, making the death spiral even more deathy. Eaton building exposed wind turbines, just to upkeep the issue. I am tempted to try to slam 3 in here. I'm just so concerned because these are so close. You could see the visuals are touching because they're so close together. Like when that happens, the AI will just sometimes soft lock. But I am so very tempted to place a 3rd turbine in there. The triple EMP. They land. Yours does it and never breaks. Oof. Like, we had that happen in the last tournament. 2 players submitted AI where in their own testing, the turbines never broke, but in the tournament consistently broke due to the turbine placement. So, like, it's still concerning. Just like, no matter how much testing you do, it's never enough. And the triple rocket, is that enough? That might be enough. Oof. Oh, it's dangling. Negative sig faulted toward it, pretty much. And another shot. What is the reactor down to? Down to 90%, but it's a slow grind as the AI has yet to be able to recover. And we're done. Excellent. Thank you, Ethan. I want to see one more player against this iteration. One player that hasn't already played against this iteration. Do we have someone else available? Another player who wishes to join? Can the AI do a core swing? No, we have not discovered a way to get the AI to do a core swing. One more player? One more human test subject? Just one? Hey, Fortnick 88. Currently rank 3 on the ladder. Welcome, welcome. I feel like this is someone who has been renamed, and I don't...
Hey, you know what's better?
Why am I getting an ad on this? Okay. Going away. Alright. Hello, welcome. Let's try this again. Alright. Yeah, he's named something. And I don't want to change. Firework! That would make sense. I was like, which of these players, which of these four is it? It's Firework. Okay. Good luck out there, Firework. And he's off. Would it be easier for an AI competition to be starting with 3 cores or not? It would not be easier, no. I have a pomegranate in my refrigerator, and I want it. But it's a pomegranate, and opening a pomegranate's an experience. Yeah, you know, he's definitely had some experience with this AI, because he's actually gone full background bracing on this core. So I fully expect this to be very one-sided, not for the AI. Looks like he's going to be going mortars, which is one of the harder counters to this. You really like the map design? Yeah, I really do. This is Kronk's map for those who are unfamiliar. Kronkinator's map, and it's quite good. They know they won't be punished because they went full strip down? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of how it is with every AI ever. once you learn how to beat the AI, they're super easy to beat. That's kind of why I need to stop trying to defend against things and just... I can't stop defending against things because the reason they're doing this is because they know they don't have cheeses available to them. Just as they are selling off their entire base just to get into just to get things faster. If I were to not have this brace here, they would buzzsaw it in one shot. If I were to sell off any of these, they'd buzzsaw it in one shot. Like, I cannot afford. It's not a thing. That's why you like going against players more. Well, of course. Just bite into it. You'll get some fruit. Yeah. Wonder if growing defenses will be viable. It isn't. There is always going to be a means for the human player to bypass the defenses. And then eventually the human players will just have so much weapons that they'll just chew through any amount of defenses that I can build. Is it possible to write an actual AI for forts? To my knowledge, no, not without hacking the game. Looks like Firework going for the multiple swarm host option. Yes, but it'd be tedious. I'm not aware of a way of replacing the current AI Lua scripts. It's like integrated into the game. If it's possible, I would be a little bit more interested. I should look up and I should actually look it up to see if it is possible, as I do not know for sure. As I know at some point it wasn't, but that may have changed. It's not just like a Lua script, it's like compiled in there. It's like compiled in with the rest of it, and there's no importer or way of replacing the main forts. The main fort executable in modding. Not without hacking it and rebuilding it. I wouldn't be surprised if that was something the Forge developers enabled us to do at some point. It simply is not at this point in time. The Forge AI is actually not compiled. You think it's all readable? Is it? I don't remember that being the case, but I will have to look again. And I will trust you if you look for me. I will not do so at the time. Well, it's less about whether or not you can decompile it and get it working. It's more about, can you get it working in an environment that does not require someone to download a local offline copy of Forts, and then they can only play it while they're not connected to the internet, kind of deal. That's the real concern. Because if it's compiled in there, then you're not going to be able to do that, because you'll trip the anti-cheat 100% of the time. But if it's just, oh, this is the AI in a script, and people can adjust that, you may still trip the anti-cheat, but you're not gonna record. It'll be a lot easier to actually get it working. And you can have multiple people just say, oh, this is a lobby where we don't have to worry about anti-cheat, and you just copy paste it to someone else's lobby. I think he just won here at this. Nope. One of the nukes didn't make it. In fact, two of the nukes didn't make it. I'm not sure where the other one went. This guy went down here and didn't make it across, but also didn't collide into here. And then one of the nukes dipped down, collided into the center structure. If he fires again, And 2 nukes. If 2 nukes land, I think he just wins. 3, he wins 100%. I'm not certain. I don't... Okay, I think he's going to try to clear out the mid first, which that's fair. Notice he is able to fire, but every time he fires, he loses his sniper, which is an okay trade. Our cannon is still shooting at the middle point instead of the opponent, which is fine. The AI that Lou has not compiled is 3,847 lines long and is in forts. Interesting. So, it is going to be possible then to get an actual like deep learning AI in there and have access to all the things. So I could totally do that. Oh yeah, that's it. Oh my god, it didn't immediately end the game. How? Well, unfortunately for the AI, it will never recover. It will not fire its... It will not fire it again. It will not fire its cannons again. And it will simply sit there until Firework is able to refire his weapons, which is right now, and that's gonna be it. There it goes. GG. Yeah, this AI is way too slow. Any kind of early aggression ends it, which is kind of what I expected. I did expect that to be the case. We didn't have anyone really try to go late game except for, I guess, Mando, who, without the mortars, is able to freely do so with the rush. This AI doesn't handle any kind of early game, nor does it handle any rushes, which is like 80% of every strategy. This AI is designed not to be able to handle, which is a decision. So, thank you. You went late. You did go late. Did you go late? I guess you did. You did fire after our first cannon. It just wasn't enough. Because I didn't do anything to punish. Yeah, this really doesn't punish early or late or much of anything. So we're going to have to rewrite this from scratch. So, this is why we go mortars. Because if I were to try to do a straight rush, I would have to do a rush that doesn't sell off any of its goods, and therefore is always going to be slower than the human rush. If it's slower than a human rush, whoever fires first in the greedy rushes is the winner. So this will 100% lose to greedy rushes, and because it is greedy rush, it also loses early game shenanigans, so we do not do rushes like cannon rushes with the AI. However, we can do early game aggression that slowly ramps up into the end of everything, and I think I know an adequate way to do that. So we're going to do a different strategy here. I am going to attempt the 3 turbine strat for this because it is going to be mandatory to have additional turbines. That's not... I need to play around with this more. I didn't start recording, that's fine. 3 turbine strat, what's a good one? I like this here. Here. 3 turbines do not fit on this, by the way. But I want to see how close we are to it. 1, 2. And if I do it full, yeah. So if I do full here, I can't. Alright, so I need to do, let's see, 1, 2, 3. If I go half here, can I still make this? It doesn't snap, but I think I can make it anyways. guess that's sufficient. Okay. If we design it like that, 1, 2, and then I can actually fit this here. 3. Okay. And then this can just slide up, yeah. I hate the wobble on this. 1, 2, 3. That is sufficient. Okay, now for this guy. Alrighty, zombie killer. Good luck out there. So, for this strat, the first thing we want... Well, for one, we gotta redo this. Because this is an issue. We make 2x2s here, just so this doesn't break the game. Let's do this. Let's add this guy up here, just for testing purposes. Because our base will eventually look like this. I think I want at least 2 snipes. This loses to mortars, but I think we can get away with more things here. If I do 2.5, then I do 2.5, then I do 2.5. And then an additional box. Could actually fit 4 there, which is fine. 2, 3, and 4. It's gonna be very difficult to actually construct this pattern. 4. Okay. So the things I want, snipers. I want at least 2 snipers for this. A 3rd sniper would be nice, but kind of unrealistic. Here we get 2 snipers. I'm not going to be able to afford that in the actual build, but... Okay. This would actually deal damage, just this here. Obviously, we would want to upgrade to the upgrade center. Get these upgrades going. I should half door these. I have no excuse not to. Okay. Let's try that. Let's go to full sandbox here. Fast builds. I do want to practice this once. So I need a little bit of distance here. Slide this here. So this is 1.5 We get 1, and then 1 again. Click, click, click. That's all of that. Let's get this here real quick. Just stabilize, please. Stop dangling. For this area, however, we need 2 things. 1, we need to turn this into 2x2 so that we don't soft lock ourselves, which is just kind of mandatory. I don't see a way of getting around that. Here's the thing. I need to do 2 adapters right next to each other. This needs to become 2.5s, and then immediately it needs to become 1.5s. So we'll start from here. Top down, like so. That's too big. Here. And then 2.5, like so. And we'll leave that at 2x2, followed by basically the same thing. Well, first off, we need a full box here. Just a box of 2x2, or of 2.5. This needs to get split. We need to do, I'll do a temporary little box here, like this. I can just do straight boxes, yeah? No reason not to. Cross brace these so they don't collapse. And then straight boxes like so. Slightly taller on the bigger half. Slightly taller in the bigger half. This is what it needs to be. Which for one is extraordinarily expensive. And I think unacceptably slow. As much as this is beautiful and should fit excellently without issues. Yeah, we're all good here. Yeah, that's effectively full range of motion. Tiny doors. Ah! This is what we need. But I can't get here. Not quickly. I need to not build the bottom 2, at least. Alternatively, I could build these in a separate location. I do have to construct this. I can slide all this down. In fact, let me attempt this. Let me practice this once more. So we build this here. Put this here. And get 1.5. 1, 1. All the way to the left. Close here. All the way to the right. Background brace this. I'm not going to adjust this further because it's not going to be exactly like this. If this is 2, this needs to be 2.5. So I can build this adapter 1 in, like so. Now we build our box here. There we go. Now I can do this right here. Build our little bit here, like so. Build a little bit here, like so. And now this is not nearly as dangly. And is way faster, way more stable. This is much closer to what I need here. And it doesn't require me to stabilize this in order to make it useful. This is, of course, problematic. One of the reasons we don't see rockets and AI is the rockets are notorious for self-destructing, especially on tiny doors, which are effectively mandatory when going rockets. So, this is probably a bad strategy overall, but implementation, this is exactly what we're looking for. And I want to test it. Sniper, I'll build up here like so. We'll build these two here. You don't live in fire to the explosive rock. I mean, that doesn't fix the self-destruct problem. In fact, that makes it worse. I mean, kind of, sort of makes it worse. They self-destruct all the same. If they self-destruct as an EMP, then they just EMP everything. If they self-destruct as rockets, they actually explode. Hello, Maximilian.
Hi, Inc. Love your content.
Hey, glad you enjoyed. How are you doing today? Coming in with that support. Thank you, thank you. So close to a nuke too. Sniper goes here. With door. That's not how door goes. I'm gonna slide you back. Door goes here. Second sniper goes up here. It's gonna self-destruct at some point. This is a little tight for the snipers. I would need to do the trick of sliding this forward, which isn't that hard to do. That way I can have a little bit more room here. That's more friendly. Yeah, Ethan, I see what you've got there. I don't...
Warning. Nuclear
I
launch detected.
am frightened by the closeness of those nodes. The reason I do not... As James Kavanaugh comes in with a nuclear launch, thank you so much coming in with that support. Thank you for the satisfying Forts content.
Thank you for the satisfying Forts content.
Thank you, I'm glad you enjoy. Why can't you explain puns to kleptomaniacs? They always take things literally. Hey! I am concerned about the layout you have there, Eaton. Because you have the nodes so very close, when deformation happens, as is inevitable, those nodes will be irreparable and will soft lock. If nothing goes wrong, that is objectively better than what I have here. But that is making assumptions that have yet to be acceptable in Forts. Like, that is not... Those are so close. Like, you can't even... Just out of curiosity, you can't even connect those, right? Like the, where the base, where the, rockets are, it's the node behind it. Like, it's that close, like it's beyond the minimum distance. Yeah, that might be around minimum distance. For this map, can you place buzz sounds low enough that the island blocks most of the opponent's base? I could only target the top half and give it the top, and give it the chop later. Yes. You don't think so? Yeah. Yeah, that's, building so close together that you cannot physically connect nodes is a problem for the AI. It's a huge problem for the AI. Like, game-ending problem. So I would prefer this for the AI specifically. But this is looking... This is something I want to try.
I literally love Forts.
Ooh, James coming in with a confession. Indeed, everything is on fire, or will be shortly. I should probably build the sniper shoot first. Restart. Alright, so let's just hop into here and do recording. Record. Did I select? Here, gotta select. record. Okay. First off, we add this guy. Second, we add this on the half. We add this as deep in there as we can. We do the 1.5 here. We do the 1 here. And then we do the leftmost one here. Here we go. And then we sell this. And then we do this. I realize I have left the infinity everything on, which is inconvenient for my mental timings, but whatever. And then we go here. And then we go 2.5. And then we go here. Then we go here. Okay, so snipers will go up here. In fact, let me do... Okay, do I want to do snipers first or the platforms? I should do snipers first, shouldn't I should do snipers first. Okay, for sniper first, I need to do this, like so, here. I need to add a platform back here for the sniper to be on. I need to add door to here. Like so. Good. Alright. Now we do this so we don't get buzzsawed. And now we can add in these guys. So first we add this. We add this a little bit larger than half. And then here. And then a little bit larger. We want to add this guy next. Okay. And then we add this. A little bit larger than half. And then down. There we go. Now we add door. And door. And background bracing. So these can start firing. We add a door, we add a door. Okay. Now we add this, 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 and this. We should be able to fit another one of these in here, which is getting close to the deformation. But we should be okay to do this, and then this. And then this guy. Like so. We are now opened, and we'll flush the rest of this out. Okay. This is the point where we need additional turbines, which means it's time to do this. And it's time to cross brace all of this. Okay. Additional turbine. And then add you here. Okay. Nice. I do like the idea of this. That way we don't have that in there. I think we want to add some more defenses here. Namely an additional layer of metal. At this point. So we don't die to cannons and the like. Okay. And then we upgrade 1, 2, 3. Let's add some more stability in here. 1 and 2. 3, 4. I don't know if I can... I forgot. We're doing this all in 3 mines, which is not really acceptable. I'm gonna let it try. I'm gonna let it try 3 mines, because 3 mines is really not terrible for this. But... I forgot to build the extra mine here, which is going to hurt us a lot. This is a little expensive for 3 mine rush. Definitely needs more turbines at this point as well. Okay, I do also want additional batteries, which can no longer fit here due to the turbines, which is fine. Do I plan to do more uploading Forts videos? Absolutely. Actually, one of the reasons we're doing this live stream in this matter is for explicitly that reason. The only issue you had was that the doors were converting from wood and died to a cannon, preventing it from making doors and making the rocket unusable. Well, that's a different issue. I am genuinely surprised to hear it didn't have more deformation issues, because we've seen almost exclusively deformation issues out of that. Out of that kind of build. Okay, so rockets. Next, we build down and do very much so the same thing with rockets. One, 2, and 3. Used to do this, and then I have messed this up significantly. We're going to let that pretend that didn't happen. That's likely to break the AI there, because we have a double. But it's actually, now that I think about it, probably not likely to break the AI. Well, we'll see. I know the AI works a little bit differently than the human input. Open that one to fire. I'll do this. And then here and here. 1 and 2. Open to fire. And then place. Okay, then from here we can simply... Nope. I want to test this as is, understanding that it is very broken as an AI. And under here, I want to add snipers. And then eventually more rockets. Let's add battery here. And then additional metal. Ah! The core has deformed that it's physically in this wall. So that's a great experience. Okay. We'll upgrade these once this is connected and a little bit more stable. I think we just want to do this just to stop cannon rounds and lasers and such, the heavy weapons. We have the metal for it. We do need two things here, additional turbines and ideally also snipers. Another pair of snipers should see a lot of problems being solved. Is there anything down here? And then turbines. Turbines the big thing. I think we start by upgrading, followed by expansion downward. Now this is the first area where we can build turbines. 1, 2, and then energy shield, followed by energy shield, then 1 and 2. Let's see, I can fit a node here, followed by additional turbine node here. Same thing once more. There we go, and then upgrade these guys. And that's likely sufficient to stop everything that could be thrown at me.
Warning. Nuclear
So we're
launch
going to stop
detected.
the recording here. And I am not really satisfied with the efficiency of that, but I want to get some cursory attempt here. See how that's going to pan out. We have a nuclear launch coming from Maximilian.
Goddamn currency conversion. I meant to nuke you. I've enjoyed, pretty much, all your vids for 2 years. Sharing genuine, unconditional, enjoyment and simply given me the break to keep going IRL. Love and hugs from a very winter dark Sweden.
Winter Dark Sweden. Oh, I have never experienced that. But I'm glad you enjoy and I'm happy to keep going. Welcome to the chat. I look forward to seeing you around. Alright. So we'll give this a shot here. I can already see several problems. I want to see if other players manage it. Let's do this. I don't really want to use any of these commands just because it's not. This is fine. Okay. Yes. And then the observer tools. Set the team and set to the hard AA. And let's go. Disable portals. I don't think that's going to. Too late. Disable the tournament in case you weren't aware. I pretty certain this AI will not be submitted to the tournament. It is explicitly designed for not against AI opponents. If this was against AI opponents, things would be very different in terms of my building styles. Snipers with locked POVs, or line of sights, sandbag turbines, actual AI versus AI combat things, as opposed to, well, most of the things we're seeing here. Nor would I be this defensive. I would actually just make a plan and assume that my opponent isn't going to react to what I'm doing. Is it possible to fully defend the portals? Portals do not make you immortal, if that's what you're referring to. Oh, another side effect of this AI. Portals won't save you. At all. Are you... Did you... I'm not disappointed. As we're going to watch this one happen. He may actually... Did you do this right? I don't think you did this right. You've got like a solid 50-50 chance of exploding here. If this is as I think it is. Because if you do that, then that's going to cause... Oh, no, you did it right. Okay. Never mind. Oh, nope, didn't do it right. But recovered? Recovered, okay. Here come the rockets. Rockets fired at like 2.5 minutes. They are, of course, aiming for the center pillar, which is expected. But, work in progress. AI is running a little low on metal, which is expected, but it is managing to upkeep its weapons near consistently, while also building, so it's still in a good spot for that. This is one of the problems that I'm going to see with this, as it is attempting to shoot directly at the enemy core, and therefore hitting the center structure. It has been doing so for an entire minute, and has yet to threaten the enemy in any way. So that's fun. On the other hand, here come the EMPs, or rather, also... Oh! That's total RNG and hurts to be king. That's gonna shut down his howitzer. I want to actually point out, King has managed to find a very powerful core swing on this, because he's managed to get a howitzer at what would be almost normal cannon o'clock, or howitzer o'clock, while also core swinging. Of course, he did so against an opponent that was incapable of shooting him at the time, despite having weapons, because that's how the AI works. But, nevertheless, very well done. Miniguns into 20mm. The miniguns have issues with the center targets, much like the EMPs, which are hitting the center. The problem is that miniguns will actually reflect off of these bits and literally do 0 damage. So they cannot break the middle unless you get lucky, which is not a great strat. So now this is where things get difficult. We are soft locked, it would seem. We do not have the energy production to upkeep all 3 of these. And our next step should be the placement of mines, I think. Which, will soft lock us even harder. As we are now floating metal and do not have the energy production to... We have the energy production to constantly fire, pretty much. But nothing else. Just nothing else. So this is the maximum damage output this AI will ever be able to field. And it will proceed to do nothing else, as it has soft-locked itself. Don't the EMP rockets cost more to fire than repair bills and that would? Yes! So King wins, as we are soft-locked. And that's all there is to it. Misses his first shot. Barely. So that's great. Oof. This is simply a matter of time. This was one of the things I was worried about. Why I wanted to test this before doing much else. I needed to know if I could supply 3 rockets with those 3 turbines there. The answer is no. Falling stretch of the wind. Yeah. And we will immediately be going back to the drawing board with after King finishes off the bot here. EMP is still landing shots sometimes, so that's fun. Also, King, you should probably copy the layout I have for the rear turbines here, as it's just more efficient than the layout you have going there, which is my old layout, actually. Howitzer landing, doing massive damage, actually unsoft locking us, which is cool. We have all the metal and no energy, so we just immediately rebuilt it all. So that's awesome. Looks like there's a pretty hefty deformation. We may not be able to rebuild that extra EMP, which may allow us to be fully unsoft locked. Totally worth for the AI. And we have energy now. It just built something. What did it build? It built a door. Okay. It is caught up to its build order. And it is no longer caught up to its build order. It's replacing door with background bracing. I didn't see that one coming. Okay. Well, it just EMP'd itself. It is evolving. I mean, that's one way to stop it from soft locking, you know? Just EMP yourself so you can't use all your energy. So you're talking about with the cannon killing and building doors thing? Yeah, that's something I don't really like. I don't know. I've seen that before, but I'm not sure why. I'm pretty certain I know why, but I don't know how to stop it or like what triggers it. Because mechanically, when this is destroyed, it resets the build order and tries to go through that section again. And when I did the build to start with, I built this as solid, and then converted it to background bracing, and then converted it to a door. Because I did full solid wall, and then converted this to a door and this to background bracing, these two to background bracing. That way it can at least fire with one door. And then I added the second door onto it. So what it did is it seemed to restart the build order, which it's supposed to do. And the first thing it did is rebuild all the wood and then replace things with background bracing. Even if there was a door there. Now, the only reason it would do that is because it didn't register this door as existing, so it got knocked far enough away that it didn't register as the correct door. It's just a random piece of gibberish out in the world. Which is, I think, why it replaced it, because it didn't recognize it as the appropriate door. So it just background braced that slot. And as it's going from the base of it. Like, that's what I suspect is happening. Or maybe it's just not even caring to try to register that there's a door there and saying, I'm doing the build order, and the build order says replace that with, or to build a background brace at that strut. Which, also possible. Alrighty, have a good one, 42. Good luck out there.
We could pack our bags tomorrow.
Alright, so. Unfortunately, it was able to rebuild the EMP in that position, so. We are not unsoft-locked. And considering the entire place has been destroyed and reset, it will rebuild everything without deformation, confirming that it will forever be soft-locked. Might be trying to place a piece of foreground that collides with the hitbox. I've seen that happen. That is not what's happening in this particular case, but I have seen that happen. I think doing eco first, then alpha strike or triple rockets may be better. Yeah, I was thinking about... Well, honestly, I was thinking because this is going to be AI versus humans, that just firing is going to be better. I wasn't going to do the alpha strike. I was tempted to do the alpha strike. Always tempted to do the alpha strike, but like, what's the human going to do about just being fired upon immediately? Also, beautiful shot, King. Thank you, King. I need to go immediately rebuild this, because it soft locks itself at like 2-minute mark. Okay. You'll expect it too late. I mean, you're assuming the humans will have never played this before, which is a really bad assumption given the circumstances. Alright, so, first off, we sell this, we place this. We do this, slide forward by half. We place this as far back as possible. Then we build this here at 1.5. We build this here at its 1, and this here at its 1. And then we build a turbine. Alright, next up, we have our eco placed. We do our technology. Okay. I did forget to type record. I'm going to be okay with that. In this particular instance, because we're doing... I want to go straight 2.5 here. I want to do 2.5 here. And I want to do 2.5 here. And then we'll have a place for our 3 rockets, of which we will not build 3. And then we need to do the sniper position, which is here. And then we build this guy out here, like so. And then this guy here, like so. And our sniper goes here. First we build door. And then sniper. And a little bit further back, so we have our 1 sniper. Next, we do this guy to place. And then we build these guys out here. So, First up, solid. Bring down like this. And then solid. Like so. And do I want to do the Alpha Strike? I am not convinced I want to do the Alpha Strike. You know what? You know what? Let's play around with the Alpha Strike, shall we? Door here. Which is not really that important right now. I'll get this guy going. Like so. All the way down. I don't think Alpha Strike is a good idea. It's gonna take too long. No, I need to do this entirely differently if I'm gonna do Alpha Strike build. For an Alpha Strike build, I need to construct... Oh, no. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that.
The Mecha Zerglings ate my fort. I blame Theta and Boberetta for releasing them.
The co-op did not go as anticipated, eh? Alright, More turbines? Well, yeah. I'm just trying to think of a good build order for this, because if I'm doing it versus humans, it's a little bit different than doing it versus AI. And the nuances are... The devil is in the details. I'm not going to be able to figure them all out. I'm not going to be able to remember all of them. Because I don't have them written down somewhere. I haven't done thousands of hours of AI writing to have them memorized. I'm not going to be able to remember all. It's like in my passive vocabulary. I know them, I just don't. I don't know them until I hear it or I see it. So I need to practice. To do a proper Alpha Strike build, you need two things. One, eco first. Two, technology first. And along the way, while constructing the base layout, I have to do the upgrades. And then I need to have a... What is the phrase I'm looking for? I need to have a metal sink or a timing sink. This is going to be something like placing a turbine and then upgrading a turbine and then nothing in between those two, such that when the moment the upgraded turbine completes, it moves on to the next stage, which will be removing the piece of strut here. So basically what's going to happen in terms of the build is I'm going to have these guys here, and then these guys will be upgraded, and I'll have these doors already done. And then what I do is I'm going to place a turbine, and then I'm going to wait for the turbine to complete, and that's going to be several seconds of nothing happening. We're going to be sitting here generating metal for this entire duration of time. And then we're waiting. We upgrade the turbine, which I cannot do because I don't have an upgrade center right now, but imagine I upgraded this turbine and then immediately go through and undo these two. And this, which theoretically should already be done. And then the moment that that's upgraded, these two will undo, releasing all three rockets. That's the strat. That's the strat for the Alpha Strike. Alternatively, I could just fire all the rockets, because they're not going to be surprised anyways, because the rockets are going to fire and have to get through all this before doing anything. I like the idea of waiting until these are upgraded before releasing them, but I don't think I want to do an Alpha Strike. So if we're going to be waiting until those are upgraded before firing, we do record. We half this. We do this, like so. And then this guy here. Nope. Missing something important. Record. Eco. Thank you. Put this at the half. This as far in as possible. So we get 1.5. 1, 1. And across. And place. Sell you. I don't really need tech first, do I? Yes, I do. I think I'm going to place this here so I can reliably place a battery behind. Ooh. I thought that battery was... okay. That's better. Get that down there. Next. Let's try this. Alright. We build our adapter up as we go. I've done something wrong. This is supposed to be a 2x2. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Record. Place cell at the half. And around. Have the rockets up that high will make them not hit the center barrel. I mean, I don't think that's gonna be a real, like, the only way to do that is to have it directly in front of the core, which is just a mistake on the strategy. Okay. So this is half, or 2x2, like so. And then 2.5. And it was not mandatory that I... Do I want to optimize that? Put them below the tower bow, before the lower bow. I could! That is an option. And just go directly underneath. Is that worth it? Because that would require an initial... That would mean... They don't have to go through the centerpiece. But I won't get the extra mines. I could get the extra mines. You know, that is something we haven't played around with much. That would also mean that they might... They might have an option, a difficult time. So the problem I see here is they would have to get really low. And the AI, especially with the accuracy on the rocket spread, gonna slam at least half of those rockets at the bottom of this sucker. And I don't know if that's going to be worth it. Because looking at... Here, let me bring up... Where's my GIMP? Just bring this guy over here. So, grabbing... Where's the line? Where's the line? Okay. Let's decrease the size. 5. So, the AI will attempt to shoot this, which is going to be... The lowest I can have... I have to... The lowest rocket... The highest rocket I can have is right here. And you know, this rocket... Half of those shots... I think literally half are going into that... Into that centerpiece. That's very low to have a single rocket there. And to think I have to have an additional 3 rockets lower than that. That's disgustingly low to have our rockets. And I do not foresee a way of doing that without the player building a buzzsaw or using so much metal / similar tactics that is not going to be worthwhile. And that is my concern there. It is definitely possible. I am fairly certain it's not worth. It's one thing to just quick build down there and put a buzzsaw or like something you don't care about, maybe even 1 rocket. But that's not a strategy that's going to be a high percentage play, I strongly suspect. So I do not foresee that being good. But it is possible. And I'm not counting it out. I just don't think it's a high percentage play. Alright, so eco. Eco. Place this. We already have our rocket tech, so I can afford to play around here a little bit.
Why is the tea always...
Because I drink it.
Easy. Just pretend Atan is your AI and make him fight everyone else XP.
Give him a remote control via the make a custom fully AP, make a full custom AI that replaces the AI script, and all it is Archon. Okay. My problem here is it's already like really late in the game. Like the enemy will already have a cannon placed by the time I'm placing this sucker because I've done so much on eco. So these suckers are not going to be firing before. They're not going to be firing before that cannon is placed. Okay. And then sniper here, give you a covering so you don't get a headshot. Alright. Place rocket, because you need to be built as soon as possible. Get you here. Remember, for this particular iteration, we will be waiting for the upgrades on those EMPs before firing them. So we will not be going for an EMP strategy. However, we will be allowing them to fire without Alpha Strike. Place these. A bit more wood here, which I should have done in proper order. Upgrade you. Door and door open. Door and door open. And then you are allowed to fire. And then upgrade open. Upgrade open. Door and door. This is not going to end well. That's a mistake right there. I forgot to metal that. Restart. Record. Okay. Fatal error detected. And 3. Upgrade turbines before weapon upgrades complete. I also need to do that, yes. Or additional turbines is the better option. Add 3 more turbines is the appropriate response. So you get placed here. And then we do this. So let's see here, and then 2.5. So 2.5 from here is here, which goes directly to this point. So from here I can do this, and then to here, which enables me to get this guy faster. Optimization. Okay. So that's a little bit more optimized. I want to do this next. Go up to 2 turbines. And a second mine. I think I can get away with this. Okay. Okay. Next. I think I want to get this guy down? Question mark. I think we want to do sniper next. So you are 2.5 up here. I need 1, node back here. Did I mess that up? I messed up something. What did I mess up? Two and a half is here. You are too tall. Supposed to be 1.5 on the mines up there, not 2.5. Oof. Okay. Hello there, Atal. Over 9,000. How are you today? Alright. Nope. Record. Gotta do this backwards. Alright. Here. 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 I may have messed that up because that snapped, or at previous iterations it did not snap. Like so. Okay. And then do this. Okay. Good. So we go from the 2 box here to here. So this is the correct node. Typically we would do this, which I will also be doing at some point, but this is going to happen as well, and it's just a little bit easier to wrap my brain around. So we put this here. And then a second mine. And here. Second turbine. This should be all the eco we need until we start firing weapons. However, because the AI is the AI, we are going to need to increase our eco before actually firing the weapons. Oh, hello there, Baked Potato. Welcome to the chat. Alright, done. So this is baseline. Step 2, new tech, and placement for weapons. Tech first. Okay. I want to brace this real quick because there is no foundation nodes in here, and it's not going to be terribly expensive. But now we actually do the full construct here. And the half. Like so. First up, sniper. Here. I'll go up full 200. Okay. The sniper in place. Next, rockets, or EMP I should say. Okay. Now we add this guy here. And then solidify this. And then the same thing here and here. Let's actually do all of this for stability reasons. Now that we have the first one placed. I want this to fire as soon as possible. So we do this, and then you are ready to fire. Okay. So it will not fire until after that has been upgraded. And then we put you here. Put a single door. Background bracing, background bracing. Then like so. Additional bracing here. Let's help this out a little bit. Make it a little bit more rigid. It is cannon o'clock. Around now. So this is firing around cannon o'clock. Is what's going to happen. Or at least at the early cannon o'clock. We do this, this. And we add this, this. What are we testing training for? Well, I am training this AI for human subjugation. Okay. And then we door this, we door this, we upgrade this, and convert this to background. Okay. The moment that's done, we've soft locked ourselves. So this is the immediate concern right now. Let's do this, and then this, and then this. Conveniently, I've blocked that off, which means that we will not soft lock ourselves. Okay. And we should not soft lock ourselves now, because we have enough energy production. Okay. I do want additional batteries here. 1 battery is all that we can fit. All right. Are we good? Let me add additional upgrades on these guys, because these are the important ones. At this point, we're just hoping that our opponent hasn't killed us and that we are dealing significant damage to them. Okay. Next stop, we need to do base upgrades here on the defensive side. This will help keep us stable and undeformed. I want to do this. I want to do this, 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 and this. Okay. I want to do this. And then a couple of this. Like so. Alright. That should keep us alive from most things. Let's solidify this guy here. That way we don't go losing these more than necessary. Just seeing the deformation on the fort already makes me very concerned. And I suspect this will be easily destructible. 2.5. 2.5. We can add more rockets into here. Carefully add more rockets into here. Otherwise, we get a significant issue. Okay. Add EMP here. No AA? Not in this build, no. I don't actually want to add another door on this, do I? The way this is laid out. If I add another door, it fails to do things. That's going to be a weakness for the first iteration of this build. This needs to be turbines before we go forward. Okay. All right. Let's place the turbines before the energy shield for this lot, because we can be that kind of risky, and then we add this. And then for future lots where we have more to risk, we will not be building the energy shield first. Or we will be building the energy shield first. Okay. Energy shield first. Followed by a turbine. Be more concerned with metal storage. Metal storage is not a significant concern in this, because we're not doing anything that has that will bring us close to the metal cap. Energy storage, also not that big a concern, as long as it has sufficient. It will constantly fire. Okay, and then we upgrade these 3. And then we add an additional rocket. Followed by metal and metal. And I don't know that I care to prevent this from firing. I do not. Let's just let that go. You should use the weapon drain income mod. It automatically removes the energy income needed for a given weapon to fire. Actually, I remember using that mod in a previous attempt at AI creation, and I don't know why I didn't think about it until you just mentioned it right now. Because that would be excellent to have. Just for on-the-fly checking whether or not we have enough eco for basic production here. Hopes the new batch of turbines for support. It's not that big a deal. I guess there's no reason not to, eh? That will at least help it out a little bit with the weight. Oh, look at this. Look at that. It's so thick. Can I replace this metal? I can. This doesn't droop. That's to stop. Doesn't droop it enough to make the core interact with it. All right, let's add this like so. And this is why I had that foundation node back there. That one, that every so often, because this happens. It's not gonna do much. Okay. Additional turbines added. Am I even gonna connect to this? Do I need to connect to that? Add a couple snipers down there would be nice, I guess. But it's really not that necessary. Okay, well, we'll leave that be. Alright, we'll test this out, as I have some concerns. I have some great concerns, and I want to see if it hits that concerning point. So we will be I'll be cleaning up the AI here. And then we will be loading it up. Alright, workshop. Update. Okay. Yes. Back, multiplayer. Host new. 2 players. Mods. Favorites. Observer tools. Map. Hello, Ethan. You are very familiar with the strategies that defeat this. You're fully capable of handling it without great concern. Welcome back. Alright. Give it the beating. Let's see what you got. You're welcome to try anything you want. So I'm looking more so for things that are irrelevant to the player choice here. I'm looking for the way the AI builds and itself. I need to have it optimized before even looking at the opponent, so you're welcome to do whatever it is you see fit. Why is the T always gone?
Ah yes,
no.
an AI versus an AI.
That's coming soon in an upcoming tournament hosted by Cronkinator. Actually, ironically, on this map. What is he going for? A high eco. He's at 5 mines, 2 turbines. Questionable turbine placement, but it's functional. I actually got his mine down before my AI did. However, he didn't go for technology first, which explains that. He's going for technology later. Technically, I think I probably should have gone... I don't have the timing, so that's the thing. I probably should have gone eco before tech. Because our technology is finished and I'm not building anything. I don't get in the rockets, but not allowing them to fire until you have a certain number of turbines. So I was contemplating that, but here's the thing: the human player is going to expect it one way or another, and also alpha strike damage is soaked up by the centerpiece. So there's no real reason for me to attempt to surprise the player, even if the player doesn't see it coming for some reason. The alpha strike is still going to go straight into the middle. Like the first couple alphas are going to go into the middle. The first couple volleys, really. So I'm not too concerned about surprising or just doing burst damage. I just want to get them on the field. And to that end, not allowing the rockets to fire does nothing but fail to do damage. Am I too allowed to not soft lock itself? Or I could just do the proper thing of actually building sufficient turbines to fire the weapons, which is the appropriate solution to the matter, as opposed to just not firing weapons. Oh. I'm never surprised. I'm never ready.
At times,
I'm never ready
it's
for
either
that.
you or Bob. Theta is too much of a Zergling, even if he has the better name for it. Throws a mecha Zergling IBTO the bottom of the fort.
Hi Jack, how you doing? Did you not expect the sniper to have that much coverage? Because it just sniped and stuff. There's a reason I built it there. Alright, so he does have sufficient rockets to... sufficient anti-air to stop the rockets, which is good. Wow. He traded with the AI sniper. Impressive. So down here he's building buzzsaw, yeah. My AI should be immune to destruction via this buzzsaw attack. However, I believe... yeah, he tried. I believe... it may still take a critical amount of deformation. Everything is on fire! We'll see how that works out.
Doing good. Eating pizza and watching Skynet try to kill Anton.
That actually sounds like a good time. I have been pseudo-craving pizza for the past week. And I hate that I want it because it makes my voice sound very sad. And that's illegal. So the saving grace here is that this cannot fire, which would soft lock me. And I cannot fire because I neglected to open this. So we should be able to produce the turbines here. Yes. And the production of that additional turbine set will allow us to not be soft locked. Eaton is again going to attempt with the buzzsaw cheese, but he's not relying on it this time.
Every little thing I do brings me right back to you. I try to
Oh, the sniper failed to fire. That happens sometimes.
I think of you instead.
He wins that exchange. Yeah, he does have enough AA to shut down those rockets, but with the advent of the additional income, I am genuinely surprised those rockets are not aiming for the core. Instead, they're aiming for the sniper. Snipers/cannons. Which Eaton should be firing soonish. Oh, but he did get rid of the sniper, which means he's free to fire the cannon without repercussion, and does not nail the shot that he was looking for. Technically, a cannon can go through underneath this area here and destroy that. Yeah, we are prepared for the dangle cheese. Hey you, time to stretch. Absolutely.
Never deny. Night. Mean. Sultry Incursus or bust.
All day, every day. Or night, whatever suits your fancy. Oh, the rocket actually makes it across. Hey, he makes the snipe through the bottom. And with it, he's able to actually take out one of the rockets. Which is good. Stretch. Actually, a good excuse for me to stand more. When is it efficient to upgrade miners? It is never efficient to upgrade miners. It is always efficient to build more. The only time it's better to build miners, or the only time it's better to upgrade than to not upgrade, is when you need more eco, or you need more metal income, and there are no more slots available for you to place mines. Yeah. So that was a beautiful shot. That's about as good of a shot as he could have hoped for, and it didn't just really destroy anything. So really not concerned about. I'm quite content with the performance of the defense here. Just adding that one strut is enough to stop the dangle cheese. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's a lot of
Sultry
deformation,
night
however.
Incursus? Ladies, prepare your ears.
You should see my DMs. It's concerning sometimes. No one will ever see my DMs. Probably for legal reasons. Alright. And this is... The AI is lasting longer than I expected, and I am happy with this. I'm very happy with this. Uh-oh, did it just softlock itself? No, okay, I was concerned. It's actually running out of metal, which is the best thing I could hope for. It's not rebuilding those mines, and I think because it's trying to move on. Which one is the AI? The one on the left is the AI. The one on the right with cannons is Eaton, currently the #1 ranked player in forts. I think the middle bloat prevents your AI from aiming at the core. It does not. It will aim at the core through the middle, which usually results in it just hitting the middle and not actually hitting the opponent, because that's how the middle works. That is by design of the map. However, it can eventually work its way through that. Yeah, that's definitely game over. Oh yeah, that is so much deformation. The AI will not recover from that. Not in a meaningful way, anyways. Metal starving the AI with constant cannon damage. Well, yeah, I mean, that is what cannons do. But yeah, the AI is soft locked at this point. It is too deformed. It cannot recover from that. And does that do it? Oh, he misses the second follow-up. He misses the follow-up shot. I still do have AI frustration on. I do. I haven't disabled frustration. But it is also ultra hard AI, so that's why it's doing things like building around and not specifically going for that, which I'm okay with. It helps against some of the soft locks, and we've encountered a lot of them. Imagine how hard we didn't get these soft locks if we didn't have frustration. Frustration off is built in with ultra hard now? Is it? I'm okay with this. Then why is it building wood rather than going for the mines? First. Like it's building new things before rebuilding old things. Also, how on earth is it still building? It's turned this into Swiss cheese, for sure. And I don't understand how it's still functional. This is a nightmare. Oh my god. We'll rebuild that if we lose it. Well, yeah, I know that. But it's supposed to rebuild earlier things than later things. This is a special AI? I guess that's true. It's about cost. Well, I mean, that's kind of the point. With frustration off, it's not about cost. It's strictly about build order. That's kind of the point of frustration off. Although, to be fair, ultra hard AI, it does change a few things, so it probably is in and amongst those changes that gives it like a pseudo frustration when rebuilding specifically. Yes. You missed! It's okay. Eaton, you're just gonna have to live with the fact that Eaton's cannon shot, or Mando's cannon shots were more accurate. You're going to have to live with that for a very long time now. Does he nail it? Alright, now that's just okay. Okay. I see how it is. That's 3 cannon shells into the same spot, none of which was not the core. For an armor so messed up, I can't rebuild the missiles. Yeah. No. This AI has been done for a long time. You should probably have this zeroed in now. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Eden. Excellently played. Honestly, just that set of 4 machine gunners was enough, basically, to stop this. What are the test subjects for? Well, they're for playing off against Skynet. Here comes King! It isn't Benjai himself. What kind of shenanigans does he have this time? He's going howitzers again, because that's... Not sure how well that would work in this particular iteration. But I am curious. Something special. Gunners are good sometimes. Well, it does help that the ultra hard AI mod actually adjusts the gunner AI. It makes them just better. So those 4 gunners, or rather the human player gunners, are actually upgraded in this as well. Because the ultra hard AI exists. Which is nice. Maybe try to add ropes before building rockets to prevent some deformation. No. And the reason for that is you have to cut off at some point. You have to do damage. And you have to get the rockets out, or you lose. I could spend 15 minutes designing and building the best possible anti-deformation. And I would lose because I spent longer than 10 seconds. Rather, the AI would lose. So, you just have to cut it off at some point. And that point comes long before getting to using ropes. Long before ropes. What are you oh no. Is this... Oh no. Well, I mean, I've got a sniper. So, good luck, but... Oh no. He's also got the... They need to add that to ranked. Yeah, that would be nice. But maybe a little powerful. You know what I think they should do? I think they should remove auto gunners at all and go back to when we had to manually control our AA every single time. That way I can at least win with mortars every game. I'm kidding. Don't actually do that. So here come the mortars. What I'm looking for here is the timing of it. This completed slightly before the mortars completed, which means that even if someone were to rush out the buzzsaw, they would not get the cheeky dangle. Jeez. Unfortunately for the AI, we've lost. You have yet to lose on vanilla with mortars. It's so good. Is vanilla with mortars and spook has been, well, mortars and spook in general, vanilla specifically because it's just my most played map, has always been my favorite combo. Wow. King, you messed that one up. Like, you knew that was coming. You just left them open. Exposed mortars. He's probably misclicked and accidentally exposed them. It killed the MG and then killed the mortars behind it. Like, it fired 4 shots. 3 shots? It fired 3 shots. Those are actually some really well-placed gunners, by the way. Those wondering. There's this tiny little strut of solid wood here, so the sniper can't ever hit these. It could hit this one because of the angle on this one, just not quite right. These two are immune to sniper, as is this one, and I believe as is this one. So that's just great. The delay on the mortars has given this an opportunity to deal damage, but if King did not mess up his placement, this would have been over a long time ago, and I suspect will end in short order, because heavy mortars do terrible damage, and our rockets are not nearly consistent enough to actually fight back. Yep. Well, that's a massive deformation. Those doors will not be reconstructible. And hello there, SAK. Sikai? Not sure how that's pronounced. Excellent. And here comes the end, yes? We knew this was going to happen. The mortars would, this build has nothing that can defeat mortars. So there's no surprise happening here. Kaboom. The AI is out of metal. It's out of... Yeah, it's out of metal, of all things. Izikai. Okay. I can... Easy enough. And down to one rocket launcher, screaming directly to the center. And the next volley of mortars should remove the last weapon out of Team 1, and with it, the AIs... Oh, didn't quite hit. Oof. Gunner is still okay. Will this one do it? That was emerging quite well. A little high. Not quite hitting the weapon, but it's still a good shot anyways. And... I think King needs to actually increase his fire rate here. Or his damage output in general, in order to make up the difference here. The AI is just really good at building very quickly. And it's sitting on 5 mines, so it can kind of sustain this. Almost. It's like a weep test. Yes, unfortunately, I don't generally fall under that category. You're pitting an AI against some of the game's better players. Be more surprised if it did win. Yes, and that's a great test. They are confirming all of the things that I am saying, which feels good. And also, it's no surprise, the AI is working as intended and as designed, even in this instance where it is losing. These are things I'm going to have to consider to deal with this. And there goes Snipey. Actually, the rebuild on that deformation is terrible. But once that second set of mortars comes online, which it is right now, the AI will not be able to recover. Oh, second set is a clear miss. We see Bork's AI. I suspect not this time. The second set of mortars should... Oh, second set of mortars again. Hard miss. And again, hard miss. King? He'll get it eventually. He'll dial it in eventually. There you go. That looks much better. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. The same... Oh, he's aiming for the eco now. Well, I guess that's probably fair. With the destruction of that mine, AI no longer has a realistic way of rebuilding, as the angry otaku comes in with the absolute megaton, dropping the 50. Hello there. I am glad you enjoy, as we have much more along the way.
Send some appreciation, slightly smiling face.
Thank you so much, Otaku. Can we get some love in chat for Otaku coming in with the support, dropping all of that love all over chat? Next shot should see the end of the AI in this instance. The angle of the bottom water sucks. That's true. They do kind of have to, for this map, just the way the terrain works, you do really have to get that flat angle, which is actually one of the reasons why I slide the mortars back one space. Instead of putting 3 there, you put 3 behind that. Slide the whole lot back one group. Alright, thank you, King. Yes, mortars, extremely effective against this particular iteration of the AI. And we saw that one coming. This is... I don't want to say the tournament is going to be filled entirely with mortar AI. But, it's probably going to be filled entirely with mortar-based AI. Hello, Smithy. Welcome. Good luck out there. You're gonna need it. Just the winners, probably. That's true! Not everyone's gonna bring mortars to the AI tournament, but the winners will. Now, it's just mortars are with these specific nuances of the AI in in mind, mortars are just the best fit weapon. That's just kind of how that works. Alright, we'll see how well AI handles themselves this time. Was the winner a mortar AI? The winner wasn't just a mortar AI. It made World War II look like a skirmish by comparison. Alright, so on the left here we have our friendly neighborhood AI looking to wield rockets against our opponent, who is also building an armory. They look like they're going for this similar kind of strategy. However, they built their technology before... Well, no, they're actually using the same build order. Slightly less optimally, as AI tends to optimize things. Well, hello there, John Goo. Welcome to the chat. Or at least the Twitch chat. What strategies can the AI use? Is it only rockets, or can they use... AI could do anything it wants. Like, it isn't restricted. The problem is with heavy weapon rushes is there is a key point in the strategy of doing any heavy weapons rush where you look at your opponent and you determine if they are going to kill you or not. Because a heavy weapons rush is a very slow and risky thing where you are extremely vulnerable. It's risky because you are vulnerable to death anytime before your weapons are available. So at every point doing a heavy weapon rush, you have to be watching your opponent, and if you look at them and they say that they are going to kill you, you have to stop doing your heavy weapons rush and adjust. AI, however, is incapable of adjusting, so the strategy of heavy weapons rush is just not good for AI. Which means you're kind of limited to the earlier game weapons, mortars, rockets, and all that fun stuff, and all the upgraded weapons, which the AI handles generally very well. Problem with those weapons is they're not great at ending the opponent very well. So you usually have to spam them a lot because you can't efficiently target things. Like with mortars, you would want to target eco, and you want to target anti-air and then eco. But the AI just kind of all over the place with its targeting, and it ends up being in such a way that you can't reliably prioritize targets, and so the opponent is able to get away with the majority of whatever it is they wanted to do, only costed them a small amount of, I don't know, whatever is the most vulnerable thing. And if whatever they wanted to get away with happens to be, I don't know, a laser fire beam combo, your AI loses. So it's kind of hard to deal with at times. So that's why we're going earlier game, but it's just under the assumption that there's a good chance we're not going to win anyways. And when it comes to the nuances of AI, because the AI has a hard time reacting to things, and by that I mean it literally can't. We're actually getting some damage done here. His machine gunners are at this point in insufficient numbers to guarantee defense. Due to the AI's inconsistency with targeting, it makes it such that you want to make sure that your weapons are fully defended, because you don't know where those shots are coming from. They can come from absolutely anywhere, and so if you have to do something like open a door in order to fire your weapons, it makes the chance that they can get shot or door sniped. Mortars, on the other hand, you can fully wall them off, except for, the ceiling. And you can just constantly fire. And, that's how that goes. It lets the AI actually be reasonably safe against threats that it can't see, while also dealing some damage to the opponent. And so you can spam out mortars as the AI. The mortars are just the best fit. Rockets from below are good. Oh, yeah, I don't doubt it. The question is, do I trust them? And for the AI, I say I don't trust them for the rockets from below. Otherwise, yes. His AI is mean? Yeah, it is. That's kind of the point. Alright, so this third rocket should be, yes, it is now released. And we should have the energy production to keep the fire rate up. Soon TM. Once this 6th turbine is upgraded. Yeah, I definitely don't need 3 rockets at this point. Like, it's not able to upkeep that. Opponent is getting a plasma beam, fire beam combo. The fire beam is currently blocked by... How does this... Oh, that does that so fast it doesn't even get affected. Okay, that's fine. Alright, AI should be fully unleashed at this point. It should have 3 rockets, and it will continue to fire them constantly, basically. We have come to the conclusion that the opponent has heavy weapons, so we are defending ourselves by adding additional metal. The opponent is utilizing their commander ability, which is... Overdrive. The rockets are landing. And... Splash damage all around. AI is still armoring itself up, which I'd like to see. At this point, the Plasma Beam Fire Beam combo does not breach. Oh, that hurt it so much. That was the antithesis of a good Fire Beam. Not only did it guarantee that our rockets hit, it also ignited one of the rockets and did 0 damage to me. And also got door sniped, because the AI is very good at doing all the things at once. That did not work very well. We've already added our double doors, so the plasma beam hits and does approximately 0 damage due to AI being defended. And this is, I think, going to be our first victory on this particular iteration of the AI. I think this AI I'm going to keep and not going to exterminate it. However, I'm going to change. We're gonna go back to the drawing board again and switch over to a mortar-based AI. Plasma beam hits and gets door sniped. The only reason that can happen is because player 2 failed to repair his plasma beam before firing it. The plasma beam does not die to a single sniper shot. So he really needed to repair that before firing it, because it can guarantee, it's guaranteed to get hit once, sometimes twice. But it's still safe, it won't explode, as long as there's only one sniper hitting it, period. And you can see the AI is now expanding. It has reached a new expansion phase. This is a point where it can start to have trouble. It's having a field day with the sniper. It is. It's having a grand old time. What did that leave it at? Opponent, human player, test subject is down to 24% HP. We have a 4th rocket in play. Wind turbines are doing well. And the centerpiece is finally entirely gone, which means the bottom rocket launcher is able to deal all of its damage. All rockets free. They're making it across. Machine gunners are trying. They don't quite have enough. Making fire beams. Yeah, that's a risky proposition here. Will likely result in his demise. It is a rather poor choice of weapon, but it's not impossible. If he times it between volleys, he can actually get some damage in. This was not the appropriate time to fire, and in doing so, the sniper comes in and avenges his friends, destroying the fire beam. make a mistake with his AI and it decimates. Yes, and that is why I am keeping this AI in particular, because if you make a mistake, this AI is actually capable of ending the game, unlike the other ones. Realistically. His own machine gunners are hitting his plasma beam, which is not helping. Did he fix that problem? He did not fix that problem. Plasma beam has just got a solid chance of getting a team killed there. Here comes the fire beam, which is a little bit better. That one didn't hurt him so much, but it still got sniped. For those who don't know, the sniper can one-shot fire beams. If the sniper round gets ignited by the fire beam, which is almost guaranteed if it gets door sniped. Where the core is at? The core is down to 18%. It took a couple ticks of fire damage. AI is continuing to use all of its metal faster than it can mine it. Continuing to expand. It has almost doubled its energy production, and is adding additional rockets at this point. Human test subject has added in additional gunners, which are working out well for him. He desperately needs to repair that plasma laser before firing it. If he fires that plasma laser before repairing it, he loses the game immediately. That's just how that works. We'll see if he repairs it first or if he decides to fire in panic. And he does repair it, okay. Even AI had a single buzzsaw to cut those ropes. If it had a buzzsaw, it would refuse to cut the ropes. Alright, and door closes in time. So he is safe. He needed to repair that plasma beam faster. So snipers two-shot plasma beams unless it start to get repaired in time. So he needed to repair that before the second round potentially came in. In that time, he got saved by the sniper hitting a rocket as it flew across the screen, as opposed to hitting the plasma beam a second time. So he's still at risk of losing the game when he fires that, but he can avoid that risk by repairing upon firing the plasma beam. And you gotta spam repair on that. Alright, it's safe this time. He timed it between sniper rounds. The plasma beam did cut through the double doors of one of the rockets. So that was good for him. We have the second set of rockets is fully online. One of them is still in the EMP. We have damage slowly splashing in. It's actually kind of impressive. He's got a lot of gunners here, and they are actually able to get the job done. Kind of. Mostly. Another plasma shot, dealing great damage. Good, good, good. This, unfortunately, is as far as the AI will build in terms of damage output. So we will not see additional damage output. And if he is able to maintain surviving this, human player will inevitably win. Even if it is a slow grind. It will just take some time. A lot of time. At this rate, a significant amount of time. It looks like human player is switching to a swarm missile, which is a good decision. He does have a lot of exposed gunners being thrown in there, which are just immediately being destroyed. A good hit on the ropes, but not enough to make a difference. He's got an exposed sniper. Oh, it's gonna be a heyday for, nope. As opposed to shooting the exposed weapons, AI sniper is shooting at a turbine, which is par for the course. Alright. Here comes a nuke. That's... I don't see why not. AI has no anti-air, so it's no guarantee. It's got a high likelihood of getting through. Good fire beam hit, or a good plasma laser hit. Does what it can. So right now, the reason the AI is not firing rockets faster is that it's actually metal starved. It needs more metal production, which it will not do because I didn't tell it to upgrade them. So this is the fastest it will ever fire these rockets right here. That's not true. Once it stops spending money on increasing its defenses, it will have more metal expenditure into its weaponry. And therefore, slightly higher faster fire rate, but that's unlikely to be the case in the near future, given that the plasma laser is still dealing damage and doing some good work. We did see the nuke was fired. Did not survive launch. It had a pretty hard failure to launch after its own machine gunners eliminated it. Much the same fashion as we see here. This is about as close to a stalemate as it's going to get, as the AI is incapable of defeating the machine gunners, or the defenses of the human player. The human player has not yet found a way of meaningfully damaging the AI, as the AI is currently defensive, very defensive. I'm curious. It looks like the AI has finally finished upgrading all of its turbines, and I think that's approximately the end of its build order. So it's going to transition into all damage output, which should see a slight increase to the rate of fire to these rockets, and with it, a better chance of slipping a few shots at the point defense of the human player. Yes, we can see the AI is no longer using all of its metal. It is now floating metal, and therefore able to fire these rockets at maximum rate of fire. And we're actually seeing a few shots leak through the machine gunners now, as the machine gunners are starting to overheat. Additionally, the human player has adjusted the position of his nuke such that it no longer crosses his own point defense line as closely, therefore a better chance of making it across. However, with the additional rockets going through, he's actually lost his sniper and is actually taking some damage here. So we'll see if that makes a difference. Another heavy hit with those rockets. Team 2 is now starting from metal. Yeah, he's gotten hit pretty hard with these rockets as they're starting to leak through. He's activated his commander ability, or nope, AI has activated its commander ability, giving it. They're both overdrive. Oh, actually, with the door snipe, that's going to cause some deformation. Did it? Not significant deformation. That's going to be immediately replaced because the AI is floating resources. Has nothing else to do but to replace. It's waiting for the moment and opportunity to do that. Rocket's still making it through. A heavy hit. For the first time, the AI has targeted the lower anti-air entrenchment and has removed some of the anti-air, which has made things a little bit difficult for the human player, our test subject, as he's lost some of his anti-air, which is going to cause problems, as lacking anti-air just creates a cycle of death, as he no longer is able to defend himself adequately, and therefore takes additional hits, which reduces his further reduces his ability to defend. The AI has fully recovered its weapons as another door snipe comes through, so it's going to have to rebuild that once more. As it slams yet another shot of rockets in. Looks like human player is launching his missile. Will it make it? Nope. Actually collides with a rocket midair, which is an unusual interaction. Not one you see every day. We have rockets landing. 2 hit. 2 rockets land. No significant damage dealt. Sniper again doing sniper things as it always does. A shot with the plasma laser. This time not a door snipe, so it does no damage. A few of these machine gunner positions are exposed to the sniper, and the sniper is just having a grand old time with those. Ooh, 1 rocket actually makes that across. Every time test subject opens the door. Oh, nuke makes it across! And collides, dealing massive damage to the core. And also... Uh-oh. Oh, he's manually closing those doors. Okay, good for him. As I was saying, massive damage to the core and destroys 3 rockets, which is going to give our human player an opportunity to recover, as that's going to be a huge decrease in fire rate, more than half of lost fire rate. And those missiles should be replaced in relatively short order. However, it may be some time before those are able to be brought online due to their cost. Looks like Sniper has been obliterated by the plasma laser, which is not unexpected. There is no anti-air in play this time. The nuke lands uncontested, dealing massive damage. As expected, our human player will slowly grind the AI out of the game. Is the AI soft lock and repairs? Because it's using the middle. No, there is no soft lock on the AI. At least not at this point. It is simply spending all of its money. There's a significant amount of deformation that happened after that nuke hit. It may never be able to fire this inner rocket again, which is going to play a part in this match. Yeah, without only having 2 rocket launchers left, human player's point defense is more than capable of defending here. Another nuke lands, actually fully destroying... Ooh, massive damage. Fully destroying the rocket platform over here, leaving only 1 rocket left, mostly exposed. This will give the AI the opportunity to rebuild it without deformation, which means that there will inevitably be more rockets launched at him than before, but he does have his brief reprieve before that moment. You can take a break spamming machine gunners. Yes. Yes, you can. There is another nuke on the way, and nothing to stop it except his own AA, which Druck nuke makes it across, dodging through all the anti-air and landing that damage. I'm curious, what happened down here? I don't actually know. AI has a bad habit of sniping its own missiles. It does. It cannot see its own missiles, so it snipes them. Oof. Another nuke lands. Massive damage. And the follow-up. Oh, the rockets fell and broke the turbine and shield. Okay, that makes sense. Funny enough, the plasma laser didn't burn through all of that. Did he not have enough energy to fire it entirely? And the plasma laser should have burned through that with the nuke. And another nuke is going to land. Massive damage. Hefty repair bill, but I guess nothing else but a repair bill. 1 rocket almost made it across that. Kind of funny. Ooh, self EMP detonation. And another nuke makes it. Huge repair bill, but not all that much damage. There's a massive deformation opportunity. Oh yeah, that's bad. Oh yeah, that's that might not be recoverable. Okay, and that is the last rocket gone from the upper section. Only one rocket remains. And with it, the hope of the human player is rising. No splash damage on the core this time, however, exposed rocket launcher means good times for the human. Will you follow up with a plasma laser? As he should. There it is. And... oh, okay. Alright, so unfortunately for the AI, it has this strut here, which is going to render it nearly inoperable. So that entire lower segment is very likely to be unusable, as is the top segment at this point. Now the AI is effectively defeated. It is entirely defanged. The human player still only has a nuke and a plasma laser, so he is going to need to increase his damage output in order to actually end the game. I may want to call it, you know, I think we're going to call it in the 3 minutes if things don't change significantly. But we'll see if human player is able to make a serious comeback or make a serious dent here. Remember when I said that you have to repair the plasma beam as it's firing in order to survive that? You know what he didn't do? He didn't repair his plasma beam. So it exploded, and the secondary explosions just finished him off. Pro tip, AI Snipey is a little bit OP. He's a little bit strong. He's a little bit game-endy. He will do that. Mm-hmm. That's how they could get a replay. Sure. It's not terribly exciting. Here we have Snipey doing Snipey things, as he has been doing since the entire game. We're gonna see here, this door opens. He makes two mistakes. One, he doesn't pre-aim, so he aims after opening the door, meaning that there's a longer period of time before the door is closed. Second, he doesn't repair while it's firing. So wait for it. And so he opens and then he starts aiming here. Immediately hit. He's firing. He needs to be repairing right now. There was a few frames in there where he could have repaired, and literally any amount of repair stops the sniper from two-shotting it. All he had to do, spam that repair button, even if he made the mistake of not aiming, of not pre-aiming. So that's how that goes. Alright, so I am pleased with the AI's performance for what it is. It is, of course, vulnerable. Thank you, Smithy, for being our test subject. I am going to save this AI as... I'm just going to put it somewhere where I'm going to forget about it. And if I need it, I could get it again. Okay. AI was super hyped and the door opened. Oh, yes. AI loves it. Sniper. This is why having 2 snipers or even 3 snipers. 3 snipers is the critical number because then it instantly deletes cannons as well. It's why having 3 snipers on an AI is just so strong, because if they open a cannon that's directly exposed to the sniper, the 3 snipers just insta-kill it. And that's It's a great experience. Alright, so we're going to do this one more time. I'm going to go... crevice here. I need the... What is the name of the mod? I may have removed it. I did a mod cleanse. What is the name of the... do I care? I kind of do. Fast build, unlock, energy. Alright, so we need this. Just for practice, I'm doing this. Back the half. And then across. So we have 1.5 there. 1 and 1. Grab this. We're going to be doing that regardless. This is going to be our start. What do we want this to look like? If I put the mortars directly on here, this is risky. I could put the mortars here instead. I need 2. This needs to happen regardless so that we don't get soft locked. I can put a mortar here. That's a mistake. Put a mortar here. That's better. Yeah, because here is bad, but here is okay. So I think as long as we have more than... It's probably still bad. Do I even bother having these here? Okay, Oh, it's by pence. Why am I not surprised? Let me grab that real quick. Let me double check to make sure I have that real quick. Let's see. Pence. That's not how you spell pence. That's how you spell pence. Okay, and weapons drain. Sources. I do have it. Okay. Let's get out of here. Good. And weapons. Why, no C. It was there. Okay. Thank you for the name, Eaton. Alright. I have infinite resources, though. Not even going to see our negatives. Whatever. Moving on. We'll take that off at some point soon. We'll take off infinite at some point soon. Right here. And then for... Honestly, if I'm going to do this, I probably don't want to put mortars up here. I'll put mortars here. And then another layer here. So we'll slap this guy over here where the other ones go. We'll do this because this is going to be necessary. And I do like the idea of going mines first because of the nature of the combat here. Slap this guy right up here. Here. Nice box all the way up. Alright, so first mortar platform is going to go right here? Question mark. Alternatively, I could do... Okay, alternatively, I could do one mortar platform here. So I can always add gunners above them. So if I were to do this guy like so. I could add mortar and mortar like this. Gonna have to do that to stop the self-destruct, or at least to help prevent it. Go away. And then I could add a gunner here, because these two should be able to fire reliably. But gunner here and gunner here, I cannot have these exposed. Behind this kind of thick, chunky door is a mistake. I could do this, have gunner here. This is a good gunner position. I can also put gunner here, but it needs to be behind the door. I may need to tiny door this. So it would have to be like so. And then like so. This is a good gunner position. So we have this angle, which is a good angle. We have this angle, which is a good angle. And then we can do this. Which is a good angle. That is a good mortar position. And that gives us 2 mortars to play with, which is a great start. This is actually probably going to be the start. We go up, we build this. This is going to be metal 10 out of 10 times. And then this is not part of the recording. Like, we're just experimenting right now. So I'm just throwing things out there. This is mostly for my satisfaction as opposed to any real build. And then we do rope. Yeah, it's so good. Connect this. Well, that's going to be a good mortar, anti-mortar little config there. Next up, we need to deal with mortars. We do mortar placement here, mortar placement here. I think just machine gunners on this back wall. So now we go down. I want to go down from this angle. Like so. Not full threes. Never use. I mean, it's hard to justify using rope in most situations, but if you encounter a situation for rope, very satisfying. Very effective. Use the 2.5s here. Do I want to use 2.5s or 2x2s? 2.5s. It's fine. Let's go across 1. I could use rope for this. No, that's going to dangle too much. The AI is going to have a mental breakdown. I need a good way of bridging across this without pulling this down into infinity, and I don't have a good way of doing that. Okay. It's going to be 1 mortar platform there. This is buzzsaw will beyond comprehension. Make the bridge closer to the front. Well, I mean, if I make the bridge closer to the front, then we're pulling off of what would be the wood spam location, which is a mistake every time. But if I don't, then I have to build a heavy bridge, which is difficult to do. And definitely the reason why I spend so much time building all these foundation nodes. Alright, so additional mortars go here. Nope. Here, here, and here. we can add... Was this one safe? I'm not sure this one was safe. I think this one's not safe. This one will absolutely team kill us. Will it? I don't think it will. I don't think it has an angle. To go that high. Okay. This is fine. Alright, so this is one mortar platform. I need to do two things here from this point. Add a sniper location, because that is going to be a thing we do. Sniper location can go here. This guy will basically just cover things directly in front of us, so things below this, we don't get cheeky shenanigans, dangle shenanigans. Ideally, I also get a sniper up here, which should happen before doing why can you not place here? What? Okay. This should be the sniper location for this. We don't want the machine gunner here, we want the sniper here. This can cover all the cheekiest of things, as well as, well, most. Okay. Mortars go here. We also need an additional mortar platform that goes right here. This one's going to be a little bit harder to build, given that it doesn't have the support of the rest of the base. This one can go... doesn't need to go as far out, however. Then we get 1, 2, 3. This one does have the issue of being snipeable from up top, so we want to mitigate that as much as possible. Like so. There we go. So that should be a great many mortars. I can fit more mortars into these locations, although it's scary. Obviously, we'd increase these here. How much these? Negative 44. These produce 38. So basically, we need 1 turbine per... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. We need 9 turbines to do this many mortars. We're not going to be near this in the first very quickly. Obviously, we get the 3 here. 1, 2, and 3. And then we're going to have to do more. I'll put you here. How much energy do you produce? 66. Yikes. Gunners drain energy? I mean, yes, but also no. The mortars will be firing constantly. The gunners will not be. I do need additional turbines. It's worth noting that these can do 1.5 mortars each, so I can actually supply 9 with these. It's just barely. So I'm realistically going to need more, and actually I could put them here because these aren't going to be filled with things. However, this is going to be vulnerable to buzzsaws and such. In fact, I should probably... If I were to do this in 3s... Huh. If I were to put turbines here, I could justify putting energy shields here, doubling as defense against buzzsaws. I'm put a wood tower on top of the wall. No, that would stop the mortars from working. Unless it's just background bracing. Which kinda sorta helps. Like so. This would be actually good here. It will help against buzzsaws that won't solve the problem. And now we have heavy mortar builds. We go mortar in all fields. This enables, because I've done all the strengthening and built here, I can actually heavy layer this without too much of a concern. That's a mistake. Alright. Thank you. Alright, so I could actually armor this up. Like so, and we don't collapse for it. And this also allows this to happen. Who needs gunners when you could have mortars? It's true. It's actually true though. 2, 3, and 4. And we are adequately defended here against just shy of everything. Okay. So. This is a decent layout, I think. Can add this here. Can add a second set here. That's not what I wanted. Go. This is concerning, but I don't have a great option to deal with that, so I guess it is what it is. I don't like this. This is a mess. In the previous versions, I was able to expand down and actually put things there. Things like machine gunners. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Go away, please. I didn't expect it all to come down, but I kind of hoped it would. There we go. Alright, if I were to expand it down from here... What if I were to do... This is unacceptable. I cannot acceptably do this. Okay. Background bracing. It's gonna be too much using rope here. Too much monies. That is a good location. And this will enable me to do this. Metal door. Metal? What angle do you have? That's not a good angle. It's not gonna save from mortars. May save versus rockets, and we'll say versus It's not terrible. It is gonna block this wind, which is expected. Alternatively, I could assume that we're versus a human player and not have doored gunners. It may just be worth me doing this, just so I don't have to deal with the weight, and then connect it up backwards this way. That's going to connect nicely. Let's restart this. Metal U, do this. First thing first, we're going to go up here. Not with this priority, but that's going to be our first thing up there. We'll get this going. Next, we will add mortars here. Let me put tech. Let me practice this once more. Like I keep saying practice it, but there's a reason for that. I need it. Get someone who's not a pro to test the previous iterations. Someone who is not a pro will have an extraordinarily difficult time versus any of the previous iterations. Alright. Next. For the mortar platform here, I need the mortars to come off of this line. I need the mortars to come off of this line. So like so. Like so. This is the typical. I think I could actually feel confident adding this third one here. I'm going to have to test that. I have 3 mortars here. That's going to hit the ceiling at some point. However, I might be able to avoid hitting the ceiling by putting a gunner. Does this line up properly? There is some overlapping going on here, which is going to confuse the living daylights out of the AI, but that's actually, I think, perfect, because that means it won't attempt to shoot itself and won't hit the ceiling either, because there's a gunner here. Problem now is I need to do this guy. Yeah, because I didn't do that right the first time. And this guy here, the door here, and a gunner here. Alright. Similar to what King had with his, just a little bit more safe. Is that a tiny? It is, okay. Alright, I need to restart. This is what I want it to look like. I just need to figure out how to build it for the first time. I'm gonna do the pattern. Okay. This guy here. First off, we do from 2 here. There is going to be a node here. And it's going to be here. So we're going to add these. Oh, there, welcome back, apps. And this is the layer upon which we build the mortar. So mortar goes here. This is different. What have I done wrong? No, machine gunner goes here. This is what I'm thinking about. All right, so I do have this right. Like so. And then one further out. Then you go here, like so. So 1, 2, 3. Machine gunner here. This will be our start. 1, 2, 3. This is terribly wobbly. We will do this. We will do this across here. And we will do this. This is the initial struts, which means I don't need this strut here. I can do it like this. Just gonna make it a little bit more wobbly, but it's fine. So I go across to here instead of up top here. And then, nope, we do 1, 1. A rare moment where we need these guys. I probably will leave these exposed out the beginning, like this, and eventually come back and do them. Nice. This will be our start. Followed by a sniper in this position, which I'm actually going to put on the foundation. I don't want to have a 2.5 door. I kind of need that, don't I, if I want to aim down below. I do. Put it straight across here. Yeah. Going to need adjustments to this. So one length, door of length 1. Okay. Just leave bottom exposed. I don't like that idea. It's not a terrible idea, but I don't like the idea. So we'll leave it vulnerable to be sniped. But it may be something worth playing into. So then I don't have to deal with this nonsense. It is also going to block some of its line of sight, which is also acceptable. Gonna have that angle here, especially if I do it here, because that line of sight only goes to, yeah. That line of sight, yeah, that's worth it. This sucker is vulnerable to be headshot, and I think I'm okay with that. In this instance. Okay. So I think I will stick with this. This is how this will be. And we have this. Let's try building this one more time, because this is terribly complicated. And you here. Here. Okay. So, first thing first. It's from here to here. We build this guy. This guy. Good. Followed by actually building the mortars, which come from here, like so. Mortars go out on this line. We need to do this. This will be our first machine gunner position, just like so. Then we need to do this. And 1, 2, 3, so you go out this way, like this. Okay. 3 mortars, 1, 2, 3. And we have our positions. Excellent. Next up, we do this guy. This is the time to do that. And then we add this guy. This will be background bracing for now. We add a foundation here. We do this. We add this first. And sniper behind. And what is the angle on this? The dead zone is unfortunately in the one spot we need to be able to snipe. Or is it? Nope. This is good. It is technically vulnerable from below, but it can fire at the things it needs to fire at. Because no one's going to dangle low enough to hit the ground. So this is actually good. It will always fire through the door. It's less vulnerable to headshot here. Alright, nice. All grid snapped, easily repeatable. And I can just do this, and done. Easy. Great little sniper spot. Okay. So that's going to be the top mortar position. This will be fast, not rush mortars. So we will still lose to mortar rush, but it will be fast mortars. Of course, we are going to do some more turbines first. Then we are going to add the bracings here. Background all of this. Alright. Next. Probably a little bit more defenses in front. Add this guy here. Split this beam. Now, I have two options. Two options. I can A, go from here straight down. B, go down here and actually make a usable spot. So I think I'm going to do option A. Alright, this has been option B so far. Because this, I haven't played around too much with it. This does enable me to do some extra shenanigans here. I could do this. Get a nice little slant position here. And from here, I can actually build out this guy. So I don't need any more but a connection here. The problem is, now I gotta do this. I gotta go one further out like so. This is a disaster. Like, this is not reliable. This is not gonna work. Ugh, I have to do the bridge from further forward. Okay, let's try this again. Restart. Restart this section. Alright, thank you. I have to do the bridge from further forward, so I'd have to do this, like so. You need to be metal. I should probably strengthen these foundations first. Okay, I'm probably gonna forget that anyways. So this good. Alright, so one further forward should give me the ability to go down here, basically straight down. Okay. Now I shouldn't be colliding with this too much. Stop the rotational forces, or at least brace against them. And here. I need one further out as well. Yeah, that's concerning. Okay. Why do they do this at foreground bracing? Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3 there. This fourth one doesn't go because it's slammed into the wall and self-destructs things, and that's just a bad time all around. Now that we have this, we go down here with max length struts for our turbines. Like so. In fact, I should go down like this. If I instead do one of these, I should be able to do this more reliably. Yeah, just across the bottom so I have the good lot. And then I do this. I should be able to connect this here reliably. Then I can delete this. Or pretend it doesn't exist. It's probably the better option. Yeah. This is what I want. It's just a better layout all around. It's better to get to it, and this is more long form. If I'm doing this, the problem is, if I delete this, bad things happen to the AI. That actually breaks the AI. I have to actually sell off everything manually, and that's just not really feasible. If it gets a buzzsaw, it soft locks the AI for so long as that is present, and that is not sellable without some serious shenanigans. Or is it? If it gets to a point where it attempts to sell it, and it presses the sell button, it will not rebuild it. Or will it rebuild it? I think I shouldn't attempt to do it in the front. I think that's a mistake. It'll work, but if it gets buzzsawed, it's just over. Let's do this. Let's do it from the back, where it's actually reliable. If I had the ability to say this will fight another AI, then I would absolutely do it from the front 100% of the time. But we're not going to be fighting other AI with this. So I want to go down here. Like so. And just build it across. And that'll work much better. I can actually consistently make that. 1, 2, 3, and I don't add 4 because then we self-destruct it. And other side. Beautiful. Much better. It'll work. Much more expensive, much slower. All I have to do is defend it now. Best way to do that. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Convenient locations for turbines are here. And this is good. We can add this. This is just better. Excellent. Hello there, Plasma. Welcome to the chat. Do a core swing. That would require a lot of time and effort, which is actually something I may do coming up here, but not in this particular live stream. This is good. I like this. We can cross brace all of this. Don't even need ropes because things aren't stressed because we've actually done it right this time. Okay. So I did straight down from directly beneath the core already. And I need 1, 2, 3 at this level. So underneath and thank you. We get 3 more mortars here. Da-da-da. We'll have plenty of space for turbines. I do want machine gunner. You can go here. You don't have to worry about self-destructing things. And would we make a different AI for the tournament? We'll see. To be determined. We can fit a sniper in here. I can add additional metal here. And what else? Lots of armor on the fronts, which I'm going to build and be greatly concerned about. Okay. You can see the stresses are happening. I like how I've moved away from doing the internal structure enhancements for no other reason than it's too expensive. Okay. We're lacking this piece here, but I think we need to if we intend to have mortars here, because as is, this is in prime self-destruct territory, and it greatly concerns me. The concern is this tiny strut here. This needs to be slid over slightly. Whole thing. There is, of course, this area, which is in trouble, but this is going to be a weak spot and ripe for deformation. We have plenty of turbine space with this. 9 mortars is a lot of mortars. We got a sniper here. I can do... Eventually I can upgrade to the sniper penthouse. In fact, eventually I can upgrade to laser beams. Which is probably the better option given this scenario. But sniper penthouse is a thing. It can happen like so. We can do the rope bridge tactic for this. I'm curious as to how the AI will handle it, other than not particularly well. Then we got this guy here, who has sniping opportunities. And then we can do, again, with the penthouse. That's our 3 snipers, which can basically ruin anything the human does. That will stop our machine gunners from functioning reliably, but it's something. Of course, these will not stop nukes from occurring, which is a mild concern. I think that's the forward defense we actually want here. Nice, thick and chunky. Should stop most things in its tracks. Real tempted to background brace that, but I guess we should. Because if that gets destroyed, it's over anyways. They like to have a chat about your support systems. Hey, you know, scaffolding exists. Okay. No angling on the metal. Minigunners will oof. I would love to watch someone attempt to build minigunners against this. In fact, we have already seen that happen. Widely regarded as a mistake. Oh, that's a soft log right there. Don't do that. In fact, that's all I need here. Okay. Alright, this is looking a lot better. Bit more happy with this. Never mind. If I build the penthouse, these mortars become unusable. Except for this forward mortar, so penthouse goes away. Bye. Okay. No penthouse there. Mortars are in the way. That's how that goes. I could build laser beams down here. This would be an effective use of time once we get the laser technology. Let's dangle this a bit. I do like the idea of having background bracing just kind of here in an effort to block howitzers and such. Buzzsaws more accurately. Can do this like so. Excellent. And then laser beam will have to go further down in order to get the angle we need. Laser beam can go here, which should have a good angle. Understanding the consequences of using laser beams. That actually doesn't have line of sight on the core. We have to go down further. So we don't need this. We need this guy here. Which should have line of sight on the core. It does, okay. 3 lungs finally being used as main support. I know. This one I'm okay with because it's directly attached to the foundation, so if it explodes, it should be fine. But everything outside of that is not acceptable. Its foundations don't move, so they tend to not be an issue. Alright, let's try rebuilding that nonsense one more time, and then we'll go into the record, because this is a nightmare of complexity. I've almost nailed this perfectly every time. Or should I say I've nailed it perfectly almost every time, it's more accurate. You are needed, you are needed. First, so, to do this, we do... Is it up 1? Yes, it's up 1, and then right here. Then we do this guy, and then we do the mortars. The mortars will be placed on this level. So we go out like so, and then we do this, and then like this, and then like this, and then this level. One above, excellent, and then out here, like so, and then we do 1, 2, 3. And then we go up here and straight across. We hard wall this. We add machine gunner. We background brace this. We hard wall this. We add machine gunner. We background this. Connect to the floor. We top this off. Kind of this around. Like so. We add this guy here. And we sniper here and floor this. That's it. That's our initial starting position. Full eco, all that. Gonna have to remember to do this. And that's our starting position right there. Now before we go on to the next spot, we are going to have to adjust the bracing is here. Full cross brace. And all that fun stuff. Okay, now, we also want to close this off. We want to separate this. I hate the way that closes in, but the AI will have an easier time doing that. And we go straight down from these two. Third mortar blocked. It is. I did not undo this. Thank you for the catch. Okay, excellent. That's nice. Alright, now from here, we do 2 things. 1, close this off slightly. 2, we go straight down from here. These are max length, because I hate my AI. And we go a box here. And then across. Box and box. Like, this is perfectly grid aligned so far. In fact, I can absolutely perfectly grid align this. That's beautiful. No deformation at all. Okay. That is what we need here. That is exactly what we need here. So we have mortar, mortar, mortar. And energy shield, energy shield, energy. Miscounted something. Last time I had the 2x2 here instead of down here, which is making the difference here. Let's try redoing this. Before we go down, we should do this, I think, probably. Okay. So I want to do 2x2 here, 2x2 here. Then here, then we go with the max lengths all the way down. And then we can finish off with the 2 by. Alright. Ideally we don't have the wobble. It's not really possible to avoid entirely. Okay. That can do, so I'm realizing now I can actually get this all the way in here. I can get a 4th in here if that lines up properly. I just have to slide this all the way to the side. This is a desync waiting to happen. I cannot rely, I refuse to rely on that. I'm going to assume that's not going to work. Because that's how you end up getting mortars that don't actually, that's how you end up with an AI that doesn't work at all. So if I slide it forward, it kills itself. And if I, but I can put it here, but then you end up desyncing. Ah! Okay. This is fine. Okay, so we've got this. I built this too far forward. Nope, I have goofed. I am goof. This needs to be 1 back, otherwise it's going to pull ridiculously on this guy. If I do this, we're vulnerable to buzzsaw. This needs to be energy shield. I hate this. Hate having an energy shield there. I'll leave that metal for the time being. But that's going to need to be changed at some point. Okay, so I need to redo this entirely. Because I've done it 1 too far forward. Thank you. It needs to be here. And here. Okay. This is where it needs to be. I was wondering why that lined up so perfectly. I was like, am I missing something? Yes, yes I am. Everything. Okay. There we go. There we connect. There we go. That's what we had last time. And now I can fit this here. 2 and 3. 4th one's too far back. I can fit this guy here nicely and neatly without blocking anything or self-destructing anything. This fits in here. Okay. So I did have it, got it right in my brain. Just messed it up 1 time. 1 time for the 1 time. Okay. I am pleased with this. I am pleased with this immensely. The problems I see with this is this loses to someone who literally just built more mortars. Or faster mortars. But we're going to give it a try with the record. And see how far I can make it. Record. Alright, so first off. Place, cell, halfway, max, 1.5, 1, 1, turbine. Next, let's quit this and turn off infinite everything. Limited energy. So the only mods we should have are weapon drain and yes. All right. Try this again. Record. 1, 2. Max length. 1.5. 1, 1, turbine. This is one where I actually want to put the technology down before getting additional eco. This is not one where I want to do that. We go up one here, and then here. One and... max eco. Because if someone's going to rush us, they're going to be able to do so, and there's nothing I can stop. There's nothing I can do to stop them. Okay. Now that that's down, we add the turbine, or the workshop. Okay. Now we can add this guy starting here. Like so. Well, that happened. I'm going to pretend that existed. Will not be a significant inefficiency at the end of it. One, two, three. Yeah, I done goofed. Let's restart that. Record. And 1.5. And 1 and 1. Let's get our turbine. Rope? No. That is very inefficient. The wobble wobble. Yeah. Really concerning whenever there's a wobble involved. One and 1. Still grinding that AI? Yes, yes we are. 6 hours base building? Pretty much, yes. I mean, it's forts. This is a base building game. You have to build your fort, right? Alright, so that is done. Now we add our technology. Okay. Good. And here. And we build the mortar at this level. 1, 2, we need a third platform. So third platform, so I want to build out here. Third platform. 1 over. Okay, so that is our mortar bay. Next up, prepare the machine gunner location. Hard wall. Soft wall. Hard wall. And here. Like so. And then softs here. Like so. Okay. We should be able to put down our mortars now. I'm fairly certain this bot will float in its current design. We'll see when it's finished, if that is the case. And that will be on the first thing to test list. Okay. Excellent. Next. Technology. If that's the case, then I can put this technology before putting these down, and then we'll be good. Alrighty, next. We're at plus 40 energy per second, so turbines are indeed the next thing to do. So we add 1 turbine. And we background brace all of this. We cross brace all the things. Excellent. We add another turbine. And there we go. Moving on. Have I tested with a sniper on those half-hard wall gunners, or is this just a first thought prototype? AI snipers, unless they have... These guys are vulnerable to sniping. Yes, that is absolutely the case. If a human wants to try to snipe that, they can soft lock this by sniping that. It's not going to be easy, but it is a risk. I did not... We are going to be vulnerable to the dangle in this iteration. The dangle cheese. Okay, so, next. This is looking good. I probably want to leave these incendiary for the time being. I do not want to leave these incendiary for the time being. I want to upgrade them. And then we expand. Then we cross brace or split the beam. Which happens nicely. Okay. I should have done the eco expansion before doing all this extra. Three. And I believe it is time to do this and this. And then we move down. Down comes from here. This is different. I'm off by half because I didn't split this here. I'm going to try this, knowing full well that this is not going to be the same as how I just did it. Our center of mass is going to be here, so it should be okay in terms of weight. But we are going to have an extra little spot to handle, as I am just off. And it's going to throw off everything, because I need... Is it going to throw off everything? Because this means this can fit here. 1, 2, 3. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. I need to do energy shield, metal, energy shield, or metal. I could do metal first. I could do metal first here before energy shield. Oh, we're recording. That's a mistake. I started experimenting while recording. Well, rip. I'm gonna have to restart this. It was going fine. Alright. 1, 2. I didn't start recording. Record. 1, 2. 1.5. Mat X. There's our 1.5, our 1, and our 1. Why not do sandbags at the bridge? Sandbags at the bridge. Like the sideways sandbags that actually cover the verticality of that? That sounds... like it's not a great stable defense. Okay. Go here. Normal set. That's, I mean, this thing's gonna be energy starved? This thing is gonna be energy starved. Just make a wall of normal sandbag. Oh, that's gonna cost a lot of metal to make that usable. To be fair, not much more metal than building a what is it called? Metal wall, I guess. That's true. To do these here. A little bit more risky though, which is fine. Okay. Expand this out here and like so. Okay. I think I can metal this here. And do this. Like so. We do 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then door first. Sniper. And I think we're good to go here. Okay. We need turbine increases. Energy production. Excellent. Okay, nice. You need to happen next. And here. So if I do, how do I want to handle this? Let's split this beam here. We have pressure on the enemy, or on the opponent. And now we can work on expanding ourselves. So this needs to go down and down. Down, down, down. I could do the sandbag defense here, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. But I think that's going to happen after this. I am becoming error. I am too high up. Okay, restart. Record. I built the dangle in the wrong spot. And then max length, and then 1.5, 1 and 1. And across, or this guy here. Okay. Beautiful. We do this. We connect this. And then this. The Poseidon attack. Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be a concern for sure. Excellent. Almost ready. Alright, next we move on to this. Like so. Build the mortars here. Okay, mortars go there. I'm liking how much more efficiently I'm building this. Getting accustomed to it. This is the point where we upgrade this guy. And then we do this. And I think I want to build the sniper first here anyways, so this is going to be okay to do this. And then we do this and this, then open this, and then place mortar, and then mortar, and then mortar. Open up, like so. That's fine. Cross bracing is overrated. It is overrated. But you already knew that. Alright. Cross brace all this. This is looking good to me. Okay, I could do this now. Three. And then this guy, this guy. And across we go. So 1, 2. I could do this. Flatten that out. Let me check. This will bring us down to here, so 1, 2, and 1. Which is where I want it to be, okay. Should have gotten that first before doing this expansion, but it's okay. We're going to go down from here, which will center mass on the main support strut. That's a mistake, not having that cross braced already. There we go. Okay. Then mortar, mortar, and mortar. Need to do this next. I may have soft locked myself by not building this first before placing those down. Don't think soft locked, but slowed myself down to a crawl. Already have a good one eaten. Oh no, whatever am I going to do without having a proper mortar rusher to test against? I've ever played Cosmeteer before? Yes, I have. It's quite the good game. Made sure to do a playthrough using swarm tactics. With nothing but fighters. It's great. Okay, next, defenses. Down the line. Good. Not so much. So we do this, and then we need... I really can't do this more forward, so we're just going to do this. 1 and 2. And hope that it doesn't hit itself, which is a hope that I cannot really say is realistic. Alright, we upgrade these, and then we gain these upgrades. Cosmeteer is slowly dying. You mean the single player game that has no interaction with other humans? I've definitely soft locked myself here, by the way. That's just how that goes. It's how this particular iteration is going. I needed way more energy production. Or at least way sooner. Hello there, Oasis Kingdom. Welcome to the chat. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. So now up to 6 mortars, and that's going to be some time before I can get more, I suspect. We will replace this with an energy shield, followed by turbine. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. And I intend to keep up the work. We've got so many more things. I actually have a sponsorship coming up, which, I feel so... I have about a week to get the video out, and I've been so displeased with the quality of the video that I keep remaking it, and at some point I'm just gonna have to put out a video that I don't like just to get the sponsorship deal out, because I have a time frame of which I have to post the sponsored video, because that's how advertising works, and it's going to get in the way. I'm not going to breach the contract, but yikes. So I'm looking to get it done have it done by the weekend. I was really hoping to have it done by Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving is coming up tomorrow. And it's already too late. Like, I even pulled an all-nighter working on it, and I'm by the end of it like, you know what? I need to redo this whole thing. So here we are. Okay, so this is going. Let me add this guy here. Here. And the metal income is hurting. It's hurting a lot. As for the sponsorship, it is a Ridge Wallet sponsorship. Unused door under the core, that is nothing I can do about that. What are the test subjects required? Are the test subjects required to be human? Would any sapient being work? I mean, any sapient being would work, I suppose. But I mean, proper sapience, one that can actually play forts, is a requirement. Control are good? Yeah, I've been using one for the past week or so. And, yeah, it's completely replaced my wallet. Like, that's just, that's all I really have to say about that. Like, I don't know what else there is to say about that. Okay, so, we've got these going here. In a proper defense. A proper setup. My carbon fiber. I happen to have gotten the carbon fiber. I had the choice of any. But it's aesthetic in appearance, so it's really not that big of a concern. You 1v1 about yourself? I could, but then you guys wouldn't be participating, and that's less fun. Okay, then we add more mortar. 1, 2, 3. And we go to here. Okay. Already have a good one, Oasis. Glad you enjoy. Alrighty. Want to add this up here. Bit here to help with this. Gotta upgrade the rest of your mines? Not immediately. have other priorities. Although that will happen soon. In fact, now is a good time. Cannot do that. I wonder if that's going to cause a desync, because I attempted to, and it didn't work. Redo this. I really hope that doesn't self-destruct. Should you continue Stellaris run? I mean, Stellaris is a good game. Well, it's a carbon fiber. Well, if you stick around for a few more days, when I finally get the video out the door, you will find out all about it. But that's for later. Okay. You should just be in mass firing, mass weapons free setting at this point, basically. Because that's not true, as we are still upgrading with metal. The Starnet AI is no joke, though. Oof. All right, I should add another sniper here because I can. There's no penalty for me doing so. We'll at least cover that lower region with additional damage output. All right. Okay, so this is nice. What else do I need? I need to actually get another technology and move on from mortars, as nice as mortars are. We're going to be here a moment. This is basically the stalemate condition. In the case that mortars are insufficient and our opponent has done something like in the previous times where stalemates are a thing, we will tech switch to move on to ending the game, as it were. And we will not be shutting down our energy shields in doing so. It's not going to fit. Okay. Once that's in there, we will do these, which, to be real, will not do much at this point, as the damage would have already been done. But, we can get away with it. Okay. We need a storage and a battery, which can go over here. A battery goes here, a storage goes here. Excellent. And then we do this. Okay. Metal. 2.5. Metal. Yeah, we have to go one more down. Ripcore. I mean, at this angle it shouldn't be brutal, but at least it's something, you know? Cannons are definitely typically the superior option. I think on this map, lasers are just so strong. It's hard to pass them up. understanding that they can have consequences. Here's the thing. If someone who's defending against mortars do well against the things that lasers do not. So I'm quite content with that. And it'll allow us some burst damage against things. Or make everything worse, one of the two. But I figured if we're at a point where like 20 minutes have gone by and this hasn't ended the game, then at least lasers will mix it up, you know? Amazing endurance? Sure, I'll go with that. A pumpkin trebuchet. That's not quite available to us here. But, you know, sometimes we try. Stretch. And click. Minus 128. That's awesome. And we get some additional turbines going here then. 1 and 2. Metal is so very slow. Upgrade the rest of the turbines? Yes, I will be doing so. Yeah, eventually. Soon, TM. Will those energy shields by the turbines protect the core from lasers, or are you planning on putting some in front of your core? I'm not planning on putting energy shields in front of my core. That's what the metal is for. That should increase our firepower, well, energy production. And I think we can afford a little bit more metal here. And then I don't want to go further out with the metal than this, because then we're going to be running into mortar line of sight issues. And that should be our final product of the base. With one laser to switch things up. I could even do a second laser. Which wouldn't be a terrible idea. Let's do a second laser, because I can, but the the game should be over by the time it gets to this point. In every realistic scenario. One way or another. It should either never get to this point, or the game will be over by the time it does. So I will place this, and then move on. Actually, I will place this, and then two more doors on it, and then move on. Even though the sniper just blew the laser. No. I can keep going indefinitely. There's a, I just need to stop at some point. Remember that this particular iteration is not perfect, so it is what it is. We will have optimizations to go through, so we will be doing this again. At least once. And click, and triple door. I think I built this a little close. Let's see. It is a bit closer to the door, so that may have some issues. So triple door may be right here. Maybe another battery? Oh, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Is it? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Our energy production will be higher than necessary. So it will be able to fire infinitely. Just not at the same time, which AI won't fire at the same time anyway, so that's fine. This is a weakness if this breaks. And let's go. Don't forget to upgrade mines. Sure, why not? Is that genuine? Why not? We need metal eco. Yeah, but this is not a whole lot of ways for me to increase that. Like, I can do this, but this is a very small increase, and it comes at a pretty heavy cost in firepower for the duration of the... So I'm not broken up about it. Alright, so that should be all we need to have a good late game AI. I don't even really want to upgrade these guys. That's just a waste. I'll press the upgrade buttons on these. And then we'll end it. It's like, I could keep going. Y'all know, I can literally do this. Like, some of the AI, like, one of the AI I put for the tournament, like, actually kept the building until the 30-minute mark or something crazy like that, despite it there being a 15-minute time limit. Okay. Floating islands have mines. This does have mine. I can put a mine here. I don't want to because it gets in the way of this guy. So that's just... That leaves there. Let's use his foundation notes. Okay, so we are good here. Yeah, looking good. Yeah. Okay. Let's clean these AI up and then update, and then you guys will have an opportunity to face it. Yeah, cleanup complete. Workshop. Upload. Crevice updates. Yes, and multiplayer, and... Nope. Go away, Steam. Nobody likes you. It's not true. 2 players, so come one and only one. And we will add our favorite observer tools. While I'm here, I'm going to favorite the weapons drain resources so I can find it faster. And then we will do Crevice versus Incursus AI. And with that, good luck! Our test subject, Mr. Freddy Cake. See how he handles things. What commander has he chosen? He's gone with Pinchfist. Big shock. You're going to be selling off significant portions of his base, and the AI will not be able to do anything to punish him for it, because that's how the AI works. I'm so excited. Here comes the selling. Excellent. I kind of want to raid chilled again, and the thing is, I haven't put like the seed of confusion, of conspiracy in yet, so I don't have anything worth raiding. Be like, we need more human subjects. But that's just creepy. Without context. Bring up the timer for those wondering. Should put multiple snipers in. I've contemplated it. I really have. My problem with that is I don't really have a place to put them. So it's a little difficult. I'm using all of the retail. I'm using all of the space in the fort. Everything is either a gun or a specifically placed piece of armor. Like, I don't have extraneous space laying around. So, like, I don't know where to put the sniper. I can't even put it up here because it gets in the way of the mortars. No, we already tested that. It does actually get in the way of mortars. I could put maybe one sniper right here adjacent to turbines. Or I could replace this mortar with an extra sniper here. That I could do. That is a thing I could do. Here come the snipers. Our opponent well aware that there's going to be some mortar-based shenanigans, so they are preparing for that. Here come the mortars. First launch at 2 minutes 45 seconds, which isn't bad for mortars. Of course, these mortars are not going to be dealing notable damage. They are more so to keep our opponent honest. This is not really a mortar rush, it is simply going mortars. I would really like to have a high ground set of 3 snipers. That's really where the damage comes from. Opponent going for cannons. Probably howitzers, actually, rather than cannons. And many AA. This is the point where we get additional expands? Could have sworn we waited for the upgrades on the mortars before placing the next set down. We did. I don't. Okay. What you've noticed for rockets, you need to have almost 2 to 4 snipers minimum just to kill off shotguns and flags so you can get your rockets through it unless it's just a stalemate. Well, yeah, in this particular case, there's enough space for trench gunners that snipers don't do much of anything. Is it in an AI to AI? Yes, exactly. On this map, the trenched gunner positions are so extraordinarily strong that snipers just can't really do anything. So that's just something to keep in mind. Even these mortars are not. That's why you do rockets below. Tempted. I am tempted. The things that beat our AI are going to be anything that can hold off against the mortars indefinitely, and a faster mortar rush, including rockets, or a faster rush, including rockets. The very bottom, not people rockets. Yeah. That's something you can do if you're not against a human opponent. The line of sight required to get these shots requires these be dangling down here, which is fine, but buzzsaws ruin that super hard, and not even by a small margin. It's one of the harder counters in the game. If your build is specifically designed to, why are we soft locked? Oh. Our turbines were too close. This happened. So right now it's attempting to place a turbine here, but cannot because the hitboxes are too jank. And that's just how that goes. Buzzsaw will never shoot just background bracing. Yeah, it will when someone says, "Oh, look, that background bracing is holding up the entirety of his weapons. Let me just shoot that background bracing." So we are currently soft locked. I do want to. I'll let this play out. But we are currently dead in the water. See how long it takes. You're talking an AI never shoot just back. Well, yeah, an AI never will, which is not relevant to what's happening here. But yes, in an AI versus AI, then yeah, sure, rockets down here are pretty good. Cannon, well, he's going howitzer, and he should be able to shoot this just fine. I was wondering, it's like, why is it taking so long? It's because the soft. This is what I was concerned about with going with the 3 turbine strat. This is just, it just happens sometimes. And I have yet to figure out a way to stop this from happening. Other than don't build things this close. Which is fine, but also a problem when you have to build that close in order to make it work in this particular map. So, yikes. It should be a matter of how long our human test subject wants to go through it. Mine's disconnected? That will happen. The human player has no chance of causing the soft lock to fix, as he cannot target the turbines at all. Human player actually suffering energy production. Why? I guess he just didn't build enough. Obviously, 6 mortars is insufficient to make it across this. Which is fine. Howitzer goes. And there it is. Nice shot. Alright, so we will try this once more. Thank you for participating. And then we will get one more player. Thank you. And we'll have one more player. We'll see if the soft lock happens again. Usually it's an inconsistent thing. As we've seen, we've done that same build multiple times. Of course, this is the first time with the exact AI, but we've done the same pattern multiple times, and it has only happened once so far. You know, they get 12 mortars at 330 with an AI. It's so fun. Yeah, that's a lot. And we'll see if it makes a difference. Well, that is a lot. One of the problems with that is, obviously, versus a human, you can do all kinds of cheeky things. If you don't kill them in the first 4 minutes, you're dead. Yeah. Or if your opponent just does whatever punishes your greed. Like, just builds tech first and then builds a buzzsaw, which should invalidate most everything with that dodeca mortar build. We'll see if this soft locks again. Excellent. Well, I can get away with it below by building below. Versus AI, yeah. Cannon's more reliable. Yeah, a lot more reliable than lasers. Hey. All right, let's see if we get soft locked again. The only way for me to do that, if this soft locks again, then it's just some pixel-based discrepancy in this build here. And the only way for me to... I have no possible way of knowing what the difference is. So... it is what it is. Alright, Mr. Mechanic. I still don't expect we'll see a lot of heavy weapons in the AI versus AI experience. Although, definitely a better chance than what we're going to be seeing here tonight. Built 2 snipers and defeated the 3 lasers in the first shot. Yeah, the we've seen that several times. Versus AI, lasers are just a terrible experience. But at least the AI kind of sort of uses them okay. mortars are going. Our opponent didn't build anti-air in great extent, so this is gonna be probably one-sided. Hopefully he lasts long enough to see if we get to the soft lock bit. I'm noticing the invisible sniper here isn't being targeted by the AI, so it's actively ignoring it, which is cool. I didn't know that's a thing. He's about to reveal it and get immediately punished for doing so. Did he trade? He did trade. The sniper got replaced, because that's how that works, but he did trade. Neat. How it don't really work is if you build a trench shotgun, it's perfect aim and will 100% shoot it. Nice. I didn't think about that as howitzer defense. I didn't really think much into howitzer defense, because if our opponent goes howitzer, it's kind of too late to begin with. Yeah, I'm definitely glad we went with the more consistent build that connects to the orb strat. It's just super consistent and enables us to get things placed in the reliably on the in that direction. Probably ends up being cheaper. Machine gunners are trying. Our opponent only on 3 mines. Probably because he has a sniper in this spot. Oh, he's missed the enemy. He's missed the sniper. And that's how that goes. Oh, the machine gunners make it. Alright, this is the point where it's soft locks. Did it soft lock this time? And yes. Yes, it did. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay. It looks like it's a consistent soft lock, so something about that is is messed up. A few pixels off, it would seem, in the code. In fact, I can adjust it directly in the Lua script, because why not? Let's edit that. Which turbine are you? I need to find the first create device, ground position, link at. Oh, it's mine. Oh, it's turbine. Where's create device? Nope. Where's our device? Here is a machine gun sniper. Nope. I need to find the wind turbine placement, which is right here. Oh, hello, human. Having a hard time. I'm just going to be zoomed in over here because this is going to be the end for our human test subject here. Alright, Control C. Find in code. Where art thou? So this is the 1, 2, 3rd. Find next. Alright, the 3 here. So this one needs to be adjusted. Heck, was that AI? Difficult. Far difficult than the average AI, I'll put it that way. Welcome to custom AI. Alright, so I need to actually adjust this here. And where is the 3rd turbine? Okay, so the 3rd turbine here. The Y value is so very different. Original node, that's good. Link at, let's upgrade this to the 95% instead of 85. We'll see if that fixes it here. Also, welcome back out of the roll. Let me test this real quick. New test subject. Let me test this real quick in Sandbox and Skirmish. It doesn't have both, so I can't do that. Okay, new test subject. Let me workshop, upload the adjustments, update. Yes, I'm aware. Alright, so hopefully we fixed the turbine soft lock issue via Lewis script editing. And I need to favorite observer tools. Just observer tools here. Hello Noah, welcome. Favorite 1v1. We should be good. Change the T value? Yes, that is exactly what I've done. I adjusted it to be what I'm pretty certain is more to the right. I've got it now at 95% of the way across. So hopefully that will be sufficient. I will set you to overdrive so you at least are functional. And then I'm on observer, hard mode, ready. Yes, we are. And is there anything else I need? Yeah, we're good. Let's go. Okay, and we are off. AI is doing things, hopefully not soft locking itself this time. Let's go. Time's up. Let's do this. Let's see what we know what the AI is doing. And it's getting rich! Our opponent, however, is got a different way of doing turbines and going for a quick tech rush. We may see quick mortars out of our opponent here, which easy defeats our AI. At least should defeat our AI. As fast as this tech placement. Yeah, he's going for a quick tech rush, which implies, well, either this looks like he's going for, yep, heavy weapons. Okay. Soft lock fixed. Not entirely certain. This is the test to see if it's fixed. I suspect it is fixed. I am not sure, because I haven't tested it yet. And I'm not sure if I needed to increase the value or decrease the value required to fix it. We'll find out soon. If this did not fix it, I'm going to have to redo the whole thing. Because the problem wasn't the placement on wasn't its location, but of something else. Completely exposed core, but he knows you can get away with that. Because we don't do weapons around these parts. And eventually we'll have mortars incoming. And he is getting machine gunners. Looks like he's got 2. And then more. Does our sniper have a line of sight? It's shooting the turbine, because of course it's shooting the turbine. He actually got that that wood in just in time. I think it's got line of sight of the turbine again. It's gonna shoot the turbine. It does not have line of sight of the turbine. Okay. Oh, he's trying. He's got 4, maybe 5 gunners that are effective here. He's going to be building a laser beam as the mortars are incoming. Looks like he'll be building a laser beam from below, which is understandable. We should, by the time those lasers are complete, we should be well able to face tank. He's going 2 fire beams? Curious. Not sure how that's going to play out. He's getting some more trench gunners. Ooh, that's nice. Some pretty heavy damage on those fire beams from above. but nothing game-ending for him. If another one of those incendiary mortars makes it onto the fire beam, he may have some issues. We are overwhelming his point defense, which is nice. 3 mortars chain fired can do that quite well. Yeah, I saw the fire beam. Oh yeah, and it will aim at it. It is kind of RNG as to which target it will aim at. It is entirely RNG. It randomly picks a target, so most of the time it's going to be shooting at these machine gunners. However, this one definitely aimed at the fire beam, so he's going to have to repair those fire beams before something goes wrong for him. And he'll get around to that sooner or later, I'm sure. Here comes a fire beam. And a second fire beam. Looks like... Oh, I see what he's doing. He's specifically doing this to penetrate and soft lock us here. This is going to destroy our mortars, because he's going to be able to consistently destroy these mortars, and our AI will attempt to rebuild them constantly. So these 2 fire beams will be the death of us. And due to my higher placement with the sniper, we can't punish him for this, which is not unexpected. I think we're still soft locked, by the way, due to this. Oh, no, we're not! Hey, I did fix it. Okay. So that's good. We adjusted the script. And it fixed it. Well, that's nice. Noah should be able to freely move on with his life. And another solid hit. But until these get upgraded, things are out. Any notable improvements? Not really. He's working as intended. Noah is fully aware that he can build down here safely. Our sniper position up here can't actually see down here, which is a side effect. So he's able to freely build down here without consequence. And he's just been fire beaming our mortar position, keeping us effectively soft locked. But at least we fixed the soft lock here, which is fun. So we can at least fire back now and do things, even if Noah has found his own means of soft locking us. I will have to get another sniper position, because one of the main reasons why I had the sniper was to stop this from happening. Because this is the dangle. The dangle will beat us every time. But at this point, our human test subject is freely able to do whatever they want. So I'll have to rewrite this AI with better sniper positions. I think I need to put a sniper here is what I need to do. Probably before I expand downward. The dangle of doom. Yes. Once this plasma beam finishes, he can go straight to the core with us, and then just win. And he is. Second fire beam, not a good shot, but the plasma beam follow-up, and he misses. Okay, well, here's what it is. Hey, upgrades are going through, so that's nice. Noah will have an opportunity to refire this in a few seconds. And it will be some time before we get replacements. That's a miss. Although not super. That's also a miss. And you did it! You missed the core. Excellent. Good for me. Could he put wood up to the top and hang from the tree, the snipers? There is nothing... I can hang from this with snipers, yes. However, I do have mortars that are firing here, so they would get... It would get in the way. Deformation of the mortars? I'm not sure what's going on here. These should be able to connect just fine. Okay, that's a hit. He should be able to finish this here. Plasma beam follow-up, and he misses with the plasma beam. He tried. His point defense is struggling. but it's hanging on there. If it gets to a point, because we do eventually build a sniper here. If he fails to kill us, the AI, long enough to make it to the point where we get the sniper, he loses this game. So it is possible Noah does not win this. It's just unlikely given his... Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, so I do want to try this against one other player, but it is clear that we need to rewrite this. Thank you, Noah. Strats that are longer than originally intended or shorter than intended often don't get replaced. I mean, it should be replaceable. It's not beyond... It's not beyond its range. Like, that seems like a mistake somewhere. Like, it's not that much bigger. We're trying to create an unbeatable AI? No, it's not possible to create an unbeatable AI. I just want something with a little bit more robustness than what we currently have. Well, no. That's someone else here. There's only, what, a 5-minute kick? I forget what the default is. Welcome, Smithy. Once more. Smithy was our first opponent? I do remember. He was the opponent before the soft lock, so we'll give this a shot. Or should I say before the fix to the soft lock. So we'll give him another shot against an AI that actually works. You can try mortars against it. Mortars will absolutely beat this. I have no questions about that. This does not deal with mortars. At least mortar rush. And try to get wood up past the split outcrop. I am unsure what you mean by the split outcrop. Do you think I'll try a couple space program too? Yes. Is able to suppress good players longer than you could? Yes. Can I beat my AI? I have not tried. I would assume so. I have built it specifically to ignore certain strategies. So me knowing what those strategies are, I assume I would be able to beat it quite handily. The closest outcrop to you that looks like a V. Up here? I could. That would be an option. I could put snipers up there. That would be something like to do a nice rope crawl all the way up here. And then put a sniper bit up here. That would be expensive and doable and wouldn't help me until way beyond... way beyond the point where we've already won or lost the game. But it is doable if that's what you're asking. It would die to buzzsaw? It would die to buzzsaw. Amongst other things, yes. These rockets are flak. Probably rockets given their position. Probably make the bot spam snipers. I could. That wouldn't be strong. Why is Team T going rockets? Rockets aren't terrible, but you have to know how to use them right. I suspect this player does not perform well in this case. Have I ever put AI versus AI? Almost exclusively when doing tests that are not on a live stream. So yes. This particular AI has not been tested against itself. It's good for testing out against similar strategies as well as to see how soft locks, to see if there's any soft locks along the way. The only people who know how to use rockets are like Eatsid, Mateo, and Firework. Pretty much, yeah. This player is going to get wrecked. for his attempt. There are very few players that can handle the rockets well. You have to know how to do it. What's on the clock? Yeah. If at this point, instead of expanding down, I added the sniper here at the door, it would solve this issue. The dangle issue. Have I been back to Ministry? Your coverage was absolutely engrossing, even if super chaotic in multiplayer. I've kept up with it. I haven't played it all that much. Last I checked, there was a lot of logic I needed to learn, and just it's a lot of time commitment to do that. Pretty much everyone in the top 10 could use rockets, but for you personally, you're very bad with weapon control. Yeah. Rockets are one of those things where you actually have to time things, which is very difficult, specifically in versus AI, where, whoop, it's a dangling, and it's gone. Our human test subject is floating, quite roughly. So I'm going to want another human test subject after this, as he's not going to survive the incendiary water phase, I strongly suspect. As we're about to see upgrades out of our mortars, which will increase damage output, as our opponent is burning everywhere. Yes, Nightbringer. As Ministry is one of the things I want to do more content of. It's just I have higher priorities, and realistically, I will be likely doing more Ministry soon. I'm not going to say soon. It's on the list of things to do, and it's not near the bottom. And the lists, while the list gets longer faster than it fills out, I expect to be doing more Ministry content at some point down the road. Just not in the nearest future, as I have other priorities about it. Last time I went back to Ministry was when I discovered how much logic actually changed things. And I kind of have to learn that, which is an endeavor, and the reason why I'm not immediately going back into Ministry. Alright, the heavy mortars are chunking through everything. The last of his anti-air has been destroyed, and the mortars are converging on points. The problem with the AI is if it's good, it could probably beat any pro player for the first game, but then never again. Yes. That's why I am not trying to make an AI that is unbeatable or perfect. I'm specifically saying these specific strategies will defeat this AI, period. That's just how that works. It will defeat anyone who does not go those it will have a good chance of fighting a player who does not go those specific strategies. As our human player is being ground into the oblivion. 6 minute 50-second defeat. And the AI is going hard. Alright, thank you. Thank you, Smithy. Thank you for testing. Alrighty, I need one more player that I want to see this against. Yeah, the aiming bot is amazingly powerful. Thank you. Smithy, do not feel bad. I don't know if you're listening or not, but I'm going to press the kick button and give another player an opportunity to join. Eaton, if you would like to join, it is open. Tristan, welcome to the chat, or welcome to the lobby. Ready whenever you are. Could you be the test subject sometime later? Yes, absolutely. I will be doing much more of this, even off stream, as I intend to make an actual video upon this. Just getting some good baseline here. I spent several days on this map doing AI testing, mostly in the realm of heavy weapons, and we started this stream doing heavy weapons, but I expected to reject heavy weapons fairly early, as I did, because it was just, you have too much energy? No such thing. I am actually curious as to how quickly you would be able to defeat this AI using mortars. As it should be fairly swift. For two reasons. One, we do not quickly build mortars, so our mortars will still be under construction when they're getting hit. Two, our two machine gunners are, dare I say, trivial, insignificant. They will not be a significant detractor or means of stopping enemy mortars. Three, our mortar placement is very exposed and in the open, and directly above the cores. You don't even have to adjust your aim. You just slam it in the same place and you win. They don't even have the variance of maybe you miss a shot. It should be very vulnerable to mortars. To a mortar earlier, to a mortar rush. Overdrive is probably one of the most AI-friendly commanders with how randomly they randomly activate it. Yes. How do I sound when I'm emotional? If you find out, let me know, because I haven't found out yet. No, I do tend to be a rather stoic individual. That's honestly one of the reasons why I don't do webcam stuff, because I just don't react emotionally. I'm not a emotionally reactive individual, as it were. So, most of the time, I just don't have one of those voices. Unless, of course, sultry is an emotion. In which case, I've got plenty of that going around. I pretty much only got trolled in the battleships match. Yeah. To some degree. I do hype up my voice at times, and I would be lying if I said that I am untiltable. It is simply a rare experience. Very rare experience. That's the word you were looking for, is sultry. It is a rather fun word, I think. It is a word I thoroughly enjoy. Don't have much emotion either. I'm not gonna say I don't have emotion, I just don't show it. I'm practiced at adjusting my emotional state, or practiced at hiding it, or practiced at ignoring it, I think is an appropriate word. It's not like I don't get emotional, I just don't react. It's just not a significant part of my actions, as it were. Looks like we're moving on to our second set of mortars. Once the second set of mortars comes in, we should start seeing some actual penetrating of the point defense. As is, we've already had one machine gunner broken. It reminds me of one of the Forts videos where you ended up in a 1v4. Just kept saying stuff like, oh dear. Just a minute, just hang on. Yeah, I'm not like screaming things out. It's just, I don't have anything to say, even when I'm emotionally charged and overwhelmed. It is what it is. Not reflecting emotional status in voice, I think, is a good description, yes. It is a practiced skill. And immediately the extra mortars come online, and immediately the point defense is overheating. So our human test subject is about to have a rough time. Notice our human test subject is floating minerals, but that is because they are expending more energy than they want to, and can't quite place the howitzer just yet. They're trying to place the howitzer right here, and all the machine guns are draining their energy faster than they can get it. And there's the howitzer placement. All right. With 1 1/3 turbine. You've heard at the end of some battleships will leave you with a fair amount of salt in your voice. Controlled salt, but salt nonetheless. Yeah, that can happen. That can absolutely happen. Which is why we don't play cooperative, because I just don't find it fun most of the time. The cooperative gameplay in Forts is like playing co-op in StarCraft. Like, this is like playing Archon mode in StarCraft, which is a reason no one plays it. It just isn't a fun mechanic. And, you know, ruining people's fun is not a great experience all around. Yeah, this is one of the problems that we have. If we're unable to... If our opponent gets cannons of any kind, howitzers included, we lose. And on this map, with the amount of machine gunners possible, it's very difficult to finish with mortars. But this is so far actually a far better experience than our previous iterations, our previous AI. Even if I expect to lose this one as well. Looks like we're expanding down. We have the upgraded mortars coming in, after which we will obtain additional mortars. If we live long enough to get the full set of 9 mortars, I'm pretty certain we win this. Just due to overwhelming the opponent's anti-air. However, I do not believe that will happen, as the first howitzer round, which should be coming out right now, will be dealing enough damage to delay us nigh indefinitely. Speaking of which, why is howitzer round not firing? He is reconstructing his base. We need to add a second howitzer. He should be firing his first howitzer. Oh, he's out of energy now. But this is also the reason why I don't go multiple snipers. Our sniper has done absolutely nothing for the duration of this match. Alright, and first hit. Insignificant damage. Okay. Alright. We'll see if that changes. Does our AI is still on eco mode, because honestly we're a little bit too hard on the eco with this build order. A little bit too hard on the eco in this build order. Massive damage. That's actually might cause... Nope. That's right. We already fixed this problem, so when this happens, it doesn't end the game. Alright, it does fix it. Okay. Yeah, it goes all the way from the beginning by constructing solid wood before replacing, which is interesting. We're so very close to completely overwhelming their AA. In fact, a couple solid hits there is going to cause a repair bill. And he's going to be able to fire anyways. And there he goes. And across. It's not bad. Decent hit. Not going to slow it down significantly. Are we soft locked again? There should be another turbine here, right? Nope, battery. We did battery first. Okay, good. Oh, this is the part where we go through an armoring session before going for the 9th mortar. Got rid of a bit of A, but not enough. Yeah. He's got sufficient AA to keep up with the 6 mortars. Another solid hit. No further deformation. Good for us. Once that second howitzer comes online, it should be coming online. He's got to blow through the middle, but the second howitzer is online right now. Once he gets his hits in with the second howitzer, our AI is in serious trouble. Why do you do slanted metal? Is it worse compared to normal metal, except versus minigun? Why do I do slanted metal? It is worse compared to normal metal. For this case, just to give coverage from this angle, I want to have it more straight on. Because if I do straight here, then there is an opportunity for something to come in on top and still break through this. I want a shot to go through this. Let's say if a cannon round goes in here and above, I don't want it to miss this metal. Otherwise, I literally don't care about slanted metal with this AI. Like, the only concern I have for the only thing that slanted metal does is defend against things like minigunners, as you say. And that is not a concern versus the AI, because I have any amount of snipers. Can they get to a never-ending battle? I mean, I guess, but it's extraordinarily unlikely. We're about to get our set of 9 mortars. We're going up to... This timing is too close. He's going to be firing both howitzers at the same time, which is going to cause massive damage for us. But we've got our 9th mortar placed. Oh! Oh, that's beautiful. Oh no. That deleted 3 of our mortars. That's unfortunate. That was the shot he needed to make a while ago, by the way. Fortunately, the base hasn't deformed significantly, so we can rebuild those, but it's going to be some serious amount of time before they're online at a meaningful capacity. Without the 9 mortars active, there's going to be not enough damage output. I believe our human opponent has deftly won this. Another heavy hit. Not enough eco repair. Massive damage with the follow-up. We do need to reconnect to the mines. There's the additional income. Okay. The sniper would prevent a minigun rush? Yes. Or at least punish the opponent for it. It is very, very difficult to get a minigun rush that works against AI, because every time they fire their miniguns, they will almost guaranteed lose their minigun to the sniper. Looks like AI is losing? It is. And current design, I do not really have a way to deal with this. Our mortars are just kind of hard countered by the machine guns. So AI is not building metal. It is building metal. It's just building metal in the places where it doesn't really need the metal right now, which is expected considering it can't react to things. Can you make it break the middle for sniper LOS? I cannot, which is a significant issue with this. It's not a significant issue because the mortars don't really go through, don't go through the middle. But for sniper LOS, I would need to build a sniper elsewhere. Remember, we will eventually build a sniper here, which will help out significantly. And if it goes on long enough, we'll eventually build a plasma laser, which will defeat everything he has here. But that's very far away. Ooh, it has finally built a piece of metal here. It has gotten to that point, which is excellent. That may be the difference. In fact, that makes a huge difference. That is core damage, however. That didn't make that much of a difference. And yeah, we do need those 9 mortars in order to break this. 9 mortars breaks this, but with his howitzers constantly going, it's extraordinarily unlikely to happen. We do need metal on these points here in order to... Oh, this is broken. So we're going to never get the 9 mortars here. I'm curious as to see what else is going to happen. Can I hit F8? I can. We're at 15 minutes right now. I still strongly suspect our human player is going to come out in the lead here by quite a significant margin. As the follow-up shot comes in. Hey! Actually, he builds metal at the right time to stop that. So much windmills, much power, no energy depletion. Oh, wow. Yeah, without the 9th mortar, without the 9 mortars online, we're actually up to... Oh! Oh, that shot! It actually did enough damage that it was able to completely rebuild this, so that's going to be awesome. We're gone up to 7 mortars and counting. Half cost firing for our opponent. There's one, and we shoot it down. Machine gun coming in clutch. And the metal stops it so we don't lose our mortars. That was largely insignificant damage taken off of our howitzer. The sniper is online. Under sniper is online, and with it away goes a significant chunk of our opponent's anti-air. And with the additional mortars coming online, we're about to go up to the 9th mortar. We should see some serious damage being dealt very quickly to our opponent. He's going to have one opportunity to fire his howitzers here, and then those mortars are going to come raining in. Our opponent has to ignore the damage and fire his howitzers, or it's going to spiral out of control very quickly for him. And yep, the sniper coming in. The mortars are still landing. The anti-air, do we see what's happening here? He's got seconds left before his base has a very, very bad time. Oh, he actually took out our sniper. That's going to hurt us immensely. He's going to have buzzsaws free reign. However, the mortars are still impacting things, which will not change in the foreseeable future. Of course, our lowest sniper is focused on the wind turbines. Our command ability is active, which will give us bonus production. Oh no, are we soft locked on this deformation? No? Where are you building? Oh. We're moving on to the laser side of things. That's a heavy hit, as we didn't get our metal up in the right spot. That's another heavy hit. More core damage dealt. That's going to be a massive setback for us. Okay. Alright. Opponent has recovered. Unfortunately, without our sniper in its proper position, we are not going to be in a good way here. The deformation has occurred to a point where we are unable to rebuild our sniper, which is going to significantly harm us. In fact, we're largely unable to rebuild that position as a whole. Massive damage. That was a direct hit from our opponent. And with the core, oh, a beautiful shot, penetrating and hitting our economy behind. We do appear to have a bit of a loop here, which is not a hard soft lock, but it's pretty hard. It is really very hard. Nice howitzer hit, and the follow-up shot, more core damage. We're down to, what is that, 62%. Does he have the cannon follow-up? Another heavy hit going all the way to our economy. Luckily, we have extra energy production lying around, so I'm not too concerned about that. That is beautiful for us. With that, we are at a full reset on this, so we can actually build our sniper again. That will enable us to get our sniper reactivated and clear out a chunk of the AA. Now, unfortunately, there is a point here where it's too late, and that point may have already occurred. In fact, I'm pretty certain it has already occurred. I do not know if that metal strut can be replaced. If it is not replaceable, as I suspect it is not, then it's over. Yep, buzzsaw with the follow-up, and it's done. GG. Very good job, Tristan. I want to see this one more time, I think. But I do need to... You know what? No. We're going back. We know what we need to do. We know what we need to do. Thank you, Tristan, doing very good work. We need to... yeah, run for the money. Yeah, that was a lot closer than I expected. Alright. We have to do one more recording. This was a good forts build. This was a good build here. A good AI. It's not that good of an AI. At least the AI had counterplay. It did, and it tried. Which was kind of the point of doing all that extra stuff. Didn't even see him build the cannon. I didn't keep it on screen most of the time. Alright, crevice but versus AI here. We are doing none of this. We're just going in. And then we're gonna hit that record button. Alright, cell, place, and half here, and the 1.5, and here, and here. Place this guy. Weapons drain resources? Yes, please. I was worried, it's like, I'm missing something, aren't I? Yes, I am. Here, and favorite weapons drain resources, thank you. Record. Okay. 1, 2. At the halfway mark here. That way we can get 1.5, followed by 1 and 1. You are back here. And then we can work on our front section, which is going to be up 1 and across, followed by our additional mine, and then another mine. And here. Considering how many hits this top bit took before going down, I am actually quite satisfied with its performance. So I'm not too beat up about it losing there. It took many howitzer hits to break through that, even double hits. Obviously still extraordinarily vulnerable to mortars, but that comes with the territory. Okay. And then a third. I goofed. Record. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1.5. Here. Oh, Ethan, you did miss the part where doing this 3 turbine here actually ended up with a soft lock that was consistent, which unusual, but usually it's inconsistent. But it was a soft lock nonetheless, just for being too close. Yes. I had to go into the Lua script and adjust it a little bit, but it's highly surprising. It's one of the bigger issues with doing close turbines. Like you always want to give the AI some extra space there. Otherwise, it just kind of has a chance. Even if it doesn't happen all the time, there's always a chance that it messes up. Did I build the extra node after more turbines? The extra node. This one down here? Yes. Or before more turbines. I had 3 and then did this guy and then went up here. It's just the turbines themselves are too close together, so adding the 3rd turbine right here didn't work because this other turbine was here and it too close, AI broke. Despite being placed in the recording, it was not placeable in the actual, when the AI attempted to actually use it in the match. Which is kind of how that goes. So it just soft locked indefinitely. I was able to fix that by going into the Lua and adjusting the position, but this one is just so tight, it's very hard to determine whether it's going to work or not. Okay, so now we do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, then this, and then this, like so, and then this guy here, and then we do this here, and then we do this here. This is our one sniper for this side, and then we should have access to this. Let's do these first. And then we do this guy here, and here, and here. Okay. And that is everything we needed for that. So now we do these guys like so. Get rid of this first. And then place this here. There we go. And then more of this. Beautiful. And then this is where we add our second sniper. First off, 1 and 2, and we need this guy first. No, second sniper first. Delete this. Thank you. Second sniper goes here. 2, 3, 4. Placed here with door. Okay. That should cover everything down below here, and if they break this, I guess a little bit of top, but that's not too big of a concern. Now we add these guys. Now this is where I struggle to remember what I'm supposed to do. First off, we needed to... We already got the strength and foundations here. I needed to do this. Make this a lot more strong. Straight down here. Like so. We'd go down from this side. And I could have sworn I needed to do something else before going down here. The ropes, we didn't use ropes before this, nor would I want to. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Upgrades will become available before I finish this. Turbines need to happen before I add additional weaponry. Defend the mortars. I don't want to defend the mortars because if we are getting damaged to a point where the mortars are being destroyed, then we've already lost. Is the reason for that. I need to add more back turbines, and I need to add these. I have one wood in front of that. It's true, I only have one wood in front of them. Okay. How much do these drain? 16. Okay, that's fine. I can work with that. And then as far this way as possible. Additional turbines. And we should be good here. Let's do this. So we can at least stop this from getting sliced super quickly. And then we need to do... Honestly... The snipers should be good enough to stop the cheese. I don't need... I was like, just gonna say, like, honestly, I do want another sniper down here. Just so I can get more shots off, but... I think we need to increase firepower here more than anything else. I probably don't need to upgrade these until I've gotten the 9th mortar out. I think the 9 mortar incendiaries is going to be a better use of time than the... What is it called? Than going for upgrades. Let's try it that way. It's a bit of a strategy change, but let's try it that way. Which means this metal is going to be mostly wasted. And I don't need more than that. Let's preemptively make that a 3 long so I don't have to go elsewhere. Alright. So bottom sniper goes here. Why do I do slanted armor? Where am I doing slanted armor? Like, what? Where have I done slanted armor? Like here? Because I don't want to, I want to have metal here. That way it doesn't get shot and I lose everything in there. I'm trying to stop things from going in here, period. Not keep the sniper alive. If this was just up here, I could get away with doing... if this wasn't so easy to soft lock, I would do just a sandbag. Okay. Bottom sniper, this guy can actually hit things over here, so if we leave it, keep him honest there. Now we add the additional mines. Or not mines, additional mortars. After doing the buzzsaw protection here. Okay. I need one further out with this. Here we go, and then this guy goes here. And then we add cross brace this, connect this up to here, and we add our additional 1, 2, 3. That should happen much earlier. So we should get these out earlier, and then once that's done, we add 1, 2, 3. And then we do this here. Probably want to upgrade 1, 2, 3. Rope? I'd rather not at this point. And then we're beyond the point where we needed to armor ourselves up. 2, 3. I suspect this is not going to work, but only because we didn't armor ourselves up earlier. Also, that needed to happen earlier. I've missed a lot of the small things that make our lives, that keep us alive here, long enough to actually do this. And that's an issue. Why did that not? Okay. And 1 and 2. Let's upgrade these guys like so. Armor. And then armor here. I should have done the top versus bottom. Minor difference. Top first, then bottom. How that needed to be, should have been. Then I want to... let's work on keeping these things alive more than anything else. Okay. Place this, then we do this. Like so. Bottom sniper is already here. It doesn't quite have as good range as the last one we did over here, but it's earlier and far better. Then we upgrade these guys. 1, 2, 3. This is at the point where we really should use additional income here. By income, I mean storage, which is decisively not income. Okay. Battery. And more storage here. Excellent. Okay. I want to do this. Yeah. And keep this protected from things. We're at negative energy production. We've already soft-locked ourselves. Uh-oh. Ah, I've soft-locked. Okay, restart. That hurts. That hurts so much. Record. Team 1. Did I select? It said Team 1, but I don't trust it. Record. Yeah, Team 1 and 1. Okay, that's better. Moving on. What happened? I built incorrectly and soft-locked myself. That's what happened. Yes, I built more weapons than I had the energy for. More accurately, I upgraded more weapons than I had the energy for. But yes, I built more weapons than I had the energy for. So we hit zero energy production, or we hit negative energy production, and no means of getting more energy production. We hit zero energy and negative energy production is what happened there. And that was the end of that. Not exactly sure when. Oh, I am sure when, actually. Okay, so we've got this done here. Now we move on to this. Energy deficit, yes. Quite a strong energy deficit, actually. Only negative 11. I've had worse. And good. Melt bottom. Yeah. I don't know if I forgot that last time. I suspect I did. It's a little bit important to not forget. Let's get sniper going here. Thank you for not punishing my misclick. Sniper, and then we get this guy converted to metal because we were so delayed. And then we do this. 2 and 3. Alright, so this is already going way better. Cross brace. This looks like a mistake. So I'm going to let that be. Alright. And here we do. Weapon drain, energy drain is already calculated. We have a mod specifically on to do exactly that. Which is why I'm kind of one of the main reasons why I have to build so slowly at times, instead of just whatever I want. Best Force player? No, even better than Fraz. I am very tempted to comment on that. But I will not. Okay, so that's good. We want to add an extra turbine here before... Oh, this is a soft lock city right there. Okay, let's see if that actually makes it. Okay, so next up, we expand. And the first stage of expansion is going down here. Connect this. Connect this. cross brace all things. Excellent. And then we do this. Delete this. Connect this. And we're good to expand. Okay. Okay, so this is where we want the sniper. I'm going to put him a little bit further in here. With a door and a piece of metal. And then we go do this. Okay. Now, we expand it down from this location. Like so. It should be okay to do. I should do turbines first. Eco first, always eco first. One, 2, 3. Do I know who Baron Von Games is? Yes, yes I do. I am familiar. Okay. Then we do 1, 2, and 3. And once those are placed, then I will defend this. And specifically, I'll defend it by putting an energy shield here, because we are going to immediately put more turbines there. So once those come online, bad things will happen to us. Alright, excellent. Next up, I'm going to go down here and build sniper. Do our 3 long brace here. A rare endangered 3 long brace. We build door. We build sniper. We wall this off. Next, we do additional mortars. Next, let's block this off, yeah? Stop weird angle buzzsaw shenanigans. Not the correct order of construction, but we will survive, probably. Okay. Oh, that hurts so much. Okay, yikes. Hopefully that doesn't... Ooh. Okay. I can remove that from the Lewis script, or record it, more likely record it again after finding the next iteration of issues. It's gonna be the better solution. Alright, now that we're up to that many mortars, we get our upgrade center. Restart. I want to not restart this yet, but that one was pretty brutal. Alright. We are well past time when we need to increase our defenses here. Okay, and we'll do that like so. Three snipers. It's going to be... The problem with the sniper from below is it just really doesn't have an angle on things. So it's difficult to really get it going strong. Additional U. We want to upgrade these guys first. They're the least vulnerable of the lot. Want to increase our energy production along the way. How many hours have I been playing Forts? Like in total? I'm like 1400 or something. Have I eaten in the past several hours? Actually no. I brought muffins here so I can eat them, and then I forgot. But I have muffins. I should probably eat a muffin. Muffin sounds good. I'm still like energy twitching because I've got too much energy, so like I'm not immediately in need of calories. But, you know, let's do this. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. There, that should be better. And then this guy is in desperate need of an upgrade, but we shall handle you like so. Alright. And then finally an upgrade to, well, no, finally we do this guy here. Let's add this. Oh, I need energy production. Let's upgrade these guys first before adding the next layer of turbines. What is the beverage of choice this stream? We've already gone through our entire large cup of soda. Not soda. I don't drink soda. Tea. And then I've gone through probably about half of my juice. Hello!
Warning. Nuclear launch detected.
Coming in from Jongu. Eat that muffin. I believe I shall. Soon, TM. Alright. These guys are upgraded, which will enable us to power more things. The things I want to power are specifically increases to our metal income. We've got 9 mortars. At this point. 3 of which, specifically these most 3 vulnerable 3, those 3 are not upgraded. When will I have channel points? When I get probably 1 million subs on YouTube. Thereabouts. Storage? Storage is not a big concern because we will never float because that's how the AI works. So I'm not concerned about storage. Storage is nice, but that's something that I get when I'm moving on, as opposed to continuing aggression. At this point, we are here to continue the aggression and increase our ability to be aggressive. All right. So this is better. Now I want to do this. And then add these behind. 2 and 3. This needs to change. I don't know why I built that solid to begin with. And that's good. Alright. Again, doing bottom up, always a mistake. Then we'll add more here. We have a nice thick wall in front of our fort, which is exactly what we want to see. Making AI tonight? Indeed we are. Thus the requirement for human test subjects. Unless I want to make 2 AI and fight them, which is not really what I want to do. Do I know who the best Force player is? I could name names. Or a name, but I'm going to not do that. Alright, up to 360. I think now is the time when we upgrade these. We add battery. We add Name names? No, you can't make me. We add battery. And then we add storage. And that should be everything we really need. This is going to be a good time to add ropes and supports onto things. Just to help alleviate weight. And then we will add technology. I do like the idea of going with the laser beams, especially from below. Upgrade more turbines. I'll upgrade more turbines after we save for this technology. Because it's going to be some time. Look how long it's taking us to get metal income. Or to get metal, well, income to increase. This entire duration between this time period, we're going to be doing absolutely nothing but raw damage output. Which means that we're going to be just dumping mortars onto the opponent. Mortars and, well, sniper fire. So, once this hits is when we decrease our damage output. Get AA? No, you can't. 200 energy income with all your mortars depleting, and that is more than enough. Yes, it is. So I'm not terribly concerned. And then we go down 2.5. I wanted to go one lower, yeah? Or was this angle good? Actually, this angle's kind of alright, isn't it? Doesn't remove core. It doesn't remove core, so no. I want to be able to hit core with this. Test it? Oh, we shall. Soon. Very soon. Then down we go. 2.5 once more. We add door. And then we add door. And then we add laser. Once this laser is placed, I'll do some more upgrades here. Do anime mortars go through portals? Yes, yes they do. Very effective is in the return to sender category. Can I give VIP for 1 minute? I don't. I don't actually know how to do that. Not that I would do so even if I did. 2 portals in the AI's go now weapons. I don't think that was pronounced correctly or written correctly. Can I add input during the match? No. Once the AI is set to control F4, there is no return. Okay. Cross brace this, and this, and this, and this. Nice and sturdy here. And we get a wave of upgrades going this way. English is harf. I'll take your word for it. Alright, and this should give us even more energy production. Excellent. Okay, we've got 1 plasma laser as well. If this doesn't end the game, the plasma laser added on, I don't know what will. But that should be good. And what else? Like, this should just end the game here. Like, I don't really need more. I guess I can upgrade these. And then finish upgrading these, because I can. But this should be enough to end the game. Because I can, I guess, I can go ahead and add please complete. Alright, up to 20 metal per second. I can add another one, I guess, because why not? But at this point, we're well beyond the point where we have an AI that is broken. Our AI is not I guarantee you we're not making it this far without something having broken. So this is just how this is going to be. How much energy do plasmas drain? 128 per second, which is kind of a lot. But it'll be fine. Firebeam with the plasma? No. AI do not combo things. Granted, Firebeam alone for the AI is pretty good, just because it targets things through walls. But this should be everything that we're going to do realistically. Okay. Workshop. Upload. Crevasse. Update. Yes. Alrighty. And now we require test subjects. Host new game. 2 players. Public. Come 1 and 1 only, because that's all that we got. Favorite. We need observer tools. Hello there, Dookie. Welcome to the lobby. Good luck, good luck. You're going to need it. Ready when you are. Don't forget to edit out the accidental metal structure. Not going to do that right now. It is unreasonably difficult to find that. I'm just going to hope it doesn't make the difference. Alright, let's see how well our opponent handles this. You should be well aware that it will be mortars. And there's cheeky shenanigans. So, of course, if he gets... There's two good strategies that do this, which is that beat this, which is an early aggressive push. This can be done with mortars, especially with mortars, to a lesser but entirely possible degree with rockets. We have placed our sniper in a way that helps prevent against rockets, but an experienced player can completely invalidate that. So rockets and mortars in a... What's the word I'm looking for? What is pinch fist style rush can ruin our sniper, or ruin our fort, ruin our AI. The other thing is any slow timing for cannons. We're talking not cannon o'clock cannons. We're talking 6-7 minute cannons. After having defended against the mortars. Which is why we're going up to 9 mortars before heavy mortars, because I want to make sure to keep on top of the anti-air. Which will delay him even more. Also, I am become Omega error here. This is the wrong AI. Sorry. Sorry, Dookie. I'm sorry. Do this. We do this. Sorry, behind the scenes AI manipulation stuff. Yes, I can save the spot for you. Let me... I will save the spot for you. Just give me a moment to update. Womp womp. Yes, we'll give him an opportunity to return. Take 2, yeah. I uploaded it with the wrong AI. Alright. Mods and favorites and observer tools. Hey, he makes it in first. That's surprising to me, but a welcome surprise nonetheless. Crevasse needs to update. Okay, and observer, and hard AI, and let's go. Good luck, have fun. Excellent. You should have gone 12 mortars. That's a little bit harder to do without opening yourself up to unreasonable greed. As is, this build is super cheesable and easy to defeat if you know what you're doing. Going for 12 mortars opens that up even further, despite doing even better versus players who don't. But if they don't know what they're doing, then I guess it doesn't really make a difference. So that's why I'm not going 12 mortars. It makes it more vulnerable without defeating the opponent much harder. Let us see what our opponent goes for this time. Whatever it is very slow, as he hasn't revealed himself yet. It's eco first into mortar attack. Managing to go slower than the AI, which is both concerning and what we want to see from the AI. So, opening this slow means that he's not going for a rush. If he's not going for a rush, that immediately removes just about every strategy from him, except for a very slow and well-crafted and heavily defended cannon timing. Timing isn't right. Cannon build, which is going to be the main concern for us. So his next tech here should be, well, his first thing he should do is get machine gunners, followed by a munitions plant. He's running out of time. It's at 2.5 minutes. He does not have his defenses ready, but it looks like he's almost got them. There's one machine gunner in play. He needs more. There's 2 machine gunners. He needs more. Although 2 machine gunners is a good start. Do the mortars land their shots? They're going for the core. If those mortars had decided to target these machine gunners, this may have already been just shy of GG. 1 machine gunner down. Our second sniper is now in play, or soon to be in play, I should say. Ooh, it makes it through the point defense. Excellent. Let's see if he comes out on top. we are moving on to add the under sniper, which may actually affect the field here, as these machine gunners should be vulnerable. How's the muffin? I have not had a muffin yet. I should, you know what? Let me do that right now, actually. One muffin is a pumpkin muffin, which is phonetic. I only have one left after this one. It's so tasty. A little bit sweet for my taste, actually. It hurts so much. Okay. Looks like the sniper did a good job of clearing these out, but nothing else, which is understandable. Yeah, honestly, even with these few machine gunners, it's enough to stop the borders. Yeah. I don't know how long it's going to be before it replaces that with background voicing. Now is it good? Yes, yes they are. I was desperately hoping that the mortars would target the machine gunners more often, but they are clearly refusing to do that, instead targeting the core, which is unfortunate. The heavy mortars are now in play. That is going to be cause for concern for the human player here. My opinion on Vegemite and cheese shapes. I don't remember much about Vegemite other than I didn't like it. And cheese shapes, I avoid cheese because it makes my voice sound unfortunate and sad. And so I avoid cheese, which is also why I avoid pizza, despite me wanting pizza right now. Well, that's an overshoot. The rest of the heavy mortar is coming out. It looks like it's just absolutely never going to replace this, as it should. Which is going to leave at least one mortar out of play indefinitely. Which is unfortunate. Good solid hit. About minimum damage possible. AI targets what it deems to be suitable AI targets what it seems to be suitable targets. It does. I don't know why these are not considered suitable targets, as they are the primary, as they are definitely the highest priority. By far. And yet, this piece of wood in particular is coming in as the highest priority. Stand cannon. This is where the game turns very much so against the AI here. Oh, but with the removal of the middle, the sniper is able to take vengeance upon the anti-air, and may actually result in the destruction of the human player here, because without that anti-air enabled, we're going to see a rain of mortars, heavy mortars specifically, and there's the damage going through. And with it, and the ricochet doing massive damage. Ooh. Very close, but no rip. Whew. The pair of snipers doing great work. If the last of this centerpiece goes down, middle sniper will be able to target the cannon, and then bad things can happen to the opponent. So I'm looking forward to seeing if that happens, as the snipers are ricocheting all over the place. Human player soft-locked himself with the AA. Kinda, sorta. Good hit. Not enough. Howitzer coming in. That was a beautiful shot. Okay. Imagine if we had all of our mortars online right now. That would make me so happy. You should have a rocket just stick at that middle column. I cannot aim the weapons. The rocket fires where it sees fit. The middle column is never a target. What's the metal? What's with the mortar covered in metal? That is a mistake that the AI is not correcting. And I don't have a way of fixing that, apparently. Actually, let me bring up the Lua script. See if I could adjust it on the fly. Oof. Let's see. We want more char. Here. More tar. Alright, so that's the first three, and the next three, and then previous. I'm going to go back up to here. First three, where is the... Oh, howitzer coming through? Hey, he got it! Nice shot. Yeah, I don't have any way of really dealing with the howitzers. However, I do need to adjust. Let me see if I can redo this. Thank you, Mr. Dookie. Congratulations. I need to see if I can adjust the AI behind the scenes here. Second set of mortars. This is the third set of mortars I actually need to find. Find next. No. Mortar, please. There it is. And then soon thereafter, there should be an armor piece near the mortars. Where is the armor piece near the mortars? Third mortar goes down at location. That location. And where is the next piece of armor added? Back bracing, back bracing, back bracing. Device name upgrade. Followed by bracing, bracing, bracing. I added 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of armor. Which one is near to this mortar? None of them. Where's another piece of armor? Should be armor followed by back bracing. Armor mortar 2. No. I'm not seeing it anywhere, but that's not terribly surprising. I may need to watch this again to get a better idea as to where. Let's do this one more time. Let's get a better idea of where this is in the code. Okay. Leave the metals in place just before the 7th mortar. Just before the 7th mortar. Did I check before? I think I checked before, yeah. Okay. So this is the 7th mortar here. Armor. Ah, yeah, here it is. Okay. Create link. Let's just delete this real quick. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Probably will. Okay. And then re-upload. With the update. Multiplayer. Nope. Update complete. And 2 players. And our map. And select the AI. Hello, King. Welcome. We need observer tools and team observer for me, hard mode, and let's go. All right. So the howitzer strat's still very strong versus this AI. I know, big shock. I don't really have an option to deal with that. In order to deal with it, I have to get rid of those machine gunners. Get rid of the machine gunners. I have a couple options. Rockets from below. Try buzzsaws, but the human player's gonna deal with that pretty well. Honestly, cannons or plasma lasers. When shotgun behind the bottom mortars would stop all hours. It would. It also wouldn't stop cannons. Which is, I mean, kind of the bigger issue. As much as howitzers are worth defeating this, it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change it if... It wouldn't change the outcome if you did cannons instead of howitzers. When in doubt, go cannons, yes. Is very effective. Wait. Those are AP miniguns. You, sir, are brave. This would probably work better in this particular instance if you built them up here so they could reasonably aim down. But... very brave. Hey! He timed it perfectly, and he gets it. I think he just wins this. We do not really have a significant way of handling the super early game aggression. Typically, the minigunners die to Snipey, but they beat Snipey, and he can softlock from here. Yeah, that hurts a lot. Oof. So much damage. Armoured, no target minis. To be fair, these are incendiaries, and the minis would not. They are behind doors, so they would not be destroyed by it. I would actually have to have the sniper do the work. Welcome back, scientist. Yeah, no, the early game aggression here works very well versus the strategy. I just didn't expect it to, I didn't expect the minigunners to come out on top. But I also didn't consider AP minigunners. He's actually able to have exposed gunners here, and it's working. He builds a 4th AP minigunner. Successfully, I might add. Did King time that? The sniper's almost done and he shot it? Probably. But it's, unsure. Realistically, he could have just done the minis as fast as possible and fired them. Like, our sniper is not fast. And away goes our first of the mortars, lost to the miniguns. Sniper is in play. Another mortar down. Yeah, oh no! The sniper ricochet. He's definitely timing his shots to deal with the sniper, that's for sure. That's the second. Our sniper is straight up clearing the air of the singular mortar that we are firing. Like, near consistently. Which is kind of awkward. Oof. This is so rough. Trick shots and forts. Yes. Yes, yes, they do. Alright. The barrel has exploded. AP minigunner down. Traded. Typically that would be a good trade, except the AP minigunner can suppress it, definitely, because that's how this commander works. GG's now. MiG's down. Yes. My favorite commander? Spook. Yeah, the armor is limited time experience in this. King better than the AI? Yes. He is a player who knows how to abuse this. And he's, this is... I didn't expect him to do it this way, but... it is entirely unsurprising, the outcome. There's a trade on the minigun. Solid trade for the AI, but there are many more. Good God. These machine gunners have... in every play here, so far, every attempt, these machine gunners have been nothing but a liability or a detriment. There is no point where these machine gunners have been useful. He's building more minigunners. Oh! Oh, he got one! Got 2 of them! Got Snipe, he got 3 of them! This is why machine gunners or mini gunners have a hard time. Because, snipers exist. And now both snipers are online, which is going to give King actually a hard time. And with only 3 mini gunners, AP mini gunners left, it's not a great experience for King. But, I think King still has the advantage here. He's covered the doors. I mean, yeah. He needs to. Kind of surprised he didn't do it before. Excellent. So that's working well. Our mortars are soon to be returning. Why is machine gunner firing? King has built high enough that he's got within line of sight of our machine gunner, and our machine gunner has decided to fire, which is going to make our life difficult. He fires his miniguns and loses one of them for it, which is generally how that goes. Again, the sniper clearing the sky of all of our mortars. Looks like the AI has decided not to open all of the mortars to make it available to fire, which is really rather unfortunate. So our mortars are not doing anything. Take out one machine gunner. King waiting till he has all his minigunners online before firing, which is the way to do it. He loses one. Loses two. Does he get the trade at the next patch? The answer is no. He misses the sniper and loses 2 more miniguns for it. Every time he fires, he's going to lose 1 minigun. So he's doing well to fire them. That way he loses only 1 out of his 3. Unfortunately, both of his volleys missed the snipers. He had a solid opportunity to come back and fully suppress the AI with the minigunners. He missed it, but the opportunity was there. For a moment, it was there. And it looks like he's going to attempt it again, although his time to do so is starting to run out.
Why does the AI always know exactly where to aim and always knows when the doors are open? Seems like an unfair advantage.
Because the AI is omniscient. It's Kalijah coming in with the super chat. Thank you so much. The AI literally knows everything. There are no secrets, there is no hiding from the AI. It has perfect reaction time and infinite APM. And yet, almost incapable of winning a match. King has gone for a trolley build and made a mistake and is being punished for it. That is how that's happening. Looks like he's attempting to transition. I suspect you're going to see a metric ton of machine gunners here in a moment. All 3 snipers are online, which will hard shut down anything that he tries to do in terms of minigunners or weapons until he gets a proper cannon configuration. Where are our machine gunners? There they are. Alright. This has been fixed. I did nail that line of code, so it's been removed. Oh, immediately the machine gunners are getting targeted this time. This is what I was hoping would happen last time, which was not the case. Because exposed machine gunners do not beat incendiary mortar spam unless the mortars just arbitrarily decide not to attack the machine gunners. And we're seeing more shots hit these. Yeah, that's how that goes. That's a rough experience. Of course, incendiary mortars not particularly great versus wood spam, but we can at least prevent him from having any control over what gets hit, when he gets hit, and then we can upgrade at our leisure, which is soon TM. Also, with 9 incendiary mortars, we will do real damage. Of course, we're not hitting with 9 because the AI has failed to complete the build as directed, but I do not know how to fix that. 1 machine gunner survives. We'll see if it gets bad things happen to it or if it survives. Answer, bad things happen to it. The mortars go in. Should get an earlier upgrade center. Thinking about it. I think the 9 incendiary. I need to play against someone when I need to play against. I need to try it a few more times, but I think the later upgrade center is more effective in this case because suppression is a requirement to win. Losing suppression at any point is defeat. As long as the opponent is suppressed, we do far better. Of course, this requires that the AI actually shoots at the opponent as opposed to a random wind strut or the wall, which has been a recurring problem. When the AI shoots at the opponent, the incendiary mortars seem to work better. But I will consider the earlier. Should defender mortars the AP forward earlier? Probably. Probably. Would be wise, I think. We're getting upgraded turbines now that we're actually starting to spend our energy. If wood spam is counter to mortars, wouldn't ending the build with the buzzsaw be a possible solution? AI doesn't understand how to use buzzsaws, so not really. But it wouldn't be a bad idea. AP sniper. It's okay. AP snipers are okay. It would be probably a good idea to have one of them, but AP snipers miss out on a lot of the benefits that the AI can actually do. Regular snipers tend to be better for AI than AP snipers, but I probably should have mixed one in at some point. Not that it really matters that much in this kind of match. He's got four machine gunners that are successfully defending against 7 mortars. Which... Remember, we do have these 2 mortars that are permanently disabled. You pay them well. You pay them very well, apparently. We're also not getting shot at, which is relevant. Oh, it got shot at and almost died. Machine gunners fire on so many things. Because they're near constantly overheating, but the mortars are, even when the mortars get through, they're not actually aiming at the machine gunners. So the machine gunners are free to. Oh, that was close. As if to eat my own words. Now look at that. The mortars that make it through are just not aimed at the machine gunners. They're all aimed at random locations upon the base. But it is what it is. This is expected. This is why we go 9 mortars. We are upgrading the blocked mortars to heavy mortars, which was inevitable. We must wait for King to hit us with his howitzer before we are going to be able to use all 9 mortars.
Warning. Nuclear launch detected.
Sniper got a line of sight. Always trying. As Otaku, the angry Otaku, comes in with it. Nuclear launch. Dropping that 50. Hello. Do I get heavy weapons at one point? Yes,
Tinkering
yes I
with
do.
an eye for 9.5 hours, you absolute mad lad. Have some fun
Yeah.
for science.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Angry Taku, coming in with that nuclear launch. Weapon you can add to break the stalemate? Yeah, plasma lasers, which I will be working toward. AI is currently working toward plasma lasers right now. Swing and a miss. Though if he keeps firing at that angle, my machine gunners may actually get use, which is cool. Look at that. Almost all of his machine gunners are on CD at once. The plasma laser production facility is in progress. Of course, the plasma lasers don't come out to like the super late game, but we'll get there. At this rate, we'll get there. Also, I'm questioning the strength of mortars on this map. As good as they are, the machine gunners are just a little bit too strong. I think rockets from below are the better option. Instead of transitioning into mortars, I should probably transition into rockets and just hit way sooner. And so probably instead of upgraded mortars, I go rockets from below. I think may be the better option. And then just use rockets as the final weapon. Rockets from below, that is. Yeah, that's a lot of machine gunner. Oh, that shot unlocked one of our mortars, I think. Yeah, it did. Look it, we have another mortar firing. If only he could do that shot again and unlock all the mortars. That way we could have full, overwhelming firepower. Here comes Howitzer. He's gonna aim for there. That's fine. Oh look, it fired a mortar at the Howitzer and hit it. You're alone to get between the bases. I mean, it's like super late game. After I've got all of this, I have to have the mortars. Like it's not a primary weapon, for sure. It is definitely not a primary weapon, but maybe combined with mortars is what I'm thinking. Because the mortars are clearly incapable of actually ending the game. That howitzer did far less damage than anticipated. It's a pixel perfect hit. That was actually a great cutoff point. Did we get that? We did. So King is on a timer here. You want to see the AI use laser? Oh, it will. I'm not sure exactly what he's shooting at. I think, unfortunately, it has line of sight to this core, so it's going to aim at the core instead of something a little bit more useful to hit. I think King has decided that firing upon the top is only going to hurt him if he unlocks those mortars, so he's firing against something a little bit more threatening. Also, if he manages to destroy this area, then the plasma laser will go with it, and with the plasma laser gone, the threat to his stalemate is over. Uh-oh. Danger. Danger! This is an extremely stable base. I am impressed. Also, King's timer is running out. The plasma laser is just shy of online. Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so very close. Plasma laser online. Firing. Damage dealt. That will unblock several of the machine gunners, and with it, we're going to see that sniper rain death from above. Yes, does it get one more shot off? Does not. But some machine gunners have gone away, and with it, the mortars are more likely to land. You know, if the sniper doesn't also eliminate the mortars, which is a thing that's happening. He has placed an energy shield in the one location where the plasma laser appears to be firing. Oh, a beautiful timed shot at a king. Snipes the mortar out of the air. Good solid hit. Base is very tanky. Alright, have a good night, the Mad Scientist 314. Plasma laser desperately needs to target someplace else, but I think that's not going to happen in the foreseeable future. King needs a cannon follow-up. Indeed he does. Ooh, a nice shot. Dealing a lot of damage, but not enough to make the difference. Hello there, Vlad. Welcome back. And a solid hit with a mortar. Plasma laser desperately needs to find a different target. It's firing at the same spot over and over again, which... I'm pretty certain it can see the core, it's just not shooting at the core. Or anywhere but exactly that one energy shield. Mortars are starting to land, which is dealing some damage, though not enough to make a significant difference. King is starting to suffer on the metal department due to raw damage taken, but looks like King is adding a place for his cannon to be to do things. Hey, machine gunner actually straight shot down the howitzer round. Nice. Oh boy. We're soon to be moving on to raw damage territory as our final plasma laser has been placed. Those types of tiny doors give you nightmares. He has a very specific goal in mind for that cannon, and that cannon will serve that goal very well. Oh, sweet Jesus! He built exposed turbines! You know what that means. Everything can shoot those suckers. There goes one. Yep. Hey! Laser fired on something that was the energy shield. Actually, that's pretty significant damage with that howitzer hit. Was that enough to... Oh... Well, we see the extent of the deformation on that one. Deformation. Plasmas can't see core just barely. Is firing at something. I think you're right. Second plasma laser, however, definitely can. Alright, here comes cannon. No damage. He may have to adjust his doors there, which is going to be a very difficult prospect given that multiple snipers can see that cannon. Another plasma shell going off nowhere. I like how this started with AP minigunners. Maybe he built exposed turbines and beta shot from laser. No. Not when the laser has been hard focusing an energy shield for the past its entire lifespan. AI has completely finished its build, by the way, so it's on to holding off indefinite amounts of money. Are you kidding me with this? Both of them are firing at the exact same This one literally has line of sight to just about everything in his base and is refusing to fire at anything except that one energy shield. There's RNG involved as to which target it fires upon. Why is it so adamant at firing at that specific energy shield? The mortars shutting down the howitzers is unreal. It's just a wall. Also, we did permanently lose a sniper here, which is kind of saddening. He did actually destroy these two, by the way. Both of these were destroyed. They were just instantly rebuilt. So good news is, if those energy shields ever go down, King is going to have a very bad time. Bad news is, I don't think they're ever going to go down. Because, AI insistence. This one, I have a hard time blaming the builds for. The targeting is unpredictably predictable, I'm going to say. I would never have predicted that it would target this specific energy shield, and yet it is doing nothing but. Well, more accurately, it's targeting, I think, this guy specifically. And so it keeps aiming at this and refuses to aim at anything else. Laser's trying to kill the gunner. It could be trying to kill the gunner. That is an option. It prioritized the howitzer over the core. Oh! It group fired, which offset, which didn't make a difference. I'm pretty certain it's actually trying to kill the gunner, which is an interesting decision for Plasma Laser to do. I was really hoping another mortar round would go in there. Oh! Do we get our sniper back this time? I don't think so. One of these days, a mortar's gonna land on that energy shield for no reason. Okay, just self-destruct, nothing. If a mortar lands here, this goes away, and then the lasers do amazing things. It's gonna be great. But those machine gunners very well paid. Hey, howitzers actually make it through this time. Firing at several targets, just all of them behind. It seems to be adamantly firing at a single target. Like, it isn't changing its... You have two lasers, and I think they are firing at different targets. But each laser is specifically, consistently firing at the same target. Oh! Oh, I got so excited there. Oh, I got so excited there. It could have ended the game. That was the top laser firing at the core, wasn't it? Like, the top laser has line of sight to the core. It just decided now is the time to do so. Like, it has literally just been RNG the entire time, deciding not to. Alright. Now King has energy shields on top of his core, so the core is invulnerable to this. But, all it takes is one mortar. It was the bottom one? Okay. The bottom one is the more likely one to fire at the core. I just wanted to shoot at something else. Like, it has line of sight on so many different things. It could shoot over here, it could shoot over here, it could shoot over here. It could shoot over here at this guy. Like, it just is deciding explicitly that gunner needs to go. Oh, that was a nice shot. King is going to win this inevitably. He has invalidated the AI. He's able to defend against all 9 mortars, as well as effectively invalidate the plasma lasers. As much as the plasma lasers are fully capable of ending the game, they are electing not to. And I have no control over that. So it is what it is. Maybe add a cannon at the end of the build. I do not have more space for things. Admittedly, a cannon would have been a better option than the plasma lasers because of this. I was expecting the mortars to fire upon reasonable targets as opposed to not anything that they can see. And I was expecting the plasma laser to also fire on reasonable targets instead of explicitly at an energy shield at which it cannot actually deal damage. Oh, he unlocked the other mortar. Kind of. We'll see what happens when the AI rebuilds. Oh, yeah, he kind of unlocked the other mortar. It's not fully available, but it's better. So now we're up to 6 mortars, as we have lost our forward mortar compartment. I didn't realize what happened here. Was that friendly fire? Lasers, please fire. Oh, well. They're going to come online. Oh, well. Can a swarm missile attach to the forward island? Yes, yes it can. Oh, rip sniper. Can I code new target prioritization? Nope. That was a laser. I'm missing something. Laser cut below the shields and broke them. Really? It's about time. I literally didn't see.
Warning.
Those is very nice howitzer shells, by the way. As a nuclear launch coming in from... Ooh. Hello there. They ricochet. Howitzer made the laser swing. Ah. That makes more sense, yes. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a huge amount of damage. That's going to be repair bill and a half. And more deformation I think the AI can actually handle. Interestingly enough, if he does actually break that off, it's going to result in a complete rework of the entire scenario here. For the AI, he's going to have to rebuild everything. Yeah, I see what happened. Yeah, with the swinging base, the plasma laser was able to actually deal damage. You could do it, King. It's been 36 minutes and King is still going, oh, we got a hit. Which doesn't matter because the lasers will absolutely refuse to aim at the position. Yep. The one time it has an opportunity to go core, it decides not today. We're actually having some energy production issues now. A solid hit from King's Howitzer. Good news is, King is human, so eventually he will tire and run out of APM. And then he will give up, because that is how humans do. Yeah, both of those shots were aimed, I think, at this guy here, despite him being behind so many things and an energy shield, as opposed to aiming at this guy, or this guy, or any of these turbines would be nice. That would be awesome. Could also aim at this guy, that would be great, I'd like that. I don't think they can aim really higher up to here. This one might be able to. I don't think so. Oh, hey! Oh, no. This is bait. This is what bait looks like. He's just putting that there to reflect the energy, to reflect the lasers back into itself because they're going to fire at it. Instead of ignoring it. They're going to say, oh, there's a cannon there. And we're not going to look for... Yep, there it is. Fortunately, the mortars will also aim for it. Sometimes. Not enough of the time, it would seem, but sometimes. Good news is, all mortars are firing. So we are at maximum damage potential. whatever that's worth. 3 howitzers and 2 land, dealing massive damage. King is smart? Yes, he is. He's very experienced and knows how to deal with AI. He has effectively invalidated the entirety of this AI's damage output for the past 30 minutes. It's just taken him this long to actually deal damage back. Because, this base, very tank. Did any lasers land on the core? One time the lasers shot at the core. One time they shot at the core. They still can. In fact, they could do so right now, considering the core's energy shields have been destroyed. The core's energy shields have been destroyed several times. But the lasers have utterly refused to target anything except explicitly. It's almost like it's the closest target. It was firing at this machine gunner for a while, but now the king has put this guy here. It's firing just at that. So I think lasers actually just fire at the closest target, or at least the RNG, which determines which target it's going to fire at, is basically just shy of hard-coded to be at the closest target. That's what it feels like. She prepares helped a lot. Oh, I can only imagine. Definitely. And oh, how? Oh, that's another howitzer shell. That should do it, right? Yeah. Somehow still intact, or not disconnected yet. That's fun. The next volley should do it. Yeah. Well, it sniped it. Sniped itself. The ropes, yeah, the ropes actually held that together. Not that that's discounted. I never discounted ropes. They're just inefficient, a suboptimal choice. They're a deeply suboptimal choice. And that's it. Good job, King. 40 minutes to come back from that after his initial AP minigun shenanigans. Thank you for showing that off. Kind of surprised the AI managed to survive the initial bit. I'm more impressed about that. It's honestly a beautiful base. It really is. So I do believe I'm going to need a change of strategy. I want to see one more. Hello, Ethan. Good luck when I need it. I want to see one more, but I'm going to need to change the strategy, it would seem. It is far, far too easy to just build trench gunners, and the problem. Definitely a problem. Team 2 for you. And the problem when you design this base is you assume the AI would be smart, or at least be randomized about its targeting, but in reality the AI is more of artificial stupidity. Yeah. I did assume that it would randomly target things. That does not seem to be the case. It seems to target a very specific, unpredictable, I'm going to say, but very specific item, and will not stop targeting that item until it is destroyed. Which allows the human player to adapt and simply defend that one spot and be done with it. And just have it be effectively immune to all the AI shenanigans. Which is a little bit demoralizing, because I can't tell the AI to stop targeting a piece of wood when it determines that it wants to kill the piece of wood. Which is what it is. That's rocket build lasers. I think that is probably one of the only solutions, or even better yet, instead of lasers, just have EMPs. Add an ungodly amount of mortars to completely overwhelm any defensive attempts. That is not going to work, unfortunately. Eaton is going with his tried and true proper mortar rush, so this should also be one-sided. The same kind of way that King's AP sniper rush defeated our AI until King messed it up. Except this is going to be very difficult to mess up for Eaton, because this build's basically just going to walk into it. As we see, is this gonna place? This should place the mortars. No, he's not even gonna have mortars placed by the time they start landing. But yeah. That's gonna be it. He's already upgrading to heavy mortars, which is actually impressive. But hey, you can get away with that when you are the pinch-fist commander and can be impossibly greedy. He's already built his weapons in a way such that the sniper will remove them or attempt to shoot them and utterly fail. Aim nice. I mean, you've missed just shy of every one of your mortar shells so far and still haven't, yeah, there you go. Fastest match ever, yeah. There you go. Yes, this build specifically does nothing to stop the mortars. So that's about how that goes. Good, excellent. Thank you, Eaton, for showing that off. Need one more player. Goes for 40-minute match at 2.5. Well, yeah, I mean, if you do an actually good strategy that's designed to beat the AI, it's gonna be super quick. Mangler beating this Eaton. I mean, it was built specifically to enable the. It was built specifically to allow that to happen to it because I can't stop it without allowing everything else to happen to it. So we have one slot in the lobby. Come one and exactly one. Welcome back, King. I'm gonna let this happen because we are slowing things down. All right, let's go. I imagine this one won't take 40 minutes long. Play versus my AI? I could, but I would rather watch the AI to see its weaknesses. King Benjai rematch? Yeah. Alright, so what is he going for? This is another mortar rush. No. I don't think so anyways. This AI is like a puzzle. Puzzle with a puzzle with the answer written on it. Welcome back, Stephen. At least welcome to the chat. Alright. Looks like King is going to be adding many gunners very quickly here. So I think buzzsaw work better. AI does not understand buzzsaws and it fires them at metal most of the time. It says, oh, look at this entire base. You know what the most valuable thing is? Metal. So it, buzzsaws are effectively worthless from the AI. AI's in the hands of an AI. Why is he trying this again? Oh, he's going for a different strat this time. Last time he went AP minigunners. It did not work. I mean, it worked until he messed it up. He messed it up pretty hard, actually. But honestly, he's probably better off going cannons and howitzers. But we'll see how it plays out. King gets the machine gunners online as the mortars are being placed. Seems AI is designed to shoot at its direct counter. I wish. Then we'd have mortars shooting at machine gunners instead of random struts of wood. Or should I say a consistently specific random strut of wood? Do snipers counter wood? Yeah. Or should I say wood counter snipers? There's a chance, but if it heads up the other weapons, we cut it very deep. In experience in trying it, they really don't pan out at all. Kind of want to try it without the bottom trench MGs. If you get the cannon faster, you could probably pull it off, but we're already going up to 6 mortars, so your time is limited. 2 machine gunners will not stop the torrent of mortars that is about to arrive, or soon to arrive. Okay. And he gets a shot off. Good hit. Very good hit. Oh, the gunners are offline. Now, why would the mortar decide to shoot this spot? There was nothing there for it to shoot at except wood. There was nothing below it to hit. It just decided that piece of wood was its biggest threat. Beautiful shot, by the way, King. Just in time for the next set of mortars to come online as well. All right, have a good night, werewolf. Good luck out there. Common term for AI has changed little for games. It isn't. AI is not sapient. A lot of people assume that AI is sapient or sentient or some form of something more intelligent than following XYZ with an if-then statement, which is simply not true. Just because it isn't a deep learning algorithm to create the best script doesn't mean it isn't an AI. This is more like deep learning, except manually handcrafted instead of actual deep learning. Is many a person's a fantasy? Oh yes, I imagine. That would be awesome. Almost nailed the shot again.
Launch detected.
Hello there. Angry Otaku! Oof, right to the core.
The
Actually,
wonders
how
of
much?
I. It does what it tells you, much to your pain.
Yeah. Alright. So, the machine gunners have finally been capitulated. King is building another cannon. Second cannon should actually see the defeat of the AI. Sapient would mean it's human, not machine. Sapient and human are not. That's not what that means. Sapient is a thinking machine. Sentient is a feeling machine, which is a somewhat lesser degree but similar to sapient. Or sapient just means thinking. Think of Homo sapiens comes from? Yes, like intelligence, like thinking. What is it gone? Oh yeah, he's cannoning them. He's very effective at that, by the way. He's lined up that shot perfectly. The additional set of mortars is coming online, though. Second cannon. Oh, doesn't quite make it. I think he meant to go over with that. But with the incendiary mortars, King is doing a strong thing here, which is just basically ignore the incendiary mortars because they don't do that much damage to wood. And we haven't gotten to the point where we get the upgrade center here. Every time he hits that, it resets us so fast. According to a 5-second Google search, sapient comes from an old French meaning to appear wise. Yes, a true AI would fit that bill. Yes. Oh, but it's pushing so deep. Cannot ignore as much as you could mostly ignore the incendiary mortars. You can't ignore them quite that much. He does need those trench gunners. This is why I went. This is right here is exactly why I went with the 9 incendiary mortars before upgrades. They are fully capable of suppressing everything. As Angry Otaku comes in and joins the incursion. Congratulations, friend. You gained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as a special access role on Discord. Welcome to the party. Judith Kenny, yeah, he needed to, otherwise he was effectively death spiraled. Just the incendiary mortars alone were causing enough damage that he was not able to rebuild faster than the mortars were dealing damage. So he needed to sell that, otherwise he would just lose the game. In order to end the game with double cannon, he would have to first break through this center part, which he started to, but then the extra set of mortars came online and bad things happened. Of course, 2 of those mortars are disabled effectively permanently. I think what you wanted to say is that instead of an AI that's adaptable, this is an AI that strictly follows the script provided to it. That's adaptability entirely depends on the script. Yes. That is, I believe, the point that was being made by the other individual in chat. It does not mean it is not an AI, it is just not a very good one. Or should I say, it is not an adaptable AI. Even deep learning AI is not that smart. No, deep learning AI is super dumb. People just don't realize the years of work into fine-tuning the specific steps it takes to do things. With the upgrades coming in, this is going to be the end of King. He does not have the trench gunners, and the incendiary mortars can no longer be simply ignored. King can still pull this back by selling. He did sell, but he's going to have to immediately get those trench gunners going, which he's trying to do, but it may be too late. Oh, he's taking hits. Yep, okay. That's the end of that. Yeah, if you don't build trench gunners, this thing will kill you. You have to build trench gunners. And if you build enough trench gunners, you still made it. So that's how that goes. So I need to change the tactics here. I need to build mortars and then specifically something that deals with trench gunners. Which hurts. EMPs are a good start. Hello, Firework. I am curious to see how this works out. I was hoping the the plasma beams would work on trench gunners eventually, but clearly not the case. Smoke? I didn't even consider that. I'm going to have to not go with that option because the smoke requires the removal of the centerpiece, which I cannot guarantee. Mostly because I will not be doing any damage to the centerpiece. Smoke with AI is weird. I genuinely haven't tried. I literally would not know. But including a nuke with the mortars. That isn't a terrible idea, and I have considered that immensely. The thing is, it would have to come from down here, which I could do. Which I could actually do. Put the mortars here. I think I can fit 2 swarm missiles in here. With the sniper in this position. I can go underneath. Also above. You can just come from below. The shooter never has to reload, that's true. That's actually probably a better solution. Even to dealing with the upgrade. I should probably get those even before upgrading. Nice firework as exposed core. I mean, he fixed that pretty quick. But the moment he does that is the moment that he's abusing the AI. So this is going to be, I imagine, a quick match. I'm curious to see if the AI will shoot at this. This is a fake sniper. I suspect it will. But testing. Low rockets plus upside down swarm. If I'm going to go upside down swarms, I'm not going to go rockets. Which is better, in my opinion, than the rockets anyways. That and the swarm missiles / nukes will actually be able to target the core from that position and not have to go ridiculous amounts downward. Am I still sounding the same? Practice. Lots of practice. With the side of being supported by our lovely community here. So yeah, I think that's going to be the next iteration of the AI, going with... Oh, yeah. It does take the bait. For whatever that's worth. Firework is like Reuven. Yeah, he's building one of these back here. He's gonna move. He's probably gonna wait for a very specific moment and then take advantage of that. Are those fake turbines? Those are fake turbines. Okay. Good to know. In come the mortars. He's doing the dangle down here just in time for this to get cleaned up. So that's nice. Yeah, no more one shot for you. Yeah, he's moving it back. You tried. I have thought about that. I've thought about it. Already took that into account there, friend. You tried, though. And I appreciate the attempt. There's another moment where he can actually do pretty well with that. It's actually coming up here pretty soon. The moment comes after this is placed, like during the expansion and attempt to connect to this node. If he fires that and lands the shot, he does effectively critical damage. Effectively critical damage. With the buzzsaw. It is something that I'm aware of, and just let it happen. But sniper, remember, it's invisible, so the sniper will not target it until it fires once. But that's he is going to lose it, that's for sure. We've already tested the invisibility. It does work. The AI will not target it if it's invisible. That's not to say it couldn't hit it, but it will not target it while it's invisible. Of all the things it could have shot at... Okay. Is this AI? Yes. I am curious as to how the AI handles invisible bases. It stops firing. It doesn't stop firing. Okay. Oh, that was beautifully timed. Did you see that? He pre-fired against the AI sniper and won. Only firework could do is snipe the AI, not use a sniper. Yeah, that was very well played. Oh, he lost his sniper on that one. Yeah, honestly, you don't even need that many trench gunners. It's just enough. However, Eaton is making a... sorry, not Eaton. Firework is making a quote-unquote mistake here. Once those gunners fire, he's going to have a rough time of things. These gunners down here are about to explode. The moment the next mortar goes overhead, they all reveal themselves and then get sniped. There's the reveal, and there's the snipe. Mistake TM, because they're not really missing out on anything. Yeah, being invisible does not appear to affect the AI, which is good to know. For science. There it goes. There's some more down. We're going up to 9 mortars here momentarily. Oh, Eaton has the near soft lock. He's sniping those machine gunners, which isn't that big of a... It really isn't that big a deal at this point. He's just straight beating down the AI sniper. That's something you don't see hardly ever. It's kind of impressive. Beautiful shot. And there's the counter snipe. Firework loses a sniper. I know. I accidentally said Eaton instead of firework. This is firework we're playing against here. Or that the AI is playing against. Oh, fireworks sniper getting taken out, or at least he sniped a mortar. He sniped a mortar, which was not his intent. He wanted to snipe the mortar launcher. Hello there, out of bounds, 2005. Welcome to the chat. Well, for once, I guess it didn't really matter that howitzer shell was going to miss anyways. Ooh, brief disconnect. AI handles that quickly. 3 times now. Yeah, it's a reoccurring trend. The firework making good work of the buzzsaws, but it's not making a huge difference here. Another howitzer round goes out and makes it across before the mortar spam collides. Firework loses his sniper once more, which is not unexpected given the scenario. I think he accidentally built the fake buzzsaw instead of a real one. A lot of these mortars are making it through, which is concerning for, which should be concerning for firework here. Once the mortars start getting upgraded, he's gonna have ridiculous issues. Strong base is strong, face tanks a howitzer, and moves on with its life. Alright. Is it the point with the upgrades? Is it one more turbine and then upgrades? Nope, upgrades are right now. So, firework needs additional gunners. Or he's going to have problems. His, what is that? 6 trench gunners is insufficient to handle the 9 mortar launchers here. Yep. There they come. That's a beautiful shot. That's going to delay delay the mortars mildly, but not enough. He doesn't have the sniper to follow up with this. His additional machine gunners he added all got destroyed by the snipers, which is not unexpected. He tried to outsnipe the lower sniper, did not work at all. A few mortars are landing. Firework has not taken enough damage that he's in actual trouble. He's doing okay. It's just mildly concerning. It loses his sniper immediately upon firing. Another howitzer shell. Is this one the one that makes the difference? Alright, gets core damage, but nothing else really. We've got a lot of heavy mortars now. We're up to 6 heavy mortars at this point. He trades. Oh! With 6 heavy mortars, that howitzer is going to go away. He's got to move it right now before the sniper gets to it. He's got to move it. He's got to move it. Oh, he repairs very quickly. Alright, I was wrong. He didn't have to move it. It's just very thick and tanky. He is starting to get himself into trouble here. The heavy mortars are grinding away. And the howitzer is... It's a-going. Here comes the cannon. Kind of surprised he didn't wait until the howitzer fired first. As the howitzer first tended to be, oh, you sir are brave. Does not deal the damage. He uses a wind turbine to tank for the howitzer, which is not unexpected, I suppose. Unexpected in that he didn't have to do that. There was just better ways of doing that, but not unsurprising considering his firework. He's aware of that and how to do that. A nice chunk of damage. He's just letting the howitzer face tank the sniper rounds on the occasional mortar round, which is... You sir are brave, and paying a very hefty repair bill for that. Mortar AA is strong, isn't it? Our AI is going through an economic boom right now, while leaving Firework poor for money and struggling to defend his howitzer. Feel like you're watching a thematic siege. Is it impressive? Does the fog launch your black mortars? No. Another hit onto the howitzer. Looks like he's going to take out the middle and massive damage, and that's it. Did not successfully defend his howitzer. And there it is. Did not quite have enough trench gunners. So definitely need to rework this AI significantly. I do like the 9 mortar opener. The 9 mortar opener. I think it needs to be 9 mortar opener. I'm tempted to go swarm missile before upgrade. Free chat, you're a duke it. Crazy Boo's coming in and rejoining the incursion. Congratulations, you've regained access to all the beautiful emotes on the channel as well as your special access role on Discord. Welcome back. Rip Fireworks self-respect. Oh no. I am surprised. This was not enough trench gunners. Like, the trench gunners you need are apparently a few more in front here. Is enough to do that. Is enough to make the difference. You just need like 2 more right here, and it's enough. It's like the 2 up here plus the 2 up here is enough to be indefinite, but just the 6 here is not enough to stop the 9 mortars. Additionally, most of the time it was almost never 9 mortars, because something went wrong with the deformation up here that prevented the mortars from firing. Swarms from below. They will come. There is no reason why I can't do them from top, other than, I mean, there's no reason why I can't. There's no reason why I shouldn't do both. Let me look at something real quick. Because the reason I do not have... Okay. The reason I don't have things there is because they get in the way of the mortars. But swarm missiles, very small. They don't really get in the way of mortars. So, why do I not put swarm launchers? I'm going to use the same layout as I would normally use for this. What just happened? Please delete. Thank you. So if I go down here, do one of these, all the way down here,
Warning.
like so.
Nuclear launch
Hello!
detected.
Nuclear launch coming in from Crazy Moose. That must be crazy, bro. So normally I would do this. And I could totally just add this here. Let me do this. Because from this position, I have this angle, which is actually going to get in the way of this, isn't it? Yeah, this will stop the mortar. I could do one here without getting in the way. But down here, I could absolutely just slam two of these guys like this. That's fine. That's good. This is excellent right here. And I cannot put a top one. Okay. So definitely going lower rather than upper with these. But it is possible to add one in the center. Or at least on the side. So swarm missiles are going to be the ticket, I think. Coming from below makes them even more difficult. And I have multiple snipers to play with there. That should at least deal with the forward trench gunners here. And then it will start aiming up here, which will cause problems for him. Swarm missiles, I think, are a little bit more important. I question whether I should do upgraded mortars or the swarm missiles first. I suspect the swarm missiles first. Then
Warning.
the upgraded
Nuclear launch detected.
mortars, and then upgrade one to a nuke. I think is the way to do it. Because I only need to land the nuke once, and then the mortars will do the rest of the work. As Angry Otaku comes in with another nuke. Hello! So I think that is going to be our new tactic. I know, right? Totally original. Like a great and awesome experience for everyone involved. And that is going to be... That is going to be our... that is going to be our AI goal for the next video. But for now, have a good night, everyone. And I'll see you guys later. I see you, Crazy Moose. I see you over there, launching your nuke, launching your absolute megaton. Coming in with the 50. I see you over there. I'm gonna wait for it to go through. There it is.
Warning. Nuclear launch detected.
Dropping the absolute megaton. Have a good night, guys. And I'll see you guys later. Also, thank you very much for
Launching anti-counter-strike measures. Codename Bullwinkle.
I gotta wait one more time. This is your fault, all of you. Angry Otaku coming in with another one, matching Crazy Moose coming in with a 50. Guys, I appreciate it. I really do. I'm gonna have to cut you guys off. We're not getting into a nuke train right now.
Warning. Nuclear launch
I am
detected.
closing forts and I'm closing the stream. It has been a great time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Attacker. I know you've been here quite some time. We all have. But for now, I will see you guys later.
Countermeasure Rocky has been activated.
Thank you so much, Angry Otaku. I'll see you guys next time. And on the Discord, because both of you guys are members and you have the access to the Discord. Bye!